Namaste and welcome back again to Healing Our Earth. Can you believe it? It's been going on every week, and a warm welcome to all of you at home watching wherever you are around the globe. Do log in to healingourearth.com where you'll see what's on today. It's a really exciting session, one I think I'm most excited about because it's really going around the world, very global. So let us change COVID-19 to hashtag kind20. That is going to be our theme for all of today, powered by hashtag kind20 with tough.earth. So do log in, do tell your friends, do log into Facebook or healingourearth.com and see what's in line. As always, we start Healing Our Earth with this global greeting of Namaste. You and I are one. May we connect. And with that, we've been chanting this ancient Sanskrit prayer of the Gayatri Mantra. May we invoke the sun, and also Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. May all beings be happy. So with that, those of you who've been tuning in, this is actually our 7th session. So it's been going really strong. And do look back at what sessions we've had so far. But with that, we start with the Gayatri Mantra and also then Om Sarve Bhavantu. And then we'll be introducing some really exciting guests. Do have a look. There'll be video reels coming on. We're shooting off straight to Australia in a moment. I can see I've got friends from Australia already logging in. So do look in, and then we're going around the globe. So with that, maybe begin, maybe invoke the divine, invoke the higher from wherever we can from within. So we start with this ancient Sanskrit prayer, the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur-bhuva Suvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. I invoke the divine light of the sun. May that sun illuminate my intellect. May it make me bright. And our next prayer is Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So this ancient prayer in Sanskrit, many thousands of years old. May all beings be happy. May all beings achieve prosperity. Ma kaschit dukha bhag bhavet. May none suffer. So with that, may we unite each other. I'm hoping that online in a moment, we're going to have Dr. Shamendra Talwar with us with this whole theme to explore these acts of kindness. So where have we been? We've been in this feeling of lockdown. Different countries may have had different areas of lockdown with this COVID-19 illness. And rightly so, we've been social distancing. As you know, let me introduce myself, but many of you have met me. So my name is Dr. Milan Shah. I'm a local primary care physician in London. And so every day of the week, I'm working, seeing patients either directly or like this on video or meeting them face to face. And what have we noticed? We've noticed, number one, people with actually coronavirus. More importantly, people also feeling somewhat isolated, feeling lonely. In the midst of all this, we've seen so much kindness come forth, and not necessarily from these big organizations which have been publicized before, but acts of individual kindness from within our own hearts, different acts that we can do, we can share with others, whether it be just giving a smile and a call, whether it be cooking some food, whether it be checking in on someone, and all those things. So these have been the positives which have been counteracting, whether it be physical or more often emotional or mental difficulties. Shamendra, I can see you coming on live here. And last week or a few weeks ago, we explored the feelings, particularly of anxiety, depression feelings, maybe not full clinical depression, but certainly that feeling of isolation. And we're hoping that these acts of kindness can make that change within us and inspire others. So we've seen COVID-19 spreading, but maybe have hashtag kind20, maybe have acts of kindness spreading. So with that, in a moment, we're going to welcome Shamendra Talwar onto the screen, who is also working within the NHS. Dr. Shamendra is a social psychologist and has a clinical psychology background as well. I know you've worked within the NHS, or you still are as well, working with healthcare workers. So hopefully we can see you on the screen now. You can come on, Shamendra. Good, can see you well. Still looking healthy and well there. Hope you're well.
Well, thank you, William. Thank you.
Good. And I logged in fact, to tough.earth, and I saw your post where you sung with a little help from my friends.
Right.
So And you talked about your Thursday night football team, but tell us more actually about Kind 20 and what today really is going to be about, so people who are at home or logging in.
Well, hashtag Kind20 is a campaign that was put together by many of us, and it's about how we're asking people from the whole of the planet, what does kindness mean to them through music, through posting a 60-second video or piece of art. And it's basically showing their emotions from what they've gone through through this pandemic, and bringing it out on a simple act of basically on the phone and sharing it amongst the whole planet. And what I wanted to do, Milan, I think is really important for the listeners and the viewers of Healing Our Earth. First, I would like to say thank you for Healing Our Earth and Neil Kumar and Nitin Paland for giving Kind20, the whole Kind20 team, a platform to share their wonderful acts of kindness, what they've been doing in their respective countries. I think that's incredibly important to inspire the rest of the planet. So I think it's important that I just tell you a little history of how this developed, and where this actually came from and how it's developed, and who were the people behind this. I think it's really important. And it goes back to July 2019, Milan. It goes back to July 2019. And I was in Reykjavik, Iceland, and I was doing a presentation for TUF, our charitable organization. And when I was doing this presentation in Reykjavik City Council, I collapsed. I collapsed, and it was a blackout for me completely. When I blacked out, Milan, I woke up in the hospital in Reykjavik. I couldn't move my left-hand side. I was paralyzed. I was paralyzed from my left-hand side. And the doctors had told me that we're going to contact the British ambassador. We need to contact your family. You've had a stroke, and it doesn't look good. We've done a CT scan, and we had a clot on the back of your back of the head of the lobe there, and so we're really sorry about this. And I was thinking, hey, we as doctors or people who work in charity, we're just there to serve people. We're public servants, as you know, here to serve people as much as possible. And I was not shouting out, but pleading out to God or Bhagwan or Allah or the Supreme Being or the universe. Hey, what's this happened? How am I supposed to basically do your work? And I'm now paralyzed. Tuesday went past, and I didn't want to contact my mom. I didn't want to contact my family. I didn't want to contact anybody because I was feeling helpless. People will come and see me. Again, the ambassador came and said, listen, we're going to fly you over to London. We think you're better in London with your family, with your condition. And I was completely distraught. And I was pleading because my spiritual master, Satya Sai Baba, so I was pleading to him. I was pleading to everybody on the whole planet, every guru, every spiritual master, every prophet. Please support me, help me out here. And then what happened? It was a Wednesday night. Thursday evening, it was the 4th day. And mind you, this stroke happened on my birthday, on my 49th birthday in Reykjavik. So on the 4th day, when they took me for an MRI scan, I came back and went to sleep. On a Friday, I saw a few of the doctors come together just on the world round. There were people from the Reykjavik City Council, and they were talking in Icelandic. And I remember I had a sort of a vision where I saw that I was pleading out that, hey, I don't want to go yet. I don't want to go. It's not my time. I've got so much to do. You've told us to do unity of faiths, for God's sake. You've got us to do tough. I don't want to go. And I had this vision. And these guys were talking in Icelandic, and suddenly they said to me, we need to talk to you, Dr. Talwar, because we've just seen something. I said, what is it? On Monday, we did a CT scan, and we saw a clot in the back of your head. We just did your MRI. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to. I'd cry. I was frozen. Within 6 hours, I was starting to move my left hand. My body started moving. Icelanders are, some of them are religious, some of them are not. So they're very, they're humanists more than anything else. And they couldn't believe what had happened. that changed my mind, Milan, about life in general. It was a life-changing moment for me. Yes, we were doing tough, and we had great support from people like the Popes and Obamas. But what was the purpose of life? What is exactly my purpose of life? I was flown back to London, and then from there, the tough project continued. But I took a back step. I took a back step completely, obviously to recover from what had happened to me. Understand that, hey,
So I can imagine it's been quite emotional for you, Shaminder. And
sorry, you can imagine that it was a life moment. And I was asking the question, what is the purpose? What is the purpose? What am I doing here? And I was going through this journey, and it obviously started from Reykjavik with this stroke. For 6 months, I went to Australia, went to India at the same time, just to find myself a bit more. And then we had this pandemic. And then I was called back to London. That we had Tough had a prison project with cricket, tough cricket in Feltham Prison, helping the juvenile kids to understand, to go through human values, called back by Reverend Chris Kennedy and John Reeves, who are in charge of the project. Shan, get back. So I went back. And then within a week, as you know, we had lockdown. And then what happened, Milan, was I was called by BBC World Service, because as you know, that the pandemic brought a pandemonium of people, people just going absolutely crazy everywhere. Just the toilet rolls, for example. The psychological effect was at that time was far greater than what would happen with the COVID-19 at the time. People were going crazy over such things, and fights were going on in supermarkets. So the BBC World Service said, look, we'd like to have your psychological view about this. And then I came on and I spoke about this. This is in the end of March. And then when I was about to walk out, they had the Deputy Chief Medical Officer there. They said, wasn't it you that brought the task force together for the Glenfield Tower, when you brought all the psychologists together from around the country? And why don't you do a task force for COVID-19, bring all the psychologists? We don't know, maybe Tough can do something like this. So I walked out from BBC World Services. I was thinking, and I was been asking this question for the last 9 months about what's my purpose. And then suddenly I had a thought, why don't we build a task force? I called my co-founder, Anna, who's still in Australia. And I told her, Anna, I think we've got a purpose here. We could do something. We can just build a task force where we bring professionals from all different backgrounds to discuss and find out what the successes are and what the failures are, so we can all work together to support each other as humanity. I contacted Darren Patel, who was one of the guys who looks after our website. And then what I did was call my close friends, Nitin Palan, Edwin Shukha, Peter Bennett, Dr. Al Dubayan, John Daldin, Gulmal Mali, Darren Brown, Freydon Freydonson, who are trustees. Said, guys, I think we need to get together. You are all respected and communal leaders of your respected religions and cultures and faiths. Let's just get together. We have a fantastic idea that we can get together and do something as collectively, as one humanity. And then suddenly we all got together within 48 hours, and everyone said, hey guys, before we're human, before we're Hindu or Muslim or Sikh or Christian or Jewish or Buddhist, we are human beings first. And they said, look, we need to come up with a campaign that's going to bring the whole of humanity together, the whole of humanity. And so we were told to go back and find something that will basically bring all of us together. And then suddenly we came up with the idea of #Kind20. COVID-19 was what started in October 2019, apparently, and now let's take the world, take it to Kind20. And that's how Kind20 developed. And within 4 weeks, the growth of this in 15 countries, we haven't even officially launched yet. And the amount of support that we've got, the Facebook followings, the Instagram followings, wonderful, incredible, beautiful souls coming on board for this incredible campaign. And as you know, the objective.
Yeah, I've had a look at the webpage as well. So is that sort of, I think it's on tough.earth, or if you just, I think, Google #Kind20. So, and already seeing this sort of panorama of different faces and faiths and seeing what kindness means to them.
And yeah, exactly. And it's important that we should get, it's the people's campaign. This is the people's campaign. It's people coming together. I mean, people ask me, you know, you're asking everybody else, what does kindness mean to you? What does kindness mean to you, Shamanda? And I said, look, kindness means to me the commitment of people, like each one of you, to join with me on this journey of hashtag Kind20 for a better way of being for all of us. You know, yesterday we were nothing, today we are something, tomorrow we can be everything. And that's why it's incredibly important that hashtag Kind20 as a campaign, as a people's campaign, as a global people's campaign, that everyone joins together. That's
great. Well, thanks so much for sharing your story, particularly of your incident in Iceland a few years ago, which is clearly still a very emotional event and can be for everyone. But whether you call it a miracle or whatever it is, it has given you that lease of life and carried on. So that was a beautiful introduction. It's really got us some clarity, actually, to tell me what this hashtag Kind20 has come out. I can see many people actually, we're live on Zoom. We're actually live on various platforms, including our website, healingourearth.com, Facebook, Enrich TV, YouTube. So I think it's going out to a variety of online platforms which weren't there just even a few years ago. So that's something that COVID has brought, this sort of increase in connection. But with that, as you say, we are connected on a screen. Now, can we be connected much more with that face-to-face connection? I think that will now come out in these few videos. So with that in mind, looking at the schedule, Shamanda, maybe you can talk us through what's happening. I can see I've got a sort of Fiona Donnellan online as well, and there's some now themes from Australia. So I'm not sure if Shamanda, you wanted to introduce that part, or if I bring Fiona in now.
I think the best thing to do is I got my co-founder with me, Miss Anna Pryor, and it's Fiona. She being Australian, will be the perfect person to come on board. But hey, bring Fiona on board, and she'll introduce Anna to this. But Fiona's our lead from Australia, and the whole day, the viewers from Healing Our Earth will be introduced to many of our ambassadors, hashtag Kind20 ambassadors from the planet. Fiona is our ambassador from Australia, who has kick-started this in Australia in a beautiful way, and you'll see this incredible way of how Australia have adapted or have owned hashtag Kind20 towards music. So yeah, let's take it.
So moment, I think we're going to be asking Fiona, we can see you here. If you could switch on your video and we can spotlight you in a moment. So that's calling out to Fiona and hopefully also to Gavin as well. Great. So we're going to, Fiona, I hope you're ready. We're going to spotlight you now in a moment. I'm just going to, so there you are. Welcome.
Hey, Fiona.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Good. So welcome to both of you to this platform. What time is it in Australia at the moment?
It is 8:15.
Right, so it's an evening here, and so in England we're just sort of it's the morning. So a good morning and a good evening to you there. So do take us through these next sort of half an hour or a bit longer. I think there's going to be a reel of some videos and some things going. So Fiona, if you want to share with us your sort of ideas and what's been happening on your side.
Absolutely. Firstly, we'd like to say hello to everyone around the world. And we are the hashtag Kind20 Aussie team from down under Australia. And I will let Gavin Butlin have a bit of a chat about what's happening with the music side of things.
G'day guys. Well, for one, we're so honoured to be kick-starting off this global campaign down here in Australia. The last couple of months has been some hard and trying times for lots of people, losing jobs, businesses, stress on families. Not knowing what the future holds, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. I'm pretty sure we can all see that, and if we all stay true to each other, I'm pretty sure we can all come through the other end stronger and better than ever. We'd love to introduce some of our amazing musicians who have been creating so much joy to everyone through their love of music and helping spreading their acts of kindness around the world.
Thanks so much. I think there's going to be lots more. I think we're going to just also bring in Anna, hopefully in a moment as well, who's going to say a few words, and then bring you back, Fiona and Gavin, because I think we've got some great video reels to show as well. So I'm hoping Anna is there with us as well, Anna Pryor. So I hope you're showing with us, because here we are. So a warm welcome to Anna. If I can just bring you on, and you can also share some views with us. Warm welcome.
Thank you so
Namaste.
much. Namaste. Peace. Thank you so much for such a beautiful day that you're hosting for us today. We're all excited as anything about the potential and what we can do with this wonderful platform. So we thank you both. I can't hear.
Thanks. Yeah, so Anna, would you like to now, are you going to bring in the first video, I think there is, of some Aboriginal fire ceremonies in the Queensland
Well,
Tribes.
before that, yes, all right, let's do that. I was going to read it to you, if that's all right. Sorry about the shuffling of paper. If you can bring the, before you bring it in, I'd like to say, from the Southern Hemisphere, we bring you to the centre of Australia, Uluru Rock, symbol of Australia's 700 tribes of Indigenous Aboriginal people. She hovers quietly in red, her powerful, energetic pulse, the very heartbeat of Australia. In Queensland last week, the Turrbal tribe at Mount Cootha's sacred location invoked the earth's elements to empower the hashtag Kind20 message. The Yugara tribe walked Brisbane City to harness the elements, infusing the city with kindness, adding to the hashtag Kind20 message, reminding others of the importance of this ancient culture's power, lasting through the ages, holding sacred the 5 elements through their fire ceremony, to again empower hashtag Kind20's global message and carry it north to the Sunshine Coast, the Kabi Kabi tribe, who echo it on to the Waka Waka tribe of the Bunya Mountains, the importance of which is known to all the East Coast tribes of Australia as the mother's land. It is the most sacred place where hundreds of tribes gathered for over 65,000 years. The Aboriginals call it Bapuna Nagamu, meaning the mother's breasts. The bunya nuts are the nipples of the milk of Mother Earth. And so, from the summit of this sacred mother's mountain, nature's elements of fire, water, earth with Father Sky spearhead hashtag Kind20 messages around her water and lands. Today, after all, Australians watch their respectful land ancestors deliver this most powerful of land's message, empowering the global energies of kindness from our Mother Earth's heart, Uluru, Ayers Rock, centre of Australia. Adding their commitment to the hashtag Kind20 campaign. So together, we co-create our new, kinder world. Last Friday, following the 4 tribes' loving, powerful fire ceremonies, the heart pulse of the centre surged forth her renewed energies. So we now know Mother Earth felt it, heard our 4 tribes' heartfelt invocations, igniting our global hashtag Kind20 kindness campaign. She emitted boundless energies to support this global hashtag Kind20 campaign that we all must be a part of. Ignited by the oldest people from the oldest landmass, infused in the smoke of 4 tribes, supported by the universal force of Mother. Onwards to the sacred land of India, it traveled. So, that's where that is. In the meantime, Australian musicians have gone viral, giving joy as their act of kindness to others. And so they play their musical compositions. They've gone viral, and there's even been some fusion, I believe, with the Indian musicians. So we look forward to hearing the fruits of that fusion. Gavin Butland and Fiona Donnellan lead you to enjoy the various flavors of Australian music and to share the musicians' understanding what acts of kindness really mean, giving joy to their country and the world, starting this wonderful initiative at the root of Mother Earth. Hashtag Kind20.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was a very moving sentiment, really, of what's been happening in Australia, really at the core, and then moving on to modern times. I can see even looking quite emotional. It's a really poignant topic. With that, I think we're going to now hopefully show the video of initially of the Aboriginal. So we'll ask our admin team to share that.
Welcome to our motherland, people. From the oldest culture, we love hashtag Kind20. Come with me. In the Balka. Come this way. Sending love, hashtag Kind20. Your way.
That was really touching. So we've seen there, those of you who are seeing around the world, some of you, we've seen Aborigines from, from media, but that was a real live clips. That was really inspiring for me to see people, especially ancient cultures, reuniting or reuniting us with nature. And that's one thing I found. And I'm gonna sort of bring you back in a moment as well to sort of share a few thoughts and then maybe introduce Fiona and Gavin back. I know we saw you a bit earlier, but Fiona, be ready. You'll be coming on again. But I think that connection with nature as well. So those of you looking around, I think what one thing has done with lockdown, it may have slowed us down, it may have sped us up in some way. We're just constantly checking messages, but hopefully it's also slowed us down a little bit and made us a little bit more in tune with nature. Certainly, I'm speaking from the UK, from London. You can see that the atmosphere and everything with that much less pollution has made us that much more connected with nature. But with that, Anna, I'm just going to ask for you to be spotlighted again on the screen. So, Anna, any reflections on that, and maybe also then introducing Fiona and Gavin.
Yeah, well, I think the fact that we heard on Friday, via a different source altogether, that there was a massive energy release at Uluru, the heart of Australia, and that is phenomenal in itself, that those 4 tribes connected that energy in the way that ancient traditions do. I mean, India knows this very well too, and you use fire for the raising of vibrations. So it raised the vibration of the planet, of Australia, and hopefully we can understand that using that love and taking care of Mother Earth you know, we wake up. We have to wake up. I could go on for hours about this, so I won't begin.
That's
But
okay.
we need to wake up. And this COVID-19 has given us an extraordinary opportunity. Yes, I'm desperately, you know, sorry that people have lost their lives, and who knows, I may lose mine, but so be it. The most important thing is that we change this world and get out of this destruction, separation. We've got to go beyond separation to understand that we are one family. I think in India it's Vas, I can never pronounce it, Vas, you know what I mean, the one family, one
Yes,
world.
Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Yeah, we are one
Thank you.
family.
Yeah,
Thank you.
one-
So
so
with
I
that,
think that's
I
really
don't know if yeah,
where we all need to know and understand so that we engage. And it's important to gather every single human on the planet to do this. Of course, you know, it's not going to be the fast process necessarily. But if we get to beyond saturation point, we've done the job, you know, and there's ascension ahead of us, there's non-separation, there's increased vibration of the planet, and we just have to wake up to that. And again, you know, I could come in a bit later and talk about that, but I don't think now's the time.
sure. So I think with that, I think, you know, nature and inclusiveness. So we've got that connection, regardless of where we're from. We have that connection with nature, whether as our human beings, we've got this human body, which is so linked with nature. Another combining factor, I think, is music, which sort of Fiona and Gavin had touched on earlier. And I sort of wanted to bring sort of Fiona in. I don't know if Anna wanted to introduce them, or we've already seen you. There you are. Welcome again.
Hi, Fiona. Hi, Gavin. Lovely to see you both again. Only a few months after lockdown. Lots of love. Thank you so much for all that you've done for preparing this and giving joy to the rest of the world, helping raise the vibrations.
Thank you. Well, with music is, to us, music is the sound wave to the soul, which it is for everyone. It is a language that everyone can understand and relate to, and it has the power to change, enlighten mood, refuel the soul, and bring people closer together. So that is what we have done with our video to share with the world. I'll let Gavin talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, well, a lot of our artists who were full-time working with their music a couple of months ago were all just stopped. So a lot of our artists have just been sitting at home and thinking about their lives and the world and writing more music. And it's a beautiful thing. It's music. I think music to people is something that keeps them sane. I don't know if that's all right to say. And yeah, music's everything to everyone. And without music, I think the world would be a real sad place. And through music, we can share kindness around the world.
Absolutely. So we would like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to be part of this amazing hashtag Kind20 and sharing the love and kindness around the world. So we would also like to say, let's turn
COVID-19
into
hashtag Kind20.
Thanks so much.
Hope
Now,
you enjoy your video.
yeah, I think we've got a video to show. Let's see. Here we are.
Hi, I'm Fiona Donnellan, and this is
Gavin Butland. We're from the beautiful Whitsundays in Australia, sending lots of love around the world with hashtag Kind20.
Yes, we're very honoured to be part of this hashtag Kind20 campaign. And through our video, we have got lots of amazing musicians, and I'll pass it back on to Gavin.
Yeah, we've found music's helped us really heaps in these last couple of months with the COVID going on. And music helps to soothe the soul and enlighten everyone. So we're rapt to be part of this.
Absolutely. So we are sending our love to everyone else around the world and hope you enjoy our video.
Thanks heaps for tuning in. Let's turn COVID-19
into
hashtag
Kind20.
If you see your brother standing by the road, Rachel and Beck from Inner City.
Hey guys, kindness is so easy to do, and kindness needs to be shown to your friends, to your family, to your neighbour, and to a total stranger.
Just lend a hand, help out, and let's turn COVID-19 into Kind 20.
Hashtag Kind20. Sending out love, guys. Let's get it. I got a call from a mate, told me to pick up my pen. Kind20, hashtag the viral trend. An injection of love got me infecting your friends. A message from the world to get your hearts on the men. Different and unique, all the ways we be kind. No matter how you do it, you're gonna have a good time. Could be helping your brother when he's lost and afraid. Lend an ear or a dollar, get him back on his way. Respect, love and care and support, help and share and smile at a stranger. Help those in danger. Expand your perspective, join the collective. Spread love and blessings, be kind is the message. With togetherness, we can rise above any crisis. Empathetic actions, real love is timeless. Open up your hearts, unleash the kindness. Healthy, happy, helpful people help and heal the blinded. Yeah, sharing opportunity, connecting our communities, building our immunities together in impunity. Be kind, one love. Be kind, one love. What's kindness?
Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
We are so happy to be a part of hashtag Kind20. Thanks for the nomination, Butto, from the Airlie Beach Festival of Music. We've had so much kindness happen to us since isolation began. We've been doing Board in the House sessions every Saturday night live on our Facebook. And from that, we had 2 people donate over $1,000 towards merch giveaways to give away to other people who maybe couldn't afford it, or yeah, it's just been phenomenal for us.
It's been absolutely amazing, and now is a really important time for everyone to check on their loved ones, to check on their neighbours and make sure everyone's okay. This has been a really trusting time for Australia and everywhere else in the world, and we're going to come through on this on the other side.
And the biggest thing to remember is kindness cannot be quarantined. Hashtag Kind20.
Miss you guys, can't wait to see you soon.
Hi everybody, I'm Rebel Queen from Australia. I'm here to help share the love and kindness all around the world. Hope you're all doing okay. Love and kindness to me is, looking after your friends, loved ones, and neighbours, and putting a smile on a complete stranger's face. This is a song I wrote about being at a festival and standing in line and seeing my favourite bands in the whole wide world, and just feeling the love and starting up a conga line. Hopefully we'll all be doing that together soon. And it goes like this. Say entendre ton verse d'un carton twice. You say not far behind, that makes me feel nice. Yeah, I see you, babe, looking all around, looking at those girls in gumboots and shorty shorts and tattoos and face paint. You look me up and down, look at me like that. Can't this be love? Can't this be love? Could this be love? I'm starting up a conga line with money to my thighs. On the way to the girls' place, and we don't mind at all. We don't mind at all. Stay safe, everybody. Be kind to one another. Hashtag kindness 2020. Peace out.
Hey guys, Matty Rogers here from the Northern Rivers in Australia. Kindness, it's so easy to do. The world needs way more of it. So here's a little song I wrote about remembering to smile. Never know when it's going to make someone's day. Hello there, I know you're down. I know we have never met, just the way you're working around. But if I open my mouth, Kind 20. You.
G'day folks, welcome to North Queensland, the lovely Whitsundays. My name's Matt Angel. What does kindness mean? What does kindness mean to me? Kindness is something that's free, something that doesn't cost anything. In these times where everyone's doing it tough, it's the little things that count. Like you could just wave to your neighbour across the road, help someone pull in their bin, or help someone lift something in the car. Just say g'day, be friendly. And it'll build on that. Here's a little song called Are You Ready? When you're standing on the beach, the sky's just out of reach, there's a voice within your head that's not there. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? So let's turn all this COVID-19 around, folks, and let's make it #Kind20.
G'day guys, Lloyd Saunders here from Airlie Beach in the Whitsundays. Hope you're all staying safe out there. Don't forget to be kind to one another. The quality of being a good friend and kind and generous at the moment is really important. And let you know your neighbours and that you're thinking of them or your family. Check on them. This is a little song I've wrote. It's called Thinking of You.
Hi everybody, I'm Kieran McCarthy. I'm from Airlie Beach, the Whitsundays, the beautiful Whitsundays, sitting out here on the veranda. Hope you're all coping well with COVID-19. A little tune called Salvation Catherine, showing kindness to someone who's down and out. On the run, on adrenaline, the devil on my back. A wicked man with a withered hand pointed down the track. It's all one-way, boy, from here. He laughed and shook with glee. He had time on his side. I was aimless. I was lonely. Salvation, Catherine. You saw me through the rain, missing in action. You pulled me from the train. Salvation, Catherine. We were custom made. It's not hard to show a bit of kindness, everybody. It doesn't cost anything, and it puts a smile on someone's face every day. Even if it's just one person, one smile. Make a difference in the world. And so let's turn COVID-19 into #Kind20. Good on you.
Hello, my name's Kari Hayward and I'm from the sunny coast in Australia. Kindness to me, it means helping somebody out. It means showing up for someone, being there for them, and really checking in with your friends, your family, and whoever else needs you. So that's what kindness to me means. So let's turn COVID-19 into Kind20 by using the hashtag. I'm gonna play a little song of mine. Hope you like it. We're going down the road we only dreamed about. We're lighting up the dark on the other side. We're losing track of time, but it doesn't count. We're free spirits like gypsies in the outback.
Hashtag Kind20. Andrew Cousins here from Port Macquarie, Australia, people. And we want to bring some more happiness into the world, trying to share a bit of love. Kind20, here's a little jingle song I wrote called Friends, about being friendly and being happy.
I got friends, they're always there, gonna take me places, always care. I've got friends all over the world. A friend in you is a friend in me. When you've lost it all, a friend's all you need. Take your hand and come and sing this song with me. I can tell that we're gonna be friends. I can tell that we're gonna stay friends. When friends are there, they always care. Take some time, they're everywhere. I can tell that we're gonna be friends.
Everyone, hashtag Kind20. Get on the train and share some love to the world, people. Andrew Cousins from Australia, out.
Look at love. Do what you want. I got luck and love. Do what I give. I got luck and love. You the whole world. Ready?
Hey guys, this is Mason Raddock, and we just want to wish you, we want to change COVID-19 into Kind20. Hashtag Kind20.
Hey guys, we're the Gypsy Soldiers. We're here to turn COVID-19 into hashtag Kindness20.
We hope you're staying safe in this crazy time.
And make sure you look after each and every 1, 2, 3, 4.
There are those friends that always make you smile.
Brighten up the day.
They'll show you when you're lost which way to go.
Brighten up the day.
They always seem to know just what to say.
Brighten up your day.
Brighten up your world, improve your day. Costs nothing to be kind. Please keep this thought in mind. Stranger on the street, give them a cheeky smile before you meet. Share some kindness in any way you can. Let's all embrace our fellow man. For COVID-19, it's time to go.
Let me brighten up your day. From Airlie Beach, Australia. Hope you're all doing well. Don't forget to hashtag
Kind20.
Cool. Little one we got. Slow down the pace. Send out some loving. FaceTime your mother. Tuck your kids into the bed. Cook up a storm. Keep your family warm. Throw a line out to the ones not doing well. And together we all can make a change. And together we all can make a change. Hashtag
Kind20.
See ya.
G'day there, it's Bill Chambers from New South Wales, Australia. During the past month or two, we've had plenty of time to reflect and get our priorities back maybe where they should be. Instead of pointing the finger at our neighbour, maybe we need to show a little more kindness. The darkest hour is just before dawn, but a new day will soon be coming on. I got one thing on my mind I want to say. A kind word will go a long way. Let's turn COVID-19 into #Kind20.
Hi guys, it's Nixter here. Just going to share a song that I've been working on for Kind20. Let's turn COVID-19 into Kind20. New single coming out soon. Woohoo! Wake up to what's going on. All our differences belong. Symptoms can't be contained. There's a weapon calling out your name. It doesn't judge or criticize. Lifts you up and gives you life. Contagious love. Share it all around. Contagious love. It's a hunting ground. Anyway, that's a quick sample of the song. Take care, everyone.
Hi friends, our brothers and sisters from the northeastern part of the country have nominated us to be a part of the #Kind20 project with the endeavour to turn the coronavirus pandemic into a kindness pandemic. My name is Ralph Thomas, I'm speaking to you from Melbourne, Australia, and yet I'm still in my pyjamas. I don't think I can go back to jeans after this. This thing is going all over the world, so wherever you are, g'day from down under. And a smile regardless like a game show host with a job to do. But the best I can tell you is I smile the most when I'm nearby you. When I'm nearby you. Love from Australia, love from Tonka, the rescue Rottweiler. And if you want to be in your pyjamas all day, then you be in your pyjamas all day. Let's turn the coronavirus pandemic into #Kind20.
I'll never be in the wrong side of love. My resistance and my will, with my heart that were broke. My pride I regain. Take your COVID with her. I'll never be the wrong side of love. Hi all, I'm Viva. Come all the way from South America. I'm living in this beautiful Mackay, and well, been invited to do this beautiful awareness of kindness, you know, #Kind20, you know. Kindness. I don't think I need to tell you what kindness is. Everyone knows it, you know. I think kindness is more than a practice, you know, is to practice the attitude and have the habit to do it which is different. So yes, kindness start from yourself by practicing, the habit and have the attitude, toward others, the positive attitude as well. So yeah, acknowledge your loved ones, acknowledge the stranger, give it a smile, say hi, even if you think you're maniac, whatever, if someone's mad, smile, ask them what's wrong, even if it's a stranger. Practice, change your attitude, So, yeah, this is pretty much what I have to say. The rest I can say in Spanish, pero no me van a entender nada. Ay, caramba, what are we gonna do? So, let's do this, and then don't be in the wrong side of love. Practice, and let's have the attitude. And I hope I see ya in the next Early Beach Music Festival. Oh my God, that was hard to say in English. Okay, let's do something fun.
So can we get a little kindness behind us? Oh, we don't need to feel distant to listen. It's gonna be alright. It's time for us to sit together. Don't be blinded by these illusions. We can get through all these trials. It's fine. I'll give you my heart. Give it to you like. Give it to you like.
Hey guys, it's Shanti. I'm 15 years old and I'm from Mackay. To me, kindness means loving and showing that love to anyone who is in need. Throughout troubled times, I think we need to unite to win the fight. Please join together and show support to one who is in need. And remember, love and kindness, it's free for me and you. It's free for anyone.
Hey everyone, my name's Noah Robertson. I'm 10 years old and I live in the Whitsundays. I think being kind means having a heart for others and being a light. So I'm going to play the song Be a Light by Thomas Rhett. Let's turn COVID-19 into hashtag Kind20.
Wow. Hope you can. Wow, that was just brilliant. Fiona, I hope, Gavin, you're still online. The whole theme there of let's turn COVID-19 into hashtag Kind20. I'm sure everyone watching around the world, so many talented musicians come there, from children to adults. I loved one of the phrases, which was, kindness can't be quarantined, how it can just spread around. And someone even sharing on our chat, or please do share in, go to the website to share some ideas of what kindness means to you. And one person shared that kindness meaning strength, meaning being fearless, that even if there is fear, to show that strength coming out. And that's what came out in a lot of those music tracks as well. So I hope some of you are still with us here. Well, I'm sure you're around the whole world with so much meaning and music with us. So with that, again, let's remember our whole theme today is on hashtag Kind20. It must sort of go into our head, powered by Tough, tough.earth, and the whole hashtag Kind20 movement. Being there from the Australians, the Aborigines. So with that, Fiona, Gavin, I hope you're still there with us. If you could maybe switch on your videos, it would be great to hear from you as well. So I'm just going to bring you in now. That was, guys, that was just really exciting. I really enjoyed. How did you manage to get so many different musicians together? Are these your friends or contacts, or how did you get so many people in?
I'll let Gavin answer that.
Yeah, most of the artists that you just seen have been part of our music festival on the Whitsundays. We also run a competition called Passport to Airlie Beach, which is a national band competition. And we have hundreds of bands around Australia that are all part of our big musical family in Australia. And yeah, they're all part of our big family that we've got here. We're pretty spoiled.
So how, I mean, we've seen this before, this theme of music uniting people. There's something very deeply spiritual as well, where people, regardless of language, religion, culture, they seem to be bonded by music. It's been around. I mean, I was just tapping my feet throughout. I'm a big fan of Phil Collins. So if there's Phil Collins from back in the day, a few of his numbers came to my mind as well. I thought I'd sing something as well. So I was dancing in the background. But what has been your experience of how music has sort of bonded people? There was some people saying that they sort of had some Facebook concerts as well. Here, for example, from England, we've had the Royal Albert Hall having sort of online concerts, or various people actually trying to perform online so people can still have that connection.
Well, festivals are a big part of Australian way of life. Every weekend somewhere in Australia there's music festivals, and we get to as many as we can, and it just brings everyone together. It's hard to explain how it makes you feel, but when when you're a part of a music family or a festival, there's no other better feeling, and it just it brings everyone together, and everyone, there's never any dramas, and it's all about the love of the music.
Absolutely.
So I can ask you both really what not quite putting on the spot, what sort of kindness means to you, really. I think you've shared it, but in your minds, even after watching so far, we're just into the first hour of this. We're going to be traveling around the world. We'll be reaching Iceland, South Africa, UK, USA a bit later on. But we're starting off in Australia because it's your evening as well. But with that in mind, what kindness means to you?
Well, being there for each other, having an ear for your friends when they need to chat. Just reaching out to each other.
Always smiling. Doesn't cost anything to smile.
Well, quite. So I think all of you at home at the moment, whatever you're doing, if you're watching, please do give yourself a smile, go into the mirror and smile as well. It says that even by smiling, you immediately interact or stimulate different parts of the brain, where immediately these endorphins are released just by using these muscles. So sometimes people who use sort of a different interactive phases in front of the mirror, just by smiling, you immediately bring on that happiness. So it's been great to see your smiling faces, Fiona and Gavin, throughout. I was watching you throughout the video, well, not throughout the video, but I think you were really happy to see a lot of your friends sort of come online there. So with that, I think we're going to almost sort of sign off from this part, bring you back in. I don't know if there's some final parts. I think if you can share with us how, or maybe I might bring Anna or Shemenda in a moment, of how to actually start this Kind20 movement. I understand there's an idea of people sharing a video and uploading it or sharing it. I'm not sure if you're aware, or I can ask Anna or Shemenda to bring in that part.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, no, good. Well, you've certainly shown us your music, and somehow we've been connected with you. So next time we are in Australia, you're in London, I'm sure, or wherever you are, we'll all connect together. So with that, Fiona and Gavin, I'm not sure if there's any final words you wanted to share with us.
We would just like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be part of this amazing hashtag Kind20 campaign. And we would like to send our love and kindness across to the rest of the world. And let's keep this going.
Right around the whole world. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, may this go around.
So much.
Take care. Well, thanks, everyone. I can see Shemenda and Anna there. Going to bring you in a moment as well. But to everyone, hopefully the aim of this whole platform is really to inspire a feeling of kindness. And Shamenda and Anna are going to bring you in now. How did you feel sort of watching that music? I hope you're tapping your feet.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. It's fantastic when, when an idea develops and then people take that idea and run with it and basically make it their own and feels that, hey, we were just here to facilitate something, and no one owns kindness, Millen. Everyone owns kindness, and that's by working with people shoulder to shoulder to make our world a better place. And what better way to working to unite humanity, but through kindness? There's nothing better.
And kindness really is love in action, isn't it? So it's the essence of human nature. And for whatever reason, we've ended up in a situation where COVID-19 has, and all the actions leading up to that, have reduced us to the smallest I think we've ever been. But in that minuteness, we can implode to blossom into what we really should be, which is happy, joyous, kind, change the foundations of our earth to re-nurture Mother Earth's foundations, and so that our families, communities, and societies are built on love and care, into community, and everybody understanding that we need to work together to make this happen.
Sure, and I understand we've still got one more video to show. So in a moment, I think that might be from you, Fiona and Gavin. We'll be uploading that video in a moment. So I think we've still got more. I thought that was the end, but there's still some more exciting things to show.
From Australia, yes.
Yeah, from Australia. So it'll be good. I think the Australians have done us proud. I think you've set the standard quite high now. I really enjoyed that music video. So I'm sure that will be available online at some point, because throughout this time, I've been sharing with people to sort of say, go online and watch this video. So with that, I can see the video online. Let's play this one as well.
My mother always told me that it didn't matter what grades I got at school, whether I came first or whether I came last, but what mattered to her was that I was kind to others. I think kindness is a form of grace, and I think when it comes to you, when you've never needed it more, it can feel like such a blessing. Often it comes from a complete stranger, and I've been on the receiving end of so much kindness. It reminds you that the world is still a beautiful place. I believe kindness is helping someone and expecting nothing in return. And I believe never, ever in the world right now is kindness needed more. Let's make COVID-19 Kind 20. Sending all my love from Australia to the world. Mwah.
Hi, I'm Lily. And hi, I'm Debbie. Together, kindness to us is friendliness, generosity, consideration.
True kindness comes from our hearts and our souls. It shapes who we are as a person, and it brings everyone together.
Mark Twain once said, kindness is the language that the deaf can hear and the blind can see.
We need to use kindness in our everyday life.
It is as simple as making a phone call, giving a mate a hand, and just being there for each other.
Let's make 2020 better together. Stay positive,
stay safe, and stay hygienic, and most importantly, kind. Hashtag Kind20. We can do it together.
Kindness to me is getting in somebody else's world and really being empathetic, getting over with them, understanding what's actually going, and being the listening for them, such that you aren't superficial. You come with your love and generosity and affinity to have a understanding for what might be going on for them. We all have stuff going on in our lives, especially at this time, and so being kind is to really understand what they may be going through and what they're creating for themselves on the other side of that, if they are at all, and if not, with love and generosity, being kind, you can create anything with that person and be an amazing stand for them in their lives, and with generosity, as I said before. So that's what kindness is to me. So let's make COVID-19 Kind 20 at this time. Cheers.
Kindness is about helping people in many different ways. Being sympathetic and considerate within our families and the communities in which we live. It's about getting to know people of different races and cultures and getting to understand their values. It's the smiles, the hellos, and the small acts of kindness, or helping people get a better outcome with their own lives. This is what makes a better world and a better community in which we live. Life can be really tough out there. We have to make it work for ourselves and to help others. Let's make COVID-19 into #Kind20.
Too often we underestimate the power of a touch, a smile, a kind word, a listening ear, an honest compliment, or the smallest act of caring, all of which have the potential to turn a life around with just a little bit of kindness.
Kindness to me is about being there for your loved ones, your friends, your family, and those less fortunate who don't have that love and support. It's being able to lighten a mood with love and laughter and shedding some sunshine on those who are feeling blue. It's about having a caring ear and taking the time to really sit down and listen to those who need to vent. So let's join together to make COVID-19 our #Kind20 and keep spreading the kindness, everyone.
Kindness to me is reaching out your hand to somebody that is less fortunate without expectation of having something in return, other than the joy of seeing them get over their problem or helping them through an issue. And kindness is helping them until you know that you've got them to a point that will get them through. Without recognition, without acknowledgement, without expecting anything back in return. The joy is the feeling that you get inside your soul when you've helped another human being. Could you imagine if everybody on the planet did that? That would be phenomenal. So let's turn COVID-19 into #Kind20. Thanks.
Kindness at the moment is really important for ourselves and for others. The best way, I think, to be kind and giving at the moment is to be kind to ourselves by forgiving ourselves for not getting it all right at the moment. Not too many of us are, and that's okay. But the other thing is, it's the kindness to be listening and not judging everybody else and what they're going through at the moment. To be that little bit forgiving to others and letting them get things off their chest is probably one of the kindest things you can do at the moment. Not necessarily even offering advice, just letting people talk and letting people express themselves. Because at the moment, kindness is all about acknowledging that we've all suffered a form of grief and that we need to process that grief. So obviously not everyone's lost someone they love, but lots of people have lost their incomes, lots of people have lost, you know, even little things like an event that you were looking forward to, or, you know, probably for most of us it's lots of events that we were looking forward to, and the momentum that you had, and, you know, everyone's suffering that sense of loss. So I think it's the kind thing to do is to acknowledge that grief and to let ourselves grieve and to listen. That's how we can be kind.
G'day guys, Butto and Ellie here from Airlie Beach Festival of Music in the beautiful Whitsundays in North Queensland in Australia. The last couple of months has been some trying times for everyone around the whole world. Well, we've missed out on festivals, we've missed out on events, music's kept us all going, and it's about being kind to your neighbours, your family, your friends, even strangers. If they need a hand, give them a hand. There is light at the end of the tunnel, so keep your spirits up, keep listening to good music. We'll see you all at the end of this, whatever it is, and stay true.
Kind20.
#Kind20. Love from Australia.
This is Glenn Cameron.
just a friend asked me, near and dear, very kind person, to get on board and help people less fortunate over the world with COVID-19. Remember, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and help others less fortunate worldwide. And let's turn COVID-19 into hashtag kind20. All the best.
Kindness is acceptance of any living thing, whether you're an animal or if you have feelings.
Kindness is cob. Right in the morning, kindness is cobber. Anything more in the morning, you're lying to yourself. Wake up, you want a happiness, be cob.
Kindness is that warm, loving feeling to receive it or to give it.
100%. Let's make COVID-19 into hashtag kind20.
Hey everyone, it's Margie here from Ellie Beach in the Whitsundays, Queensland, Australia, the best place in the world. We're so lucky here. We've got beautiful open spaces, waters and freedom, and we are so lucky, and we're just sending our kindness out to everyone around the world and looking forward to welcoming you back real soon. Yeah, as you know, kindness to me is what my mum told me growing up, you know, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that's how we all should live, and we're all in this together. And let's turn COVID-19 into hashtag kind20. Love you guys.
So we're just going to talk about what kindness means to Australians and to us, and what kindness means to me. It's very important to be kind to yourself. It's very easy to be hard on yourself, particularly in these trying times. It's important to be kind to your family, your friends, those closest to you. And let's turn COVID-19 into
hashtag kind20.
Hi everyone. This is short and sweet, but it's exactly what kindness means to me. Kindness is being friendly, generous and considerate. Let's make COVID-19 into hashtag kind20.
What does kindness mean to me? That's a good question. To me, I think kindness means sharing. We have so much here in Australia, and people in Africa have so little. So it's not that hard if we all collaborate. We can share with our brothers and sisters overseas. And we did this last year when we built our maternity hospital in a very poor part of Africa, in Nololo in the Western Province. And we shared. And we've just recently shared again during COVID-19. We've sent off to the hospital lots of sterilising equipment, masks, hand wash, soaps, etc., etc. And based on that, the Zambian Department of Health also got on board, and they added a lot of extra items to that, and ShopRite Shopping Centre donated. So we ended up with all these kits to hand out to the mothers and also villagers to help them and teach them to protect themselves, wash their hands and so forth. So I think sharing is a really big thing, and it certainly worked for me and Dignity Zambia, our charity. So let's all share to make this work a little bit better to get through this COVID-19. And I think together we can turn COVID-19 into hashtag kind20.
Hi everyone, some of the girls here from Intuition. We are jumping on board with the Kind20 National Challenge. So we are just reaching out and let everyone know what we think kindness means to Intuition. I think this is a really good time to turn some negativity into positivity.
Kindness for us at Intuition is making such beautiful friends with our clients, as well as being there for them no matter what.
And nurturing their hair and helping them achieve their hair goals. Jump on board guys and spread a little bit more kindness in the world during these crazy times.
So let's turn COVID-19 into hashtag kind20. Some really great reflections there as well. I was looking at them. I can see Shaminda, Anna, you're still online. We're going to maybe share a few ideas on some of those thoughts that came up. And I know we've got, if you look at the schedule, also Gurmail Singh, I think, is part of your team as well. He may not be coming online, but I know we've got a message from him as well, which we want to show in a few minutes. But there were some really reflective thoughts there. And I certainly want to go to this Whitsundays beach. It looks great to go to this music festival. So I think we're all, once we get a chance, we'll be going there. But there was a chat there saying kindness also means kindness to yourself, which I thought was a really valid point there, because we've talked a lot about kindness to others, and we'll know, Shaminda, you shared a few weeks ago as well, one of the thought processes when people do get depressed or anxious is that negative thinking pattern, and often that feeling of helplessness and uselessness, or thinking that they're a bad person, and somehow this kindness also has to come from within as well. Sometimes that can be difficult, and then sometimes just an act of kindness outside starts that snowball effect. So I don't know if I'll just bring you in briefly there, Shaminda, if you've got some thoughts on that, and that feeling of helplessness, uncertainty as well.
Well, what it is I think the situation of the moods and the hormones within us, everything, the dopamine, everything changes when you can just basically think or see something to inspire you. Like I said, like when it came to music, for example, when someone's having anxiety or someone's anxious, depression, put your favorite music on, and then your feet will automatically start moving, your finger will start moving, your twitch will start happening. And then it's that first step, second step, and then the third step. You've taken those steps forward to come out of that. And those things are being kind to yourself. You're being kind to yourself by listening to music. You're being kind to your body. You're being kind to your mind at the same time. So it's really, really important. And what Australia have done, what Australia are proving to that they've taken the hashtag Kind20 to a complete different level of how they've brought music. And now we can see this escalating. We're all musicians, and it doesn't even, it's not about celebrities. It's not about politicians. It's about the genuine, real people, the people that basically love music from their passion, love music from their heart. And that's what Buddha and Fiona have proven, that, hey, look, guys, we've got musicians together. Look at their acts of kindness. Look at the kindness they did. They went out their way, they put on the video and put a smile, not just in Australia, put a smile on the faces of every single person on the planet.
For sure, and I hope that video will be able to be shared again, because there's some really good musicians there. I did enjoy, there was a young boy, I think a 10-year-old, with his sort of guitar.
Unbelievable.
Which was really good. And so, Fiona, Gavin, just going to bring you in for one last time. We already bid you farewell, but I can see you're still online, and you showed some really some great quotations there as well from different people. I know you guys came on as well on that final video. There was a lady called Anita who spoke very nicely about sort of kindness being sort of giving without expecting anything in return. So I presume these are some of your contacts as well, and some friends and family.
Absolutely. Yes.
Well, thanks so much for putting together these compilations, which I think, depending on where they'll be shared, I'm sure people who've missed maybe watching them live will enjoy watching them at some point somewhere, whether it's the same compilation or something edited. But certainly saw some very talented people, and that warmth showing forward.
I'd love to say something.
Glad you enjoyed it.
To Dr. Millen, is that, find the music, the vibrations that you guys have created is fabulous, and it's about those vibrations heal the earth, and in healing the earth we heal ourselves. It's really important we all understand that. So you guys have done an amazing job. Thank you so much for healing the earth.
Thank you. Hashtag.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
From Australia.
Love you. Love you.
Love you too. Mwah.
Brilliant. Well, those of you still watching at home around, that was just brilliant. That was Fiona, Dylan and Gavin from Australia, and the whole theme of hashtag Kind20. So if you're just joining in, welcome again to Healing Our Earth. This is actually the 7th Healing Our Earth session, and today's been a platform for a particular global movement called hashtag Kind20. Please do go online to find out more about it. And with that, it's been powered particularly by a group called Tough, the Unity of Faith Foundation, which Shaminda has come on and spoken a bit about. So with that, those of you looking online, I'm going to ask our admin in a moment to show a video from Gurmail Singh. So Gurmail Singh, I think, is part also of Tough, is a trustee of the Gurudwara in Southall and has done a lot of work there. So we can see, and those of you can see his video just about to come on live. So
Milind, if I can quickly say, Gurman Singh Malli is
Yes.
the president of the Singh Sabha in Southall, which is the largest Gurdwara in the whole of Europe. He's also the representative of the Golden Temple, and he's also a tough trustee and part of the task force of hashtag Kind20.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. So we can see his picture up. And as you say, those of you who haven't been to the Gurdwara in Southall, you know, you're right, it's one of the biggest in Europe, and what he's been doing. I think at the moment he's probably actually doing acts of kindness. So he's actually showing us.
He's out in action. He's not there. He's in action.
He's in action. Yeah.
So well, with that, let's see this video.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. What is kindness to me? Kindness is a virtue. As a Sikh, it is my duty to show kindness to all. Manas ki jaat sabbe ek hi pehchan wo. Guru Gobind Singh Ji tells us to recognize all of mankind as a single caste of humanity. This means that we must show compassion to all those around us. Especially at time of need, it is important for us all work together to get through this. So let us turn COVID-19 into hashtag Kind20. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Excellent, and thanks so much for sharing that video. And Gurmail Ji, if you're watching a bit later on, we acknowledge the work that you've been doing as well. With that, I know we're running short of time actually, because if we're going back onto schedule, we've got Reverend Chris coming on soon. With that, also we've got a few other guests coming on as well. So the moment's going to ask El Sabe if you're there as well. I hope I pronounced your name rightly, from Cape Town. So there we can see you coming on live. So a warm welcome. We're going to just unmute you and spotlight you. So El Sabe, I understand you're from Cape Town. You're you're an actress. So going to just bring you on. So welcome. You're now on the screen. So a warm welcome to hashtag Kind20. And I know your work as an actress and from South Africa. I presume, are you calling in from South Africa at the moment?
Yes, good afternoon. It's 1:30 in Cape Town, South Africa, on the southern part of Africa. So lots of love and a warm welcome to everybody who's watching.
Great, excellent. And so what have been your thoughts on hashtag Kind20, on what kindness means to you, really?
First of all, thank you for involving me in this amazing campaign. I feel honored and blessed, but most of all humbled for making me part of this. Kindness to me means, first of all, looking after yourself, because you can't pour from an empty cup. And that takes me back to your beliefs, what you believe in, what you fill your heart with, what type of stuff you fill your heart with, because whatever's in your heart comes out by your mouth, and it determines your actions. So kindness starts with yourself, looking after yourself, making sure that what you put in is something of value, something everlasting. It can't be contained in just bits and pieces, but it's a daily thing, because from there you can hand out. Be kind to people, look after people, and it's not just only a smile. I think nowadays that we have to all wear masks is it's very difficult to smile at people, because I found myself smiling behind the mask, and I'm like, Elsabe, but nobody can see your smile. So it is what you do, it's your actions, it's reaching out not only to the people you know, not only to your family and friends, but even to those people you don't know. I've been blessed in this time of COVID, being in isolation, to have made so many new friends via Facebook, people who contacted me, just, friends of friends, and even there just to share a stupid joke. Or what I'm doing in this time is putting on karaoke videos on Facebook, and if that can make somebody smile, if my silliness and my time spent in the car can make somebody smile, and just for a moment forget about what's happening in the world, and being lonely or being in isolation or whatever, then I think I've accomplished something. But as I say, it is not just only to mankind, it is to animals as well. Yeah, so to me is reach out, people. There's people out there in depression who suffers from depression, from anxiety. I've read so many things on Facebook and people sending me messages that says, listen, we're struggling. Elsie, we're struggling. Thank you for the videos. Thank you for laughter. But we tend to forget that there are people in desperate need who's sitting somewhere in their apartments or in their houses who's desperately alone, who in normal life struggle with depression and anxiety, with normal life struggle with just finding somewhere to fit in. And I think this is now the time to gather everybody and say, listen, we're all in this together. How can I help? What can I do to brighten up your day? What can I give of myself without holding back, without expecting anything back? What can I do for you? I'm here. Because as a child of God, I believe we've been told, and we are being told, be God's hands, be God's voice, be God's feet. So let's do that. Let's reach out. We can't touch, but help. And even if you're far away, even if you're not in Cape Town, even if you're in some other parts of the world, I believe in the power of prayer. Pray for people. If you know somebody who's out there needing somebody, pray. God's got angels that he can send who's in the area of that person. So in this time as well, stand on your faith. As you said earlier in the beginning, everybody's got their, they believe in something. I believe in El Shaddai. I believe in the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Moses. I believe, and that's who I'm praying to. If I can pray for you, let me know. That is kindness, giving something unconditionally, something that money can't buy. And just be there.
For sure. And I think you're so right. I think we're in this together. You've said that there have been people who have been far more sort of marginalized on the edges of society.
Yes.
But somehow COVID is said doesn't discriminate, or lockdown doesn't discriminate against anyone. Everyone is in this together. So there's been a chance. So myself, being a doctor, I've seen looking after quite a few vulnerable people and how they can feel isolated, but how we can make a difference even by talking to them or listening. So I think, as you say, just by calling someone or connecting can just sometimes make that difference. That may be the only human being that you talk to in the day. And I think there is a difference. You mentioned also being in a face mask and sometimes not being able to see your smile.
Can you imagine? Can you see me smiling through this?
So, well, I'm just going to bring you online. You can show us that again. Yeah, so it is difficult. But
it is difficult. It is difficult to smile through something like this. No. So the only thing you can see your eyes. So I believe kindness starts from the soul, and it is seen through the eyes. And I think most of the time, laughter is the medicine of the soul. So if you can make somebody smile, if you can't laugh at somebody else, laugh at yourself, because that is medicine to the soul. And even if you wear your mask, if you go out and people can't see you smiling, just tell them, I'm smiling. I'm smiling. I'm smiling.
Yeah, sure. But I think so. I think a smile does sometimes show through the eyes as well. So that also going to bring in Ingeborg if she's here from Amsterdam. So if Ingeborg is here, you can sort of turn your video on. I know you've been coming as well with that. So while we're waiting for her to come on, because I know
can I just say something?
Yeah, please, just bring Shaminder, yeah.
I just want to say thank you to Elspeth for coming on board and being the hashtag Kind20 South African ambassador for kindness and taking this forward and making it viral in South Africa. And I really, we are very touched, so touched that she's accepted this and
throwing her heart and passion right into it.
Right, yeah, exactly. So thank you, Elspeth.
It's a pleasure. It's really, I'm humbled. Because to be quite honest with you, I heard about I've listened to your testimony earlier as well, when you were in that situation where you were in the hospital in a foreign country. I can relate to that because when we started lockdown in South Africa, it was new to everybody. It was new to us all. We had no idea what to expect. And in that time as well, while in isolation, I was also praying. I said, God, what is my purpose? Now we're here. What can I do? What do you want me to do? And it was a time of introspection, and also, like you said, you were crying out, and I was really crying out. What can I do? So being involved and being asked to be a part of this is really a humbling experience to me. And as I pray, may God's will be done. May we not look into what we can do, but let this be an opportunity for God to reveal himself and show himself, because I think there's so many desperation in this world. There's so many hunger, there's so many thirst for just somebody to see me. And as I say, we're all in isolation. And we can't really hug. Well, in South Africa, we're not allowed to hug people. We can't even touch people. But just being there, just being present for a moment. And if somebody reach out to you and say, listen, I need help, pray for me, just speak to me, just be there for me, do that. Because you've got no idea what that person is going through at that stage. And just being there, just giving something, not always financially, not always, people don't always want to listen to clever words, but just know that someone cares. You belong to, we all belong together. We're all in this together, but there are hope. There are hope.
The heart of God.
The heart of God. And it is not a man-made thing. That's what I'm saying. I think it's time we all turn back to God and say, listen, God, we need you. We need you. It is now time to work through me. It's not always what I can do. And I think from ourselves, we can't do anything. It is being God's hands, being God's ears, being God's heart. Listen to the heart of God and being that to the world. And that's all we can do, because it's not about us. People, we need to realize it's not about us. It is being, it's there to give, but not out of ourselves, because we are limited. What we've got is limited. And we're only here for a short time on earth, but it's to be filled with an everlasting gift to give. And kindness is one of it. A laugh is one of it. It's just being present.
For sure. And well, thanks so much for coming on from in South Africa and being this tough ambassador for Kind20. And I can see Anna and Shaminder clapping you there as well. Thanks for coming on and just sharing those few thoughts. The overall feeling coming through from all these videos is just connecting with whoever you feel you may want to, and showing that act of kindness. It's sort of coming through. So I think with that, thanks so much, Elspeth, for coming on. And
my pleasure.
Good, and do stay online as long as you wish, and so on. So with that, I can see Reverend Chris Kennedy is with us in a moment. So Chris, we're going to just introduce you in a moment. So with that, I think Chris, you've also got some PowerPoint to share with us and some slides. So with that, just to the audience again watching, the whole theme today is on #Kind20. Please do look at the healingearth.com website as well as the tough.earth website, because you can see on there lots of all the videos and ideas of what this whole movement is. Can we actually have more cases of kindness rather than cases of COVID-19? So can we change that? Someone's also shared on the group saying, actually, this is more, is it a war of vaccines and viruses, or actually it's a war of showing our kindness and love? Because what what everyone is showing is we must have a vaccine, we must have things, other things there. But actually in day-to-day work is actually what kindness, how we're interacting with others. And very often biologists will tell us, well, we're actually selfish beings by nature, who we are as Homo sapiens. But actually, is our higher nature going to come out? Can we show actually what our higher natures are of caring? There was someone who had a dog with them, who had animals with them, said, can we care for all those, and particularly the vulnerable in society? And that really nicely brings on, I'm going to just sort of hopefully can, Reverend Chris Kennedy can be spotlighted now. Welcome, Chris, to Healing Our Earth and hashtag Kind20. I think you're on the screen now. And I think you're also a keen sportsman. I can see sort of a tough ambassador for tough cricket, a prison chaplain as well, and an Anglican priest. Warm welcome. Where are you? Where are you at the moment? I can see you're obviously in a place of worship at the moment.
Yeah, so welcome to St. Richard's, Hanworth. It's the church that I have the great privilege of looking after in a place called Hanworth, quite near on the western side of London, quite near Heathrow. And yeah, I thought, what a wonderful way just to be able to show the world the beauty of our stained glass window, and to share some of my thoughts of this incredible movement that we're doing today.
Well, thanks so much for coming on live. I know that you've got interest, passion in sport as well as I think you're a prison chaplain as well, and particularly I think looking after or trying to reach out to sort of the more vulnerable, marginalized people of society who may, not sort of look the part generally, but are human all the same, are God's children all the same, and sometimes actually have so many gifts to share that, on this new world of sort of, I'm just going to bring myself on so you can give you a chance, but yeah, in this new world of sort of Facebook and people airbrushing their faces and looking perfect, which is also important sometimes to look the part. I don't know if you're seeing before, there was a chap who said, look, I've just remained in my pajamas. I'm not sure I can go back into wearing jeans again. But on saying that, I think there are people who may not look the part, but actually have so many gifts to give and have great insight as well. And I think, who are also going through their own suffering. So with that, so Chris, I'm going to hand over to you. I think you've got some slides to share, and maybe hopefully the technology will work for you to share your screen whenever you need to. You may just want to speak, but you've got the floor with us for the next however long you need.
Well, thank you so much. And wow, isn't it just amazing to have this sort of uplifting energy? And I don't know where you're tuning in from today, but I just have been so blessed by it. And obviously on a Sunday for all the Christians around the world, this is a really important day to be hearing messages like this, because I think no matter what faith group or belief system that you believe in, you've been struck by what's been happening around the world, and all of a sudden it's brought you to a place where you're going, well, what can I do? And I'm so proud to be part of this hashtag Kind20 team, and the reason that I'm on it is because I think it can make a real difference. Dr. Shaminda and Anna also know me as a man of action as well. I'm not very good at sitting down and doing very little. So my job is, as best as I can, is to be out there. And the calling that I have on my priestly ministry, but just also as another person, is to be able to bless those people that are on the margins, that are on the sides where they really struggle to be able to come online. And actually, the prison that I have the honor of working with is a prison that's one of the most violent in the country. It's a young offenders prison called Feltham Young Offenders, and it's just an interesting place to be, because all of a sudden the parts of society where people are most fearful are places like prison. But in that place, I find so much hope. I find so much possibility. I find so much potential that's going untapped. And actually, when you spend time there, and myself and the doctor and a couple of other people have gone in there just to try and help, we all come away much better for it. And actually, as we go into places of suffering, as we go into places where there's real need, and we start moving away from our own comforts to find the needs of others, even on the most difficult places, actually there is the real essence of what I believe kindness to be. It's that capacity, and people have said it before, it's that capacity to go beyond yourself and start recognizing how to be kind to someone and expecting nothing else in return. So I'm just really grateful for this opportunity to be here. A real blessing as well. It was wonderful to see my sister from Cape Town. As you can hear, I'm not British. I was born in Pretoria in South Africa. I've been in the UK for 20 years. So it's been fantastic to hear the incredible music from Australia, to be able to hear what you've been doing as well. Millen, well done for keeping us all together. And just to hear these incredible messages of hope and inspiration, that even if one act of kindness gets done by every person here today, we are making the world a better place. And so I just want to encourage you today that there's a few things that I'd like to share with you. I'm going to talk about suffering quite a bit, because I think if we are able to respond to the suffering that we see around the world, and we're able to suffer with those people, then that is actually the ultimate form of kindness. Because I feel like the ultimate form of kindness is compassion. It's the capacity to have empathy for people that are not like you, but you are still recognizing their humanity. And it's been such an incredible blessing for me to stand and sit alongside some people that actually society has shunned a long time ago, and just be with them and journey with them and have compassion for them, so that they can be able to see that there is more to life than this. There is something more, that as humanity comes together, and it doesn't necessarily matter what your faith group is, but what it matters is that as we are humanity loving and caring for each other, that's the ultimate form of kindness. And so I'm just going to share a couple of slides with you. Let's see if it all works. I'm sure the team are going to help me out if it doesn't work, but I'm just going to see if I can share these slides here. Does that work there? So let's press that one. Great. So I think everybody can see that, and I'll be able to just go through. And the thing that I'd love to just have a quick chat to you guys about today, and everybody tuning in, is what does it mean to suffer to be kind? And I think I don't want you to go to the extremes of society and say that you just have to be able to always be in perpetual suffering. But actually, the beauty of what I've heard this morning is that people are going beyond themselves. And in some ways, that's a form of suffering, because you're not trying to just look after yourself, but you're going out of your comfort zone to then be able to help others in need. And isn't it just wonderful, the power of music that we heard earlier, to be able to transcend all the different circumstances that people are facing, and to uplift us. And I think there's a beauty in what we're trying to achieve. So let me see if I can change the next slide here. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. And this has been said before. This is a dictionary definition, but the best definitions I've heard today are from people themselves. And it says kindness is the capacity to bring warmth and value to somebody, and with no expectation in return. And I think today I just want to be able to encourage you that as you go out and see the struggle around the world, and you might be in a place like the Whitsundays, it looks so beautiful and sunshiny, but you might be in a place where there isn't as good facilities, or things aren't looking as beautiful as other places. But as you go out and be able to value yourself first, so be kind to yourself, then from there be able to be kind to somebody else, and in doing so expecting nothing else in return. I think that is the ultimate form of humanity. That is the ultimate form of love. That is the ultimate form of being able to bless somebody because you've been blessed. And that's one of my greatest learnings from this time of isolation, is how can I recognize the blessings that I have and then go out and bless somebody in return because I'm blessed. And I think that's the place where most healing gets done, is the recognition that, look, I haven't got everything sorted out. I'm not necessarily the best person. I'm not necessarily the person that I want to be all the time, but I'm still okay. I'm still a good person. And from there, I can be able to be a good person to somebody else, and for them to feel that they're worth it. They've got self-worth and the capacity to love other people just as they have been loved. And we are so blessed in so many ways all around the world to be able to see these incredible acts of kindness showing from all different circumstances. So I just want to be able to encourage you today that kindness is that capacity that you can step out of your comfort zone but also recognizing that you have been blessed to be able to be here. And it might be a musical gift. It might be a gift that you just go help somebody in their garden. It might be the gift of money or whatever it might be. You can be able to make a massive difference, and not only in that person's life, but in your life as well. So let's just try and see. Oh, I think, can I go back a slide if that's possible? Let's see. There we go. I was really struck by this comment on here that says the only demonstration of love is sacrifice, and everything else is affection. And I heard this from a comedian, a guy called Russell Brand. Russell Brand's had an interesting life, a life that if you've seen him, he said he's an addict to everything, a person that's been addicted to not only drugs and alcohol, but into a whole bunch of other stuff. But if you do want to get some really interesting insights into this COVID-19, he's set up this channel now. And I just think it's an amazing thing that he's doing, because he's talking from the perspective of his own suffering, but also as a perspective of an addict. But he's also reaching out to people and saying, hey, I've got so many things wrong, but now I also want to journey with you to show you how you can be able to be a better person. And he said this comment, which really struck me: the only demonstration of love is sacrifice. Everything else is affection. And I started thinking about that. And then I started looking at it in my own marriage, and I go, yeah, actually, the most successful way of my marriage working is not necessarily always going on to something that I want, but it's also being able to sacrifice for my wife. And isn't parenthood just the ultimate version of sacrifice? That every time you want to try and do something and your children are unnecessarily not responding or annoying you, you have to sacrifice a little bit of yourself so that you can love them completely. And I just was so struck by the statements that we've been hearing, that kindness equals compassion, and compassion equals love. And my prayer for myself and for my congregation and from everybody that I've been able to reach out to is, how can we be more compassionate? Because from that compassion comes empathy. And that empathy is that capacity to recognize yourself in a situation, but also to go outside of yourself and be able to love that person where they're at. It's not saying to that person, you have to come to my level so that we can get along, but it's actually how you as a person go down to their level and be able to relate to them from whichever challenge that you or they might be facing together. And so I just want to encourage you today that wherever you might be, that as you sacrifice, as you might even have to do a little bit of suffering yourself, you're able to give hope in a way that people cannot be able to find it anywhere else, because you as a human are offering a part of yourself to another human that allows them to see that there's a greater amount of love and charity in the world that they've probably never thought about before. I do like this, the statement from Vincent van Gogh, you know, the more you love, the more you suffer. And I think it's such a powerful thing to think about. And if you know a little bit about Van Gogh's life, he kept on offering these magnificent pieces of art that we all cherish around the world. But at the same time, he had a lot of suffering in his life. He had a lot of difficulty. He had a lot of mental health issues that he had to go through. But he had a way of being able to deal with it through his art. And actually, sometimes in his art, there was some real darkness, but in other times, there was some real beauty. And actually, that's okay. And I also want to encourage you that wherever you might be today, if you're feeling on top of the world, or you necessarily might be feeling down in the dumps, it's okay. Just recognize that there is more that you can be able to do. Even just the tiniest act of kindness gives you that first step to be able to go and be a blessing, not only to yourself, but to other people as well. But that's what I've experienced, that every time I try and love more, every time I try and be more compassionate, in some ways I face a bit of persecution, I face a bit of suffering, because I start recognizing the places in my life where I need to improve, but I also recognize how broken the world is. And so wherever you might be, my prayer for you today is for peace. And recognizing the world around us might be in pieces, in fragmented bits and pieces, but actually when we ask for peace, peace comes and makes us whole. Peace comes and makes us something that we are unified in. And this humanity, this acts of kindness that's out there unifies us together, because we're not just looking after ourselves anymore, but we're looking after the people around us. We're trying to love, and we are prepared to suffer so that people can be blessed, so that all of us can advance together, rather than just looking after our own selves and the family units that we have. I love the statement that sacrifice is one of the purest and most selfless ways to love someone. So try and practice it daily. And it's something that I try and do all the time. Being able to go out and help some of the most violent young men in this country, and being able to help the people from food banks. And we also have projects that I'll tell you about in a little while with some of the most destitute and homeless people, all being supported by Kind 20, is this capacity to recognize that it's not about me. And someone said it earlier, it's not about me, but it's about me and my experiences and my gifts being able to help other people. And then being if everybody responds like that, then all of a sudden we are greater than just our individual parts, but we're actually a part of a community that's seeking to bless each other, because we recognize the blessings that we've been having. But it's hard and it's difficult, because there are times when things like we're experiencing through this COVID-19 pandemic, times where you think, well, what's it all about? And why should I do it? But at every time that I've gone out in this process and been able to meet people where they're at, to hear their struggles, I've got the great privilege of being a priest. I've taken funerals and been able to reach out to families and be able to say to them, well, I'm here for you, even if I can't necessarily be with you. And it's just been an incredible time where I've seen humanity flourish at the same time as some of the evils of our societies die down, because all of a sudden people are not just aware of just who they are, but they're aware of the people around them and are doing their best to be able to be kind to them, to be a blessing to them, and to show compassion and empathy as well. So I just wanted to think, this is what I said in my little video for what does kindness mean to me, and I'll share that at the end. But the story of being able to give is always better than to receive. And I think what this pandemic has shown me is that actually maybe I was too much of a receiver. I was somebody that was trying to take and take and take. But actually, what I've learned through this pandemic is, as I go out with my priestly ministry, or just go out as a normal human being and try and be able to give to people, I get so much more than I ever got if I was just looking after myself. And being able to stand in line with people who are hungry, people who are drug addicts, people who have been they might be 15, 16 years old, and they're facing life sentences for a mistake that they've made. All of a sudden, when you sit with these people and just say, well, I'm here to help in any shape or form I can, I get so much more than they're probably getting back from me, because all of a sudden I recognize how lucky I am, how blessed I am. And from that blessing, I can say to that person, well, look, I've experienced something like this, and this is how I was able to get through it. And from that place, we can be able to create a better society, a better community. And as I give more, I receive more. And this is a Bible verse, but it's true world over, that the more you give of yourself in a way that is able to be a blessing to other people, the more you get blessed in return. I've got some fantastic friends from all other faith communities. I've been in different circumstances throughout my whole life. And no matter what happens, every time I show kindness, I show a blessing to that person, they're always reciprocating it. They're always able to say thank you, and here's something that we can do for you in return. I remember my cricket team that I captain. I'm the Archbishop of Canterbury's cricket captain, and we invited a team of refugees that some of them had literally just come over on boats from Africa, who are trying to escape the atrocities in Syria and other places. And we were just able to show them kindness. We were able to show them, we were able to give them some cricket equipment. We were able just to say, well, we want to stand alongside you. And I've never felt more human in my life than hearing these young men's story, but actually on the same time, standing on a cricket field with them and enjoying a game. And all of a sudden on that cricket field, it was no longer 11 priests versus 11 refugees. It was 22 people on a field caring for each other, loving each other, enjoying the game, being competitive. We all wanted to win, but at the same time, it was greater than our sum parts. It was greater than, because we all came together and we were all able to share our lives in different ways. So as we gave to those refugees didn't know that they gave so much back to us in return. So it's been a huge blessing to be able to try and outlive this and be a blessing to other people as well. And I just wanted to encourage you that there's so much good out there. You know, there's so many things that are happening at the moment that that we're really excited to be part of. And I'm sure no matter which country you're in, be it Iceland or Australia or America or India or even in this country, you might be able to tell me of hundreds more projects that are doing amazing things to help people. And I just encourage you, just do one of those projects. If it's to help at a local food bank or to be able to go out and do deliveries for the NHS, or to be able to just even make a simple phone call to somebody that might be lonely. But also, I've started seeing some of the greatest healing of our earth is healing of the relationships. So all of a sudden, those relationships, that person that you haven't spoken to for a long time, normally for very good reasons, all of a sudden people going past their comfort zone and saying, let's try and heal this, because in our relationships, there's something greater that we can achieve together. So I just wanted to be able to encourage you that you don't have to necessarily do amazing things. You can just do small things, but in those, the culmination of those small things make huge things happen. And so these are as part of the Tough Ambassador team, and I've been working with Tough now for the last 2 or 3 years, and I've been hugely blessed by the work of Dr. Sham and Anna, and massively surprised how something so simple can have such a huge blessing to so many people out there. So I just wanted, Dr. Sham asked me just to see if I could just tell you about some of the projects that I've been working with locally here, and just try and see if they encourage you, and maybe you can help out either through a similar project or maybe help the project that we're doing as well. So I just wanted to show you this one. It's called Surplus to Supper. And especially when we start thinking about how to heal our earth, actually there's too much. Some of the supermarkets that in this country just are throwing food away in vast amounts, when actually there's people out there who are desperate for it. And this is good food. This is food that's, I would be proud to have on my table. And actually, we just needed to find a way. So I came across this charity called Surplus to Supper. They are a wonderful charity that are going to the supermarkets and say, we'll do all the hard work for you. If you're prepared just to put your surplus food in one place, we'll come and collect it. And then from there, when they collect it, they then take it to a kitchen, and they create food boxes and parcels and things like this. And they've done unbelievable things. They've been able to go out and give people bouquets of flowers that just brighten up their days, but they also then give them food parcels, and they start working with local community groups to actually hear where the need is, not just be able to go out and replicate a good model, but to be able to work with things that are already happening and say, well, we can support you doing that. Here's some food. And they're working with some great chefs. And I think the statistics are crazy. They've been able to, in these few weeks, feed over 10,000 people. They've supported a local food bank with food that's been able to give away over 55,000 meals in the last 5 weeks. And it's just an amazing thing that people who are passionate and want to be kind to people, but also recognizing the suffering in their society, have been able to take what they have, take waste products effectively, and be able to then go help people who are most in need. So it's been a real blessing to do it. They do this these events, and I encourage you just to go into their Facebook page, where you can have a 3-course incredible meal that's served at silver service banqueting, everything else like this. But every person involved, from the food preparation all the way to the food itself, is from a disenfranchised place. So the food is all surplus food. So it was all going to go into landfill if it wasn't picked up. But then they're starting to use people like prisoners and homeless people, and teaching them how to be cooks, and then to be able to go out and bless people. And so I think just in the last week, they've given away 150 food parcels just in this local community here. And people are so amazed at just the acts of kindness that a bunch of volunteers are doing. There's not a lot of budget going on. There's not a lot of infrastructure, but people are just being able to give of themselves, give of their time, and also to thank all those supermarkets who are prepared now not to say, well, we can't just throw this food away. We've got to give it to people. And now people are being blessed in just incredible ways. So each project, I just want to give you a little bit of an update, but then also just to see if there's any need as well. As I said, we've been able to stop 5 tons of food going into landfill over the last couple of weeks. They are on average on about 100 boxes a week where they go out and particularly focus on those that are disabled and elderly, and be able just to leave a box on their door, normally with some really nice things, but also essential things. Isn't it amazing that just a beautiful bouquet of flowers landing on your door can change your mood massively? And I've just seen people's faces light up when they've just been able to recognize that someone's out there prepared to suffer for them to be able to, so that they can thrive. And it's been an amazing thing. So we've become so big that one of the needs that we need in our community is to start getting a refrigerated van, because there's so much food waste and shopping. Big shops are calling us every day to try and be able to pick up the surplus food, and then obviously to be able to take it out. So if you are able to donate or know of somebody that can help us out with a refrigerated van in the sort of the London Heathrow area, then please let us know. You know, we'd love to be able to go and do more, but at the moment we're just slightly restricted by the vehicles, and obviously we want to keep this food safe. We want to keep the food going out to people as safe as possible and hygienic as possible. So if you know of anybody that
Is it on?
Refrigerated van, then
okay,
let us know.
Okay. Get yourself on, because we should be on in a bit. Yeah.
And then yeah, so if you do want to donate, please just go onto the Facebook page. They'd love to be able to help, or contact us through the Kind 20 team, and we can be able to really bless people in a really authentic and an amazing way. This is another charity that I've been working with, a charity called Pear Drops. Pear Drops are using faith community centers, kitchens, to then be able to go out and make meals for the homeless, but not just any of the homeless, some of the most disenfranchised homeless out there that are mostly drug addicts, mostly people that have completely been shunned by society. There's a place near Clapham Junction in London called the Jungle, and it's a jungle of tents and people who are really, really struggling. And one of the most difficult things that has happened during this lockdown is that all the normal places where people could go if you are homeless or hungry or you needed some dignity or help have all shut down. So I'm the only person allowed in this church at the moment, and it's to keep other people safe. But what happens if you're a homeless person that could only be able to go out and get a meal from this church? What happens when you used to be able to go to a toilet in McDonald's and now McDonald's is closed? So Pear Drops has been able to create incredible amounts of food. Again, beautifully made food. They've raised over £12,000 in crowdfunding, just so that every day they can go out to the most desperately in need and be able to help these people be able to get a fresh meal. But I think the most gut-wrenching thing that I've had to experience whilst going through working with Pear Drops is that they've started recognizing that if you're homeless, where do you go to the toilet? Where do you go to get washed? Because the places that you'd normally go, like faith centers and churches and gurdwaras and all the rest of it, although they're still helping in other ways, they're giving out food, those places that you can get dignity are all shut down. You can't go to McDonald's to go use their toilets. You can't go to a shopping center anymore. And so one of the biggest things that Pear Drops have started trying to work out now is, how can we provide sanitation for the most homeless? How can we then be able to give them a place that they can start getting dignity, and a place where they can start feeling like they're blessed? So they've created this campaign called Lose for the Least. And when they go to a community, they hook up they want to try and raise £25,000 to hook up a portable toilet and shower unit onto their van, and then they can pull up feed the people, but also then give them some dignity, allow them to have a hot shower, allow them to be able to get a good meal, allow them to be able to go to the toilet. There's so many affected homeless women out there, and a lot of them are in need of hygiene and looking after themselves, and we just want to be able at Pear Drops to be able to say to them, well, look, here's a place where you can come to not only get some food, but also to start feeling more human again, to be able to be a blessing to them so that they can walk away feeling like they've got good hygiene and that someone's looked after their very basic needs. And so again, we're looking for £25,000. The Pear Drops website has a donate page. Please go onto that website, and whatever you can do, be able to help these people buy a portable toilet and shower unit so that we can go out to the most desperate people in our society and be able to give them a little bit of dignity. And finally, this is the charity that I work with Tough With. We create cricket and sport programs that goes into youth offenders institutions across the country to help these young people who have come from sort of incredibly broken backgrounds and relationships to start feeling dignity, but also the capacity to start recognizing their incredible talents and using those talents not for crime, but to be able to bless society once more. So we've created this cricket program from the word cricket, and we call it our Magnificent 7 Values. It's not rocket science. We teach people to have to live more ethically and rehabilitate themselves whilst they're playing sports. So these are some of the pictures that we've been using in the programs, and this is what we're teaching the young people in the prison as well. It's an 8-week course, and every week we use a newsletter, but they're able to tell us what they think as well. We think that the values that we'd love them to be able to learn each week is character, respect, identity, courage, knowledge, education, and trust. But they also then come in and be able to tell us what they think they need to be able to learn from this. And the first time we did it in the prison, all the prison was really nervous because you can't give a bunch of some sort of pretty dangerous prisoners cricket bats. But immediately they learned that we were trying to bless them. We were trying to be kind to them. And in doing so, then they started learning stuff, and they started recognizing just very simple things. And Dr. Sham's been incredible in this process because he brings his psychological and knowledge, but creates it in such a way that's relatable. It's a very simple thing, like if you get a yellow card on a football field, well, that's a warning, just like if you get a speeding ticket in society. But if you get a red card in football, that means you can't play anymore. Just like if you get a red card and if you get a prison sentence, well, then you can't be part of society. And all of a sudden, these young people are engaging in sport in a way that they can understand, but also it's going to change their lives. We're working with local faith communities and cricket clubs, and we'll hear from Abdul later. We are about to try and go launch a program up in the north, up in near Bradford area, and we want to be able to give these young people an opportunity to see that there's another way to live. It doesn't have to be through crime. It doesn't have to be through drugs or manipulating people, but there's a way of being able to be a blessing. And I each time I go see these young men, I get very nervous, but every time I step away from them, I go, well, these are incredible people that have just had difficult situations or made bad decisions, but that doesn't make them a bad person. And so we've been able to work with 40 of them in the last 2 programs that we do, and we've been able to allow them to rehabilitate and reintegrate into society. Feltham Young Offenders is the most violent prison in the country. We haven't had any cases of violence against us, and every person that's come on our course has dramatically improved in their behavior whilst being on our courses. Normally a prison attendance prison course normally has about 50% attendance because prisoners don't want to come along. We were able to maintain an 85% attendance all the way through, and that was only because another boy had to drop off to go on another education course. So he wanted to come back. But it's just an incredible thing that as we've encouraged these young people and say, we believe in you, actually, well, they've been able to come back to us and say, well, how can you help us? Can you help us do this and that? And what we've been able to bring in is all the different communities. So the sporting community, the faith community, and also the business and housing community, to be able to give these people an environment where they can still make mistakes, because that's the likely thing that's going to happen, but at the same time have a place where they can feel like they are accepted and also forgiven, to be able to come back into society and to be able to rehabilitate properly. And here's the simple figures about this program. It baffles my brain, but it costs £100,000 a year to keep a prisoner in a young offenders unit. And so if we're able just to keep 10 of these young offenders out, we're able to then save the government £1 million. And the most interesting and damning figure, I think, of our society is that we have a 70% reoffending rate for all prisons across the country. That means if you send 3 people out the prison gate at once, you're going to expect to have 2 people back within a year. That's ridiculous. And where in society are we not necessarily being kind enough to look after these people? And so we at Tough and working with all our partners are just trying to find a way where we can offer them another opportunity. And even if we just look after 10 young people and stop them not going back into prison, it's £1 million that we've been able to save the taxpayer and the government, and then be able to put back into the prison for better conditions and staff, and actually a better society as well. So again, the needs that we want to be able to do is go into the 5 major young offenders prisons. Like I said, we want to go up to North yet, and we're getting some support from the English Cricket Board as well. We want to work with local cricket clubs and faith communities to be a place where these young people can come and be a blessing. And then also we just, we need funding. It's as simple as that. And in each course, because it's very specific and it requires a lot of manpower and a lot of knowledge to be able to go in, costs about £25,000. But, if you think that if we can save one person off that course, we've made that money back up just by helping one person. Even actually, we saved we can still give them a profit, because there's still 75,000 we've been able to save in the community as well. So there's just 3 projects that I just wanted to highlight, which has been a real eye-opener for me during these times, that people are just doing incredible acts of kindness, but actually going to the places where there's the most suffering and finding ways that they can be compassionate, they can be loving, and they can be caring. And every time I walk away from these places and I work with the volunteers that go in are just filled with joy and filled with energy to try and do something more, to try and help some of these most desperate people in society, and being able to recognize that from their blessing, they're able to bless other people. And that's kind of where I love what we're doing at Kind 20, is we're not trying to bring a revolution. We're trying to evolve our society to open people's eyes to recognize that kindness can change the world. It's not a revolution, it's evolution. And we want to be able to bless people like that. So that's the end of my very simple presentation there. I just want you to recognize that you are blessed no matter where you are. And through kindness and through compassion and through love, you can be a blessing to people in your house, but also to people that you might never have seen before. And as we do small things to be able to bless each other, we will have a better world and a better place. So as always, as you've heard from these lovely videos, let's turn let's turn those COVID-19 cases into #Kind20, and let's try and see if we can get as many acts of kindness around the world to be a blessing to other people as we have been blessed as well. So peace be with you, and thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Chris. I was looking at all your slides. You're back now. We can see your face. I know throughout we could see your slides, including the acronym of cricket, which I've never thought of it in that way before. But and thanks for sharing some of the ideas on whether it was sort of surplus to supply, the pair drops, and also the tough cricket. Thanks so much for spending your time. I think just briefly, I think we're going to invite Peter and Peter Bennett to come on. But just before we do, I'd like to sort of bring Dr. Sham and Anna on. I can see they're with us. Maybe just to give their thanks and also just share any other thoughts on this.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Chris. It's been an incredible evolution to Tough, because if it wasn't for Reverend Chris Kennedy, and our head of sports, John Reeve, the cricket part of of Tough wouldn't have developed. And so, we're really we're humbled, honestly, that Reverend Chris Kennedy came on board, had the vision of taking the Tough project into prisons and bringing cricket into that whole perspective. And now, as you can hear, that the project now is looking at a national project that we can help juveniles from all over the country. And it's so incredibly important that, one child that doesn't reoffend puts the taxpayer £97,000. And if Tough can basically support even one child, that saves £97,000 for the taxpayer. And if we can save 10 children, which I'm sure we can do, as we've done so in the past, then hey, this is what it's all about. And it's about working together. It's about how we've worked in unity. And again, it's coming back to one thing only, working to unite humanity through kindness. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. And we also invite anybody who's listening to, or anybody that knows anybody, to come forward and support Chris in this and John in this project. It will be really, really, it's a substantially extraordinary project of kindness.
For sure. Thanks very much. So it's not a revolution, but an evolution.
Absolutely.
So, Chris, thanks so much for coming on and sharing. I think one that really struck with me was really, connecting even with relationships. You've said that some relationships may have been fractured, but actually this was a chance that people are reaching out, and sort of what resonated when you said sort of going past your own comfort zone, really.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the blessing of this time, even though there's been so much hardship, is people have had to start looking at themselves and asking, do I like the person that I am? And from that place, then starting to do the very small things of healing relationships or helping other people, that all of a sudden your self-worth no more isn't found in how much money I have or how much I can be able to consume, but it's about being able to bless other people. And that's why Kind 20 is doing such an amazing work, because it's not about me anymore, but it's about humanity being able to bless each other.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much, Chris, for coming on. That was Reverend Chris Kennedy from West London, and the work you've been doing. And certainly, if anyone in West London's got a refrigerated van, I think it'll be very well received, for sure, with everything. So thanks again, Chris, and you're please do welcome to stay on as long as you want. But certainly, when I think of cricket again and I watch the Cricket World Cup, I'll think of it in a different way as well. But thank you for sharing. With that, in a moment, we're going to bring on Peter Bennett. So I can see Peter's with us on live. So with that, those of you still at home, we've gone from Australia to South Africa, in fact, to West London, and we're carrying on our journey. The whole day is still with us, so the day is still young. And the whole theme today of Healing Our Earth is this theme of #Kind20. Can we turn COVID-19 into acts of kindness with #Kind20? May those acts of kindness overwhelm, stifle that virus COVID-19 as this world is changing, and maybe not through a revolution, but actually through an evolution of our own beings. So with that, in a moment, we're going to bring on Peter as well. So Peter, we can see you online, and here we are. And a warm Eid Mubarak to everyone. So I can see that Abdul and Yusuf are also online. Abdul and Yusuf will be coming on soon. And to all of our Muslim friends and colleagues who around the world, a big Eid Mubarak, whether you're celebrating yesterday, today, or tomorrow, and much respect for all of the fasting that has happened during this month of Ramadan. So with that, Peter, I think we're going to spotlight you in a moment now, so we can see you. A warm welcome to Healing Our Earth and #Kind20. Peter, I understand you're from a legal background. You're still a lecturer at the London School of Accountancy and Guildhall. You've got a medical legal background as well. So it takes my interest being a medic myself. So I know you've done some work sort of thing in falls prevention, which is really, I know that's not your theme for today, but maybe we'll talk offline, because actually very interestingly, during this time of COVID, I look after a lot of elderly people who have actually fallen over in their homes. And how do we go there? A lot of, I'll just bring myself on, because otherwise you'll probably be thinking, gosh, you've been spotlighted. But, those of you who are watching are thinking, well, you may have elderly parents who've actually fallen over at home, and what technology is there to try and for them to alert other people. And often as pastors, doctors, we'd actually go back to someone's house wearing our PPE just to help them up. Fortunately, with various community work going on, people have gone in and helped elderly people back up. So it sounds like a very minor thing, but falls, those of you with a medical background know falls are a major source of morbidity, mortality, of change within the medical profession and in the community itself. A fall can be meaning many things. So I thought I'd just bring that on, because sometimes I think, well, I've just fallen over, but actually it's a really big thing. Sorry, I've just gone off on a tangent. So Peter, going to bring you back on, particularly with your theme. I think really as head of Interfaith, as sort of educational visits to London Central Mosque. I think you're a regular speaker at the London Central Mosque with an introduction to Islam course. So Peter, a warm welcome to Healing Our Earth and hashtag Kind20. Handing over to you. I know you're going to be welcoming your colleagues, Abby and Yusuf as well, and a big Eid Mubarak to everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, and for a great job you're doing today. I'd like to start off with the greetings, the Islamic greetings, Assalamu alaikum, which simply means peace be upon you. And I'd like to start also particularly with a new global greeting, kindness. I think I'd like also to thank Healing Our Earth for bringing hashtag Kind20 on this platform. You know, there's so much connection between the two. You can't begin to heal the earth unless we start to heal ourselves. And we can't heal ourselves unless we're kind and we start to love ourselves, and then love our neighbors, our family members before that, our neighbors, and so on and so forth. So the convergence of this campaign with this platform is wonderful. I'd like to thank everybody at Healing Our Earth and a lot of those people who are doing the work behind the scenes. Thank you very much. And I'm honored to have this opportunity. I'd like immediately, though, to do an act of good deed. And you'll have to just bear with me, because this is a poem I composed particularly for Healing the Earth, in gratitude for allowing hashtag Kind20 on this platform. So I'm going to read it because I haven't memorized it yet. It's called The Warning. The drum roll of an empty Coca-Cola can across the Tarmacadam parking space, audible in the quiet of a morning breeze, environmental abuse of a quenched thirst. In contrast to young summer leaves replacing autumn's fall, a natural disposal. The swish of car tires, rapid pass and breeze of fumes, recycled by the trees, in which a robin's territorial call sounds a struggle to balance man's greed of habitat. At dawn so clear an evening song, drowned by waste of human sound. The drum roll of an empty can, a language new to earth. And out at sea, the human plastic waste sinks in disguise as food for turtle and for fish. We used to have our milk in glass and in a lifetime basket, bread collect. There was no shame to share some clothes from well-cared hand-me-downs. But now a poison new to earth sinks in disguise. Folk of knowledge long had warned with focus on the planet, but never told a pandemic tale. Crimes of human kingship brought a low, and in her humility, earth praise, return to glass and basket and to hand-me-downs, return to language understandable with cures for your poison. A drum roll of an empty can, a drum roll, warning, warning, be not deaf. Right, so now I'll get on with acts of kindness. I'm going to look briefly at what kindness can mean in Islam, or some aspects of it. I'm going to then look at kindness embodied in UK law, and then I'm going to look at perhaps different religions and their notions of kindness. So kindness in Islam starts with the relationship with God and then the family. In 5 places in the Quran, God says, worship me and be kind to your parents. So the parents are placed immediately before or under the foot of God. Such is their importance. Indeed, the Quran makes it clear to use the expression "af," 2 letters of the Arabic alphabet, which don't make a word, when a parent perhaps is telling you, tidy your room for the 1,000th time, you roll your eyes to heaven and say, "Oof, this is not permitted. This is an act of disobedience." And so kindness to parents is the starting point. Another aspect I love is kindness to neighbors. So we're not, and it doesn't matter who the neighbors are, of any religion or no religion. So when we cook a meal our neighbors can smell, we're under a duty to go next door and ask and see if they need some food. When we let our children play in the garden and we offer them sweets, it is forbidden to do that. If there's children playing next door and you don't also offer them sweets. Now, in all religions, there is this beauty of kindness. We all have it there. And for example, in the Hindu religion, this statement, "In the happiness of others lies my own happiness," is reflected in Mark 12:29, in the Gospel of Mark, in the Bible. Love your neighbor as yourself, a commandment. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. This is very difficult to find happiness from doing things to others if you're selfish. So it requires a struggle. And this rule of kindness we find outside of all religion. It was first developed in a Scottish case, which became law in the UK actually. Donoghue and Stevenson, Lord Atkin tells us that the rule that you are to love your neighbor, and he's quoting actually, he's taking that reference from Mark 12:29 onwards. The rule that you are to love your neighbor becomes in law, you must not injure your neighbor. And the lawyer's question, who is my neighbor, receives this reply: anybody who is so closely and directly affected by my acts or my omissions that I ought to have them in contemplation when doing or not doing something. So when I walked past a beggar the other day, if I walk past and I omit to help him, I breach the rule in Donoghue and Stevenson. I breach the rule in the Quran. Charity is for those who ask and for those who don't ask. That's very interesting. For those who don't ask, it imposes a communal duty on us to help. And listen, you don't have to come from any religion. You don't have to come from any particular legal system, but you will be surrounded by obligations which in essence are based on thinking of other people and kindness. So in my role at London Central Mosque, I'm the interfaith lead. So I have typically between 17,000 and 19,000 visitors a year from all schools, primary right up to postgraduate at university, and universities from around the world, the Ministry of Defense, the police, the intelligence services, and from big business. And most of the time, I'm a mind changer. People are coming to us with a serious symptom of misconception, and we have to put it right. We have some teachers telling us, we had more children who would love to have come, but their parents said they're not going anywhere near a mosque. And we've had some parents who've come along. One lady came up to me and said, I've come because I didn't want my daughter really to come. But now after listening to you, you're such beautiful people, she can come anytime. One thing #Kind20 has done has changed what I call, already it's done it and it's continuing to do it. It's changed what I call the us and them theology. I've always been working for the us theology, and this is what #Kind20 does. And that's one of the things that attracted me to this campaign. Another thing that attracted me was when I thought about medication. I used to take very strong painkillers, And I was reading instructions for use. I mean, not instructions for use, the side effects. And one of the side effects was sudden death. Well, that made me laugh, because if I died, the medicine would have no purpose. Listen, hashtag Kind20 has a side effect. It's infectious. And you may think that that may not be very good as a medicine to COVID-19 and the negativity around it. But in fact, it's wonderful. It's what we need, because this infection comes from love and the acts of kindness. And those acts of kindness, as we've seen just today, and as we've seen as the number of followers seriously rises in such a short time, it indeed is infectious. I also am involved in educational interfaith as well. So when I'm working with all the different faiths, I come to know myself about more of the faiths, and I come to a simple understanding. And that is that if you believe if you have a faith, you're obligated to be kind. And if you don't have a faith, the law obligates you to be kind. But what hashtag Kind20 has done that no one else has ever done is bring leadership to these obligations, religious and legal. And that leadership is going to change not only COVID-19, but it's going to go on and on and on. It can be hashtag Kind21 for the problems we may face in the future, and so on and so forth. What I'd like to do now, Dr. Shah, if I may, is bring on Abdul Ravat. He is a member of Mount Cricket Club up in the north of England in Yorkshire. Long before this hashtag started, his members from a small unknown cricket team have done wonderful acts of kindness, and he continues to do it. And he was delighted to be invited by the founders of Tough onto this campaign. And so if the time is right, I'd like to hand over to Abdul Ravat.
Sure, we've got Abdul here.
Thanks,
so
Doctor.
we can spotlight Abdul a minute. Eid Mubarak to Abdul, welcome. If you just want to unmute yourself. Perfect. Not yet. Just try once more, just to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Good. Well, hello. And firstly, can I start myself with wishing you all Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, which, as Peter has said, is peace be upon you all. And also a special Eid Mubarak to all of you today in the world. And I want to actually start by paying my thanks to everyone Healing Our Earth. I think giving me the opportunity to join the hashtag Kind20 global movement is quite an honor and a privilege, particularly given the issues arising from the coronavirus and changing the narrative to one of positivity, hope, and ultimately acts of kindness. As I said, as I was alluding to, today, a quarter of the world's population have ended the holy month of Ramadan and starting their Eid al-Fitr celebration, which, as we said, could last for a good few days in some parts of the world. And actually, I've been reflecting on that recently with some thoughts with my friends from St. Peter's cricket team, from the Pontifical Council of Culture and Sport at the Vatican, regarding some recent symbolic events in the calendar, and not just based on the Abrahamic faith, which I wanted to share here with you all today. So from my perspective, this includes the Jewish community who observe the 8-day festival of Passover to commemorate the emancipation of the Israelites from slavery in ancient Egypt. The Christian faith celebrated Easter and the resurrection of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. The Sikh community who celebrated Vaishakhi and commemorated 1699, the year Sikhism was born as a collective faith. And obviously the Muslim community just prior to Ramadan observing the Laylatul Barak, the night of forgiveness, when we seek forgiveness for our past sins and believe that one's destiny is fixed for the year ahead. But you know, none of us could ignore that these are unprecedented and challenging times that are upon us. In a relatively short space of time, our whole way of life has been turned upside down. Globally, we are all feeling the impact in relations to our health, wealth, community, faith, and belief from COVID-19. And we're all having to observe social distancing at all times, being instructed to self-isolate and shield our most vulnerable in our communities to reduce the threat of infection, and as a consequence, unable to meet with family and friends, unable to pay respect and attend funerals of our brothers and sisters who have left this world, and unable to hold congressional prayers and gatherings for one simple reason, that anybody can transmit the disease and everyone needs to act responsibly, but God willing, we will recover. And to add to that, many of our embodiments of our faith and beliefs, mosques, churches, synagogues, mandis, gurdwaras, and so on, are out of bound and virtually deserted, but it's heartening that humanity is responding and acts of kindness are being displayed in an abundance by so many in the community, to neighbors and to total strangers in so many different parts of the world, to the vulnerable, the isolated, to ensure basic human needs are met, that we are safe, and above all, we are not alone. Acts of kindness are being performed by so many ordinary people who are making enormous personal sacrifices to help keep the rest of us stay safe and beat this virus. In particular, the fantastic health and social care professionals. It's been inspirational to see doctors, nurses, carers, and other essential workers rise so magnificently in displays of social empathy and acts of kindness in humanity's hour of need. I wanted to actually now share with you some of the many people and organizations that I have the privilege to work for and volunteer with. And I wanted to just share some of those with you in terms of what acts of kindness mean to me on a daily basis. So for example, the first one I'd like to talk about is the Abbeyfield Society, who I work for as my day job. And as sure as Reverend Chris and Peter will know, I wear a number of hats and sometimes I get confused which hat I'm wearing. But Abbeyfield Society is a housing and care organisation that operates in 500 homes across the UK and across 9 other countries covering the Commonwealth. We are making sure at the moment that our residents who are being deemed as very vulnerable are being well looked after in mind, body and soul. But actually our founding father, Richard Carr-Gomm, who started the movement some 63 years ago, noticed that in his street in London, there were a lot of older people living in their own and were lonely. So using his army pension, he bought a house in a typical street and invited those people to stay with him and that he would care for them. Now that to me is an ultimate act of kindness. And that concept of kindness has now grown into an international delivery model with similar schemes in Australia, Canada, South Africa. And I actually had the pleasure of visiting one of our schemes in New Zealand and see for myself that actually that concept is alive and growing. And I see that as a very important stepping example for #Kind20, that today these individual actions that we are taking will become a global phenomenon for years and years to come. And that's how you change the mindset. Also, as a role I have as a non-executive director with organizations like Unity Homes and Enterprise and Manningham Housing Association that operate in some of the most disadvantaged neighborhoods in Yorkshire in the UK. Combined, it has a stock profile of 2,500 homes and around 52,000 square feet of commercial workspace, working with circa 50 businesses, social enterprises, and third sector bodies on 3 sites and effectively employing 50 people. Now you can imagine the impact COVID-19 has had on all of that operation. So we are sort of ensuring that our 10,000 strong residents are safe in their homes that they live in and are well managed. And we're doing everything we can to keep the many businesses and localities functioning, and that no one gets threatened with homeless or with evictions, and that we are taking a very pragmatic view in terms of arrears and repairs and those sort of things. basically the key ingredients of running an operation like that. I want to turn on to another organization that's very close to my heart, which is the Pobda Society. The name Pobda comes from the village where my parents and my grandparents come from. And I visited probably in my lifetime about 8 or 9 times. And I used to spend loads of time while I was there with my grandparents, who have now passed away, as to what issues were for them as they were growing and the struggles they have. So we set up, most of us now are based in the UK, and we set up a UK-based charity, which, as I said, has its roots in India. So we have been using our people and resources to help deliver essential food supplies to over 600 households to ensure that during this extended lockdown period that they can feed their families. And in collaboration with others, our support is reaching all sections of the community, irrespective of religion, caste, and creed. But I would actually like to comment on undertaking these acts of kindness that regrettably, and it's a personal view, modern India is swaying away from some of the principles established by its founding fathers, including Mahatma Gandhi, who led a non-violent resistance to lead the successful campaign for India's independence from British rule, and in turn inspired movements of civil rights and freedom across the world. But yet, there are too many examples of state-induced nationalism that is unbalancing and harming the delicate social cohesion that is the magic of India. I said earlier that 25% of the world's population will be celebrating Eid over the coming days. And this includes 30 million people in India, the most in any one country in the world. So I think that's a food for thought there. And last but not least, I want to come on to Mount Creek Club. Reverend Chris have mentioned them. Dr. Shaminder knows about them. With Peter, we've done some amazing work. And I just wanted to give you some idea about what the club is about. Mount Creek Club is a tiny club in Batley, UK, but has won enormous praises and recognition from the likes of the Commonwealth of Nations, the Queen here in the UK as part of its Voluntary Service Awards. And last year we were given the title of Best Club in the Land at the House of Commons. For what, you're probably asking? Well, I'd like to think for it to work in the community and bringing about greater interfaith relationship, which includes the famous match that we had with the Vatican's team, both when we went to play them in Rome and then when they've been coming here in 2016 and 2019. But like Mahatma Gandhi, we too lost an icon as part of our journey. The beacon that was the form of the murdered British Member of Parliament, Jo Cox, who was a patron of the club. Her resounding chorus that there is more that unites us and divides us is as relevant to us today and should be as relevant to the hashtag Kind20 campaign. We've also done some amazing work in other parts of the world. For example, we went to Palestine. We have done some amazing work in other parts of the world, and I will bring Brother Yusuf in a minute to talk about and share some of the activities that we have been doing, serving our local community in Batley during the period of COVID. But we at Mount see our duty as a cricket club to bring people of different faiths, cultures, communities together and serve our community with acts of kindness. And I think to summarize in terms of what I want to say, it is with this great spirit and resolve that we will beat the pandemic and build a better community. When we return to the new Rome, yes, we will come through these times, I think, stronger and with a greater sense of what is essential in our lives, our dependence on our faith and beliefs, and the experience of our human brotherhood and sisterhood. Kindness to me is a basic human entitlement. It should not be perceived as a favor to others, but a means of connecting with all of humanity. As the world reacts and tries to respond to COVID-19, let's therefore use this moment now, today, to pledge and change our mindset and turn COVID-19 towards hashtag Kind20 campaign and eradicate injustices and intolerance no matter where it is. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Hopefully Brother Yusuf will talk about it. And once again, with all my prayers to you all and Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim brothers and sisters.
Thanks so much, Abdul, for sharing those words, really, of the various hats you wear. That was really, really interesting to hear. We've got Peter back online as well. So Peter, thanks for bringing Abdul in, and really with those different projects that he's been involved in as well. With that, I think we're still running good on time. So we've still got a little bit of time. I know we've got Yusuf, Brother Yusuf, to come on as well. So in a moment, we're going to spotlight him. I'm not sure if Peter's anything else you want to say to Abdul, or bring in Yusuf now.
I'd just like to say, Dr. Shah, if I may, after Yusuf, just come back to conclude.
Of course, yeah, no problem. So thanks again, Abdul. I really enjoyed listening to all the things you've done, and again, Eid Mubarak to you. So with that, I think we've got Yusuf online as well. So Yusuf, Eid Mubarak to you and a warm welcome. We've got a few minutes now. Do you want to just try and unmute yourself if you can? Perfect.
Is that better?
Perfect. So we've got a few minutes to hear from you, and then we'll go back to Peter just for the conclusion. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And like our Muslim saying, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And Eid Mubarak to everybody there. Today for me has been a very rushed day, because we always go to my mum's, but because of the lockdown today, unfortunately we haven't been, so we've got doggy bags given. So we're just going to be sitting down to eat, and I have not had lunch for the last 30 days. So excuse me before I do rush off and my wife shouts at me. But anyway, just a quick briefing about Mount Cricket Club. Our club is based in Batley, West Yorkshire. We are 43 years old this year. We as well as playing cricket, we run a lot of other things like junior cricket and disability sports, and over 50s cricket as well, and there's a girls cricket team as well as coaching, like Abdullah has touched on. Just this COVID-19, when it started, as just briefly go into there how it started. We started 6 weeks ago from the club. Somehow, I don't know, we were just opening the club, open the container, and out pops out like hundreds of sanitizers and toilet rolls. So we didn't really know what to do with them. And the next day, all and behold, there was a big announcement that hand sanitizers and toilet rolls are everybody's needs at the moment. So we quickly just made the decision, send a text out. And all and behold, within 24 hours, we've got about 100 requests of hand sanitizers and toilet rolls that we didn't even know that we had. And everybody's asking money for them. And there's a cricket club based in Batley, West Yorkshire, and they're giving it out free. So obviously, with the goodness of our hearts and everything, we started giving them out. Like I say, from then on, we started doing hand sanitizers, toilet rolls. Then there was a need for some food as well. So we started with a local charity, One Nation, and a food service called Barkat Catering. Of us three got together, and together we're now on our 6th Sunday. It's a Sunday hot meal. So even today, even though it's our Christmas, we're still going out and giving out about 55 hot food parcels at 6 o'clock this evening, because we didn't want to disappoint people and say that we don't really want to come on our Christmas day, because obviously we've got English and Muslims and Hindu older generation and people in isolation who depend on us now. So that's basically what we do. We raise the money ourselves. There's no funding involved. We just go around with a begging bowl between friends, family, and some couple of businesses that we know. And lo and behold, every week we hit our target and order food for about 55 to 50 people. So here are some videos that we made earlier, which I'm sure Peter will log on now. And that's it from me. Until next time, thank you very much again, and assalamu alaikum. And over to you, Peter, again. Sorry, I need to rush off because I haven't had lunch for last 30 days, so you have to excuse me.
That's okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks so much. I can see a hungry man there, but thanks so much for joining us and with your projects as well, which is, I think what's coming around is a community is coming together regardless of faith or so on, and those barriers being broken down. And that's a really good way to actually bring Peter back into it. So Peter, spend as long as you want. There's a question come forward really about how you got involved with Tough and particularly the London Central Mosque, how they've got involved with hashtag Kind20.
Yeah, thank you. So I got involved with Anna Shaminda when they came for an interfaith event with all faiths. And they had some marvelous projects they were talking about in those days. I didn't realize how important the work was that they were doing. And then I tried to get the London Central Mosque on board. And our director is very open-minded and willing to take on new partners, if you like. And so it was through that connection, the interfaith connection, that I came to know them. Shamanda kept in touch and contacted me one day about this hashtag Kind20, and it really appealed to me because it fitted in with the us and them theology that I was trying to break down to the us theology. And as you've just said, those community, religious, and even political barriers are breaking down. We have ambassadors and politicians involved. Their differences have evaporated in this atmosphere of kindness. We've got people of different colors and ethnic minorities, and those colors and different ethnic backgrounds are dissolved again against this background of hashtag Kind20, as you say, quite correctly, breaking down the barriers. We've got citizens of different countries involved, as we saw. Nationalism seems to be bowing to acts of kindness. We've got countries from all over the world involved, and it's growing. There is a new United Nations, a United Nations of love, of good deeds, expressed in hashtag Kind20. Hashtag Kind20 has become the new flag for all nations. I've been running a little bit behind the curve, actually, in acts of good deeds, personally, and from an organized point of view, but that's, I comfort myself, acceptable, because when I got involved with hashtag Kind20, we didn't expect it to move so fast. But I will be passing on this baton to over 250 schools who usually come and visit us. And from September, it looks like I'll be going out and visiting them, but I'm contacting them already. I'll be contacting universities from around the world, the Ministry of Defense, the Home Office, and the Foreign Office, and big businesses that we usually have coming to visit. And again, I'll be going out. And what I'd like to do now is just thank everybody again and say, I'm handing over the baton now to everyone to keep doing what you're doing. This baton of kindness, this United Nations of good deeds. Thank you for this opportunity. And I wish you blessings in all your acts of kindness. Thank you, Dr. Shah.
Thank you, Peter. And I understand that you've got, I think, a couple more videos to just share and some photos. So we're going to ask our, I don't know if you've got them, or I think our administrator's got some videos here.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
So if we play this first one.
Right, thanks for all your help, everybody. Much needed. I was on my last one.
No problem. If you need any more, just give us a shout.
Will do. Look, thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you so much to everyone at the Mount Cricket Club for helping people out at this horrible time. My mum's 90-year-old, she's really poorly. I've tried all week, I can't get toilet rolls, I can't get hand sanitizer, I can't get incontinence pads and incontinence sheets. But without Mount Cricket Club, I'd be absolutely lost, and you are absolute angels. And God bless you all. I can't thank you enough for helping me out at this time. And I know that my mum's really grateful to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I felt awful ringing and texting you last night to ask you.
Well, that was lovely to see. So I think Abdul Yusuf is still online. You can see some very grateful recipients. So that was really good to see. So Peter, thanks so much. I'm just going to bring, very brief, I know we're actually short of time, I'm going to bring in our next co-host in a moment, Dr. Lalit, but just doing so, I think I've got Shamenda and Anna online, just to sort of maybe they wanted to personally just say thanks as well.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Peter. Peter has been an incredible colleague, and we're so grateful that he's now a tough trustee, a member of our task force for the hashtag Kind20. He's been an incredible support, 24 hours a day. Peter's there for us, and
even
Peter,
during
Ramadan as well. So Peter, we're blessed. We're blessed to know you, to be with you, to walk with you forward, shoulder to shoulder. And Abdullah, I just want to say thank you very much for being the king of the north, as they say in the Game of Thrones, to basically take the baton of hashtag Kind20 to the north of England and to Scotland as well. So thank you, and Yusuf as well. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
And Dr. Dubayan.
And yes.
Where he is watching. Dr. D, we love you.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks so much. So Peter, thanks so much for coming back on, and all the different things you've shared, particularly with the London Central Mosque, and again to Abdul and Yusuf. So with that, thanks so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
So with that, hopefully everyone's watching still healingourearth.com, and today's the whole theme of hashtag Kind20, which I think is now ingrained into our subconscious, these sort of acts of kindness. So with that, in a moment, going to bring in, it's time for me to move on as a host, because I think you've seen me enough. And we've got one of our wonderful co-hosts as well, Dr. Lalit Sodha, coming on. Lalit has been already been co-hosting quite a few sessions, and again from the healthcare field as well, being a chiropractor. So with that, Lalit, I'm just going to bring you on. So with that, from my side, thanks so much for allowing me to be part of this as well, and namaste to you all. So with that, Lalit, just welcome you on. Hopefully we can see you. A warm welcome. I think you may just need to unmute yourself. If you just want to let's see. So perfect. So a warm welcome, and just handing over the baton to you, bringing kindness, and I'm sure to all the people who are watching. You know, can we use this platform to bring on kindness, and really telling everyone else. I'm just going to come back on briefly, and then just to share with you that really, wherever you're watching, please do something, whatever it may be, where it may be some act of kindness. It may be just crossing a comfort zone. It may be speaking to a loved one, cooking something, or just giving them a smile. But hopefully this program has inspired you to do so, and do log in to the hashtag Kind20 website through Tough Earth. But with that, Lalit, I don't know, I know you've been watching so far. How you've been finding things?
Absolutely amazing. I just can't believe the amount of people doing the acts of kindness. And earlier, one of the reverends from Northwest London said they're providing 55,000 meals in the last 5 weeks. That's amazing. I think, you know, I think the corona has brought in a lot of kindness, I think, and that's the way to look at it. So yeah, amazing collection of speakers, amazing music we've had. People are going all the way there to help hashtag Kind20.
Excellent. So Lalit, handing over to you, and I'm sure you've got, you can tell us about the program coming ahead. I think we've got, those who are looking online can see the lineup still, really for the next 4 hours, some really excellent speakers coming up. So Lalit, please do tell us who's coming on next, and handing over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Millen. And have a lovely, pleasant afternoon. And before I start my hosting session, I want to wish all our Muslim brothers and sisters a massive Eid Mubarak from the team and from hashtag Kind20. So next, we've had some amazing speakers on so far. We are moving on from England. We are moving off to India right now. And we have an amazing gentleman, Shaleen Malhotra, who is a young gentleman, an Indian VJ and a television actor. As one of the most renowned Indian television celebrities, he's established a career in Hindi television for himself. And his television debut was a Star Plus crime show based on action, showing Shaleen as ACP Arjun, and did an amazing job on those TV shows. He has been seen in many reality shows as a contestant of a youth-based game on MATV, season 4, which was in the year of 2006. And he's also hosted audition episodes of shows like MTV Rockathon. He is a great gentleman trained in parkour, and he's a very highly skilled kickboxer also. Unfortunately, Charlene's currently involved in a huge project similar to Kind 20 and has been unable to join us due to his project currently being viewed all over the world also. So what we have also got from him is an amazing video presentation that Charlene Malhotra has taken all the efforts to send it to us so that we as viewers can benefit from his act of Kind 20. So may I put you to the IT team so they can bring up the video, please? Okay, I think we will certainly be bringing that on in just
all
a
of you
minute.
from all across the
Yeah, we've got it on now.
Hi, I'm Charlene, and I'm from India. I welcome all of you from all across the globe who've joined hands in this beautiful movement for fighting COVID with kindness. I also thank the Unity of Faiths for starting such a movement and also getting me on board. See, we all know the world is going through a very, very difficult time. There's a loss of life, there's a loss of property, there's a loss of income. But there's one thing that has happened which is good in this pandemic. It's that the humans have become more caring. They become more compassionate towards each other. They have time to give, they have time to receive, they have time to reflect. And I'm not just saying it for the sake of saying it. Everyone across the globe have forgotten their regional difference, their caste, their color, and are stepping forward to help each other, which was basically missing from this world for a very long time. And I'm really, really happy to see that something like this is happening. And I really hope that even when this pandemic is over, which should be very soon, we still have this compassion that we have right now, living with us for the rest of our lives. Well, the situation is not that very different from India, from the world. We're a population of 130 crores. We are one of the most populated countries in the world, like the second most populated country in the world. So for this disease to spread in India would have been very easy. It would have been like wildfire. But I'm thankful for the government of India because they took the right measures and the right steps to at least stop the progress of the disease as much as they can. And our frontline warriors are doing an amazing job, whether it be the cops, whether it be the doctors who are helping and who are making sure that we are safe and we are guarded, which is the most important thing right now. Also, like I said about compassion, it is very fortunate of us in this country because we belong to a country where people really serve each other in different communities in various ways. Whether it's langar in Gurdwara, whether it's giving food on the road, whether it's distributing fruits and vegetables to the people. I think we've always believed in something we call seva and donation. And we are very happy the fact that we live in this country because the people are really compassionate and caring towards each other. And it has become a notch higher than what it was earlier. I've seen in the micro aspect of it is that we have guards here, buildings, we have cops on the road, how people step forward following the social distancing norms that the country has. They still go forward and they help them by giving them the right food, water, so that they are hydrated because they're away from families, they're on the streets for us. So I think it's amongst all of this negativity that is there in the world, there's this positive, sweet thing that is happening, and it's nothing but an act of kindness, because kindness is not majorly something massive that you do. It's even a small step that you can take, just smiling at a stranger or by just giving probably a bottle of water to a poor or helping someone who's in need. I think these small steps make the macro kindness that we talk about, and I'm really happy that the world is really doing it. And well, for me, kindness is basically nothing but showing love, compassion and care to people without a selfish motive. It's selfless, and it can be helping the needy humans, or it can be helping the voiceless animals on the street. I personally feel when this whole world is basically thinking about the loss of human lives, which is far more important, of course it is, but then there is hardly anyone who's been really thinking about what has happened to the animals on the streets. The strays do not get food or water because none of us are stepping outside the houses to feed them, and because of which they have caught on to diseases, they've dying because of hunger, with thirst. So what I personally do in India is that we are a group of people who make sure that we give food to the strays. We go to different areas in the city, we target one area, we give the food there, and the volunteer there gives the food to the strays every day. We have some 20 odd strays in my compound who I feed, who me and my wife really feed every day. So it's that happiness that we get of that small little gesture that we're showing towards the animals. This was before the pandemic also and during the pandemic also. It's just that they're hungrier right now because no one else is feeding them. But that smile, that look in the eye of the animal when they look at you and they say that thank you, it's the most heart-melting thing in the world to do. First of all, a little about myself. I'm an actor, and so there are a lot of actor friends of mine from the fraternity who basically pitched in and made a small little video of what kindness means to them, and they're also passing on the baton of this particular campaign to others, to all their friends and colleagues they know of. And I really hope that this spreads as much as it can, and we can really turn this COVID-19 into #Kind20.
Hi guys, this is Kishwar, and for me, kindness means to spread joy, to spread smiles, and to spread love. I know that our world is in a very tough situation right now. We're all going through very difficult times, but we're all in this together. So why not give that stranger one little smile that we can? Why not pick up the phone and check on our loved ones? And why not make a little extra food and feed the strays? Let's spread kindness, guys, and let's change COVID-19 to #Kind20. Let's do this together.
Kindness to me is being generous, helpful to others. See, right now we are living in a world which none of us has experienced. We don't know what's happening. Humanity is suffering. People are struggling at their jobs. See, what world needs right now is to be kind to each other, helpful to each other. I mean, people who are daily wage earners, who have lost their jobs. So I pledge to help my domestic help, to help my security guard, to help my liftman, to help my makeup dada, dress dada, spot dada. Let's turn this COVID-20 into kindness 20.
Hi guys, this is Karan Wahi here, and I feel kindness is something that is difficult to describe in words, but I think if I could help somebody or if I could do something for someone's betterment, mentally, physically, financially, I term that as kindness. I think kindness to me is being considerate towards other people. Kindness is showing empathy. Kindness is being patient. I think kindness doesn't have a definitive meaning or a description. I think being kind is just being in a situation where with you rising high, everyone around you also rises, and everyone wins at the end. And I think that's what kindness to me is.
Well, like I said, these were my friends from the fraternity who've pitched in. There are many more who will be, whose videos you'll be able to see on the Unit of Faiths Foundation page and the Kind 20 page. Not only this, the kids of the country have also pitched in their own sweet way. So this is the video of a grade 1, that is the first standard of DSB school in Bombay, who made this small little video to show what they can do for kindness and what humans should do for kindness. And it's a wonderful thing to see of how cute little kids come up with such a message, what we elders usually are unable to understand and pass on.
There is a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. This place is just sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for living. Make a little space, make a better place. Here's the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire universe. If you care enough for living, make a better place for you and for me. Why? There's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong. It only asks for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this wish we cannot feel. We're afraid we stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always start things are growing. A better world.
So after this cute little message by the kids, we have another very sweet message by Lisa Mangaldas. She has it in a form of poem. You know, what's really heartwarming to see is people of different beliefs, different walks of life coming together for that one single motive that all of them have, is that spread kindness, and kindness can overturn a lot of things. And I'm really happy to see that. You know, it's a very, very good feeling to see humans becoming more humans. It's a very good feeling of what we've always been known for as a superior species. If this superior species can create a world which is much better than what we've lived in so far, I don't think there can be anything better than that.
I have something to tell you. Kindness is contagious too. So let's thank the doctors saving lives, and let's all tip the delivery guys. Feed the strays in our neighborhood. It isn't hard to do some good. For your roommate, bake a cake. Oh, what a difference you can make to yours and someone else's day when love and hope seem far away. Kindness is contagious too, and it can start with me and you. So let's all turn COVID-19 into #Kind20.
Well, after this, we have a very, very special message performance. You can call it anything that you like, but it's very special. Why? Because it's from the Global Hospital in Parel in Mumbai. It's from the staff there, and they are the people who really, really working hard for all of us to stay safe, to stay alive, to make sure that we are okay after risking their lives. So I really think this one deserves a very special mention. And amidst all of this, they still come forward and make something like this for the world. I think It's more than human, it's superhuman. As it is, we've termed them as the superhuman, we've termed them as our superheroes. I really, really believe that after this, they're the sweetest superheroes in the world.
नन्ही सी हंसी भोली सी खुशी फूलों सी वो बाहें भूल गए जब देश ने दी आवाज हमें हम घर की राहें भूल गए हम सोए नहीं कई रातों से जाने वतन सो चांद बुझे हमें नींद उसी दिन आएगी जब देखेंगे आबाद तुझे तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू मजबूर हुई जब दिल की दुआ तो हमने दवा से काम लिया वो नब्ज नहीं फिर थमने दी जिस नब्ज को हमने थाम लिया बीमार है जो किस धर्म का है हमसे न कभी ये भेद हुआ सरहद पे जो वर्दी खाकी थी अब उसका रंग सफेद हुआ तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू
tremendous efforts in the last 2 months to ensure that we are standing and taking care of our patients. Thanks to all our doctors, our nurses, our housekeeping, our security, our PCAs, our FNB, every other member of the team who has gone forward and taken care of this large challenge which we are facing today. I have no words to express what I am feeling today, but I can tell you that you guys are actually truly angels who have come on this earth to take care of this patients who are coming in our hospital. Thanks a ton, and I'll always be forever grateful and indebted for all this hard work. Thanks a ton. Thank you.
Baking cookies for my neighbors is what kindness means to me. With my COVID-19, kind 20.
Hi, my name is Harshita Srinivas. To me, kindness is magic. It has no boundaries. It is that ability to see how beautiful each one of us are. Kindness is within all of us. We all have that magic. It just has to be passed from me to you, you to many, and it goes on. And that's the power of kindness. At this time of pandemic, let's pass this magic of kindness to all those who are suffering, the homeless, the poor, the hungry, elders, orphans. Let us embrace them with love, compassion. Let us give them that love. And kindness may not be something big. It is any small gesture, any small act which you and I can do, which would change their lives, which would give them hope to live, which would make them believe that this world is beautiful, and kindness is that magic which would make this world a better place. So let's make this COVID-19 into kind, #kind20. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Ranjit from Delhi, and I'm going to talk to you about a little something which is very powerful, yet it's free. That one thing is kindness. People often overlook it. Listen, we're in very tough times, and we're all in this together. So what you do, what you say, people will never remember that, but people will always remember how you made them feel. Animals, nature, doesn't matter, whatever, anything living. Be nice to it. Be nice to yourself. Start it from within. Be nice and see how powerful this thing really is. It's going to influence everything around you. It's all about positivity. We will get through this, and stay strong.
मैं देवेंद्र सिंह, राष्ट्रीय मंत्री सहकार भारती, आपको आज कोविड-19 के बारे में जो सहकार भारती ने पूरे उत्तर क्षेत्र में कार्य किया है उसके बारे में कुछ जानकारी देना चाहूँगा। सहकार भारती राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का ही एक अंग है। जैसा कि आपको पता ही है कि संघ ने पूरे भारतवर्ष में सेवा कार्य किए हैं, तो उसी श्रृंखला में सहकार भारती ने भी सेवा कार्य किए है। हमने उत्तर क्षेत्र में, मेरे पास उत्तर क्षेत्र का दायित्व है, दिल्ली से लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर तक कुछ जो कार्य किया है उसको संक्षिप्त रूप में थोड़ा मैं बताना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहले हमने अपने प्रशासन से तालमेल बढ़ाया, डिप्टी कमिश्नर, डीसी, एसडीएम, और उनसे हमसे पूछा कि कहाँ हमारी ज़रूरत है। तो हमने प्रशासन के साथ मिलके जो गरीब बस्तियों के अंदर भोजन की व्यवस्था करनी थी, हमने अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलके लगभग 25-30 दिन तक भोजन की व्यवस्था की। उसके बाद हमने सूखे राशन की किट बनाई, लगभग 10,000 हमने सूखे राशन की किट बनाई, और उस सूखे राशन की किट में हमने ये तय किया कि लगभग एक परिवार 1 महीने तक अपना भोजन बना सके। उसके अंदर 10 किलो आटा, 5 किलो चावल, दाल, हल्दी, मिर्च, चाय पत्ती सभी था। इसी प्रकार से हमने महसूस किया कि गरीब जिनकी व्यवसाय छूट गया है, जैसे मोची है, नाई है, धोबी है, तेली है, बाल काटने वाला है, उनका सर्वे कराया और उनको घर जाकर हमने भोजन की किट प्रदान की ताकि वो अपना गुजारा कर सके। इसके साथ ही हमारे जो संस्थापक सहकार भारती के सतीश मराठी जी के आह्वान पर हमने विशेष रूप से मुहिम चलाई और कोविड-19 के जो सिविल सर्जन के साथ मिलकर बातचीत की और उनको जहाँ जहाँ पे जरूरत महसूस हुई, हमने मास्क, सैनिटाइज़र, पीपी किट और ग्लव्स वगैरह बांटे। इवन पीजीआई के अंदर लगभग हमने एनजीओ के माध्यम से 50 लाख का सामान उनको हमने प्रोवाइड कराया। इसी तरह से चंडीगढ़, मोहाली, पंचकुला के डिप्टी कमिश्नर के साथ हमने मिलकर बहुत बड़ा काम किया है। और इसी तरह से और भारतवर्ष में जहाँ पे भी जरूरत हमारी महसूस हुई, हम वहाँ पे खड़े हुए हैं। और लगभग जितने भी गरीब अब मजदूर पलायन कर रहे हैं उनको भी हमने बड़ी सहायता की है। उनको जाते वक्त उनकी व्यवस्था, उनकी स्क्रीनिंग के लिए, उनके भोजन के लिए, उनको पानी की बोतल इत्यादि का हमने प्रबंध किया है। कुल मिलाकर हमने जो सेवा कार्य किए हैं वो हमने अपनी क्षमता के अनुसार किए हैं और अपने जो सहकार भारती के लोग हैं बड़े अपने मन से उन्होंने सेवा कार्य किए हैं। अंत में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि जो कोविड-19 है उसको #kind20 में बदला जाए, क्योंकि जो kind20 है बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर रही है और पूरे विश्व में ये कार्य कर रही है। धन्यवाद।
Happy Nurse Day. Thank you. I'm so proud of you for your amazing job.
Next up is a very, very special performance. It's by Sri Shubhendra Rao, who is the direct disciple of Sri Pandit Ravi Shankar Ji. Pandit Ravi Shankar Ji is no longer with us, but his legacy has been carried forward by him. He's one of the most renowned artists that we have in the country, who specially stepped forward in these times for us and created a small little musical piece for all of us, because I personally feel that there is no language that communicates better and connects better than music. This whole world, even if you do not understand the language that we're speaking in, or the habits or the culture that we have, the language of music, I think, is universal. And for him to step forward for all of us and create music like this, we are really thankful and we're really grateful, and we're really, really lucky to hear it. So enjoy it.
Namaskar. Hello. My name is Shubhendra Rao. Kindness is something that we are seeing during this whole difficult times that the world is going through. Yes, there are a lot of problems, but then the human kindness, which is so very important, comes through very clearly. For me, one of the main things that bothers me is when I hear the word migrant workers. They are not migrants. We are all migrants in a certain sense, of course, but then these workers who have left their home and come should not be divided and put into the category of being migrant. The very word migrant divides rather than unites. And in this difficult state that the whole world is going through, we need to stand united, we need to be united, and we need to act united. So let's all stop using the word migrant. Let's call them workers who are going back home to the safety of their families, to the safety of their loved ones, and to the safety of something familiar. They will be back and we will all be there to support them. Let COVID-19 become Kind 20. Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing collection of videos, Mr. Malhotra. As much as we would have loved to have you here with us live on Zoom on this hashtag Kind20, I think you have given us an amazing collection of videos from the staff singing at the hospital at Parel, the global hospital. Almost brought tears to my eyes there. Amazing collection with Lisa Mangoldas's poem, Karan Vahi's comments on kindness. You have collected these little kids to older people and just shown what the act of kindness is all about. So an immense thank you. As much as we missed you being here, we want to actually thank you and Team India. So massive thank you to Shalini Malhotra and Team India for presenting us with such an amazing video. Feeding the humans, feeding the animals. Look at the dogs that were hungry of all the food. I mean, this video was a huge collection of hashtag Kind20. So a massive thank you from Healing Our Earth team from London and hashtag Kind20. Thank you very much to Mr. Shalin Malhotra and Team India. Now, before we move on to our next guest, I just want to make sure we wanted to acknowledge our team members from Healing Our Earth who have put up this amazing global show, a global event. And for that, a massive thank you goes to our none other than our Neil Kumar, who is behind this in conjunction with Malesh, who is the technical director. A special thank you to him. Nishit Kotak, who is the co-director. Media by Cash, Anita, and Varsha. Thank you for that. Hosts were Dr. Nilan Shah, Simran Ahuja coming up shortly, and a very special thanks to Mr. Nitin Palan. He's the executive producer. And thank you to Enrich TV on YouTube, our associates of Healing Our Earth. So thank you to each and every member who has put in their hard work, hard effort for this particular event to take place. Once again, a global namaste to all of you. Moving on to our next guest, we are actually going on to Iceland. And the lady from Iceland is Linda Baldevitsoddir. Now, I hope I've said that correctly, Linda. You'll have to help me with that if I haven't said it. But Linda, she is a lead communication consultant and a TRM, which is a trauma resiliency model expert. Linda is a well-known writer for Iceland's leading news agency, Smartland Mobiles, and is a former TV host. Her shows won News of the Year in 2014. Amazing achievement there, Linda. As the former president of the Icelandic Coaching Federation, she created a yearly coaching day since 2012. Linda sat on the board of Icelandic Women's Business Association also. A co-author of an acclaimed book, I Am. What a title, I Am. I love that. And in collaboration, coaches, Linda created programs for institutions and companies like Reykjavik City Council Welfare Department. Linda is a leading life coach since the last 14 years and works with people from all walks of life. Linda, huge credibility to your achievements that you've had. Welcome today to #Kind20. And we welcome you with a global namaste and welcome here.
Thank you, Milan, and hello world. Or like we say in Icelandic, komið sæl og blessuð, meaning come, enjoy, and be blessed. What a blessing it is to have been invited by the Healing Our Earth team on this global #Kind20 online session. So thank you so much for the invitation. Iceland is a land of fire and ice, bright summer nights, and the northern lights. But we have also had many traumatic situations in our country, such as extremely bad weathers, deadly avalanches, strong earthquakes, and a major volcanic eruption like Eyjafjallajökull, for example, the economic crisis in 2008, and now the COVID-19. But through it all, we have stood together as one. And during the COVID-19 epidemic, we have actually shown our hearts in so many ways. But what has really stood out is that Iceland is a nation that comforts and supports each other with songs and our instruments to keep people's spirit alive. On that note, I am now going to let some of the songs that have helped us fill your hearts with joy and support today. And first, I want to introduce to you Guðný Lára and Stefán, but they created this Facebook group that spread throughout our country in the speed of light.
Hi, my name is Guðný Lára.
I'm Stefán.
And we want to tell you about a group that we opened up, Facebook group that we opened up in lockdown in Iceland.
Yes, the group is called Syngjum Veiruna Burt. Like the t-shirt says, here's the logo. In English, Sing the Virus Away, which we have done now in Iceland, because the virus is almost gone here. Almost gone. It's our, because of us and our group, we sang it away.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, we got a little bit bored while in lockdown in Iceland, and we were like looking at all these talented people that were sending in songs.
We were getting a few hundred songs each day in the beginning, and we saw a lot of great talent, great singers that, you know, were not famous, not known in the country. So we just saw so much talent in there, we had to do something with it.
So we did, and we contacted a lot of people, and we made a song with them. The Eye of the Tiger was the first song.
First song, Eye of the Tiger in Icelandic lyrics, which you can find on our Facebook group and on YouTube under the name Triolas Music.
Triolas vocal group.
Vocal group,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we got bored again. Yeah.
We get bored a lot.
Yeah, in lockdown. So we made another song, and that was the Beatles song.
Yes, All You Need Is Love is the original song of the Beatles. We changed it to All You Need Are Hugs in Icelandic, which is called knús. Icelandic word knús is hugs. That's the song you're gonna see today.
Yeah.
We got some really great singers from the Facebook group again, and made something spectacular, in our opinion.
Yeah. So you're gonna see the Corona Choir singing Allt sem þarf knús.
All You Need Are Hugs.
Langar í
quiere la gana. Una sjálfsmús kvalna. Ekkert hjálpar með það sem var.
Thanks to the Corona Choir. How impressive was that? But moving on, our next song was composed by our beautiful Inka, and her song is called My Sister's Keeper.
When you come through the door, a silent night, but I can't see no more. The joy that always lights your face, it's covered up. You walk across the room and I can tell your illness has you wrapped up in your spell. You don't need to say a word, I understand. You will never have to feel alone, 'cause with me you're always close to home. Baby, promise me you won't forget. I don't care if it's 4 a.m. You call me when you need me. I'll be there to hold your hand, help you understand that tomorrow is a brand new day, where the pain will feel so far away. So for now, just let me stay, my sister's keeper. I hate to see the tear streams down your face, and if I could, I'd trade with you my place. I take away from all your blue, color you through. Shut the voices out that talk you down, and remember, even though you're proud, it's okay not to be okay. I don't care if it's 4 a.m. You call me when you need me. I'll be there to hold your hand, help you understand that tomorrow is a brand new day, where the pain won't feel so far away. So for now, just let me stay, my sister's keeper, my sister's keeper, my sister's keeper. I don't care if it's 4 a.m. You better call me when you need me.
Wow. That was a beautiful song. I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. But on to our next song. This song comes from a choir named Spectrum. The choir was quarantined for some time because almost half of them, got infected with the COVID-19 virus during a practice session. But thankfully, they have all recovered. To tell us more about the choir and their experience, we have here Ingvildur Ýr Jónsdóttir, the Spectrum's choir conductor. Just heads up, you guys, Ingveldur is currently dialing in from her home on the lovely Icelandic coast, which means some Atlantic winds.
Hi, my name is Ingveldur Ýr, and I'm the conductor of Spectrum Vocal Group. Spectrum is a mixed choir with great people in it. Beginning of March, 1/3 of the group got infected with the coronavirus, and the rest of us were put in quarantine. During that time, we kept in touch and rehearsed on Zoom and Messenger and every way we could keep in touch. Today is the first time we get together again. We're very grateful to be able to sing for you. We will be performing Viva la Vida, a song written by Coldplay members. So here's to life, Viva la Vida, and Spectrum.
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes. Listen as the crowd could sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. One naked I have the king. Next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand.
Thanks to the Spectrum Choir. That was really special. And I, for one, felt a really sense of appreciation. Hopefully you all did. We are coming to the end now, and we are going to end this session with a bit of a country feeling. For those of you that don't know, here in Iceland, we just love a good guitar riff. And if we can sing along, well, that's a real bonus. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to my favorite Icelandic country singer, Axel Ómarsson. He's going to sing one of, what did you say, Bob Dylan's song or Adele's song, Make You Feel My Love. Take it away, Axel. And maybe we get some bonus song as well.
Never know. Great to be here. Pleasure to be here tonight or today. So here it goes. When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I would offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. Evening shadows and the stars appear. There is no one there to dry your tears. I could hold you for a million years to make you feel my love. I know you haven't made up your mind yet, but I would never do you wrong, no. Known it from the moment that we met. No doubt in my mind where you belong. I go hungry, I go black and blue. I go crawling down the avenue. There is nothing that I would not do to make you feel my love. Storms are raging on the rolling sea, on the highway of regret. The winds of change are blowing wild and free. You ain't seen nothing like me yet. I can make you happy, make your dreams come true. There is nothing that I would not do. Go to the ends of the world for you, to make you feel my love. There is nothing that I would not do to make you feel my love.
So,
Then we're going to do one more.
Yeah,
And the next one
I
is
think so.
actually a Faith Hill song called Love Ain't Like That. Let's turn this on here. You can buy it at the store, try it on for size. Bring it back if it don't feel right. No love, it ain't like that. You can't trade it in like an automobile that's got too many miles, rust on the wheels. No love, it ain't like that. Love ain't that easy to define. You can't build it by design. It takes its own sweet time. It don't fall from the sky like a tiny drop of rain. Hit you between the eyes one day, no love. It ain't like that. You can't put your money down, just roll the dice. I think you're gonna win it all some night, no love. It ain't like that. Love ain't that easy to define. You can't build it by design. It takes its own sweet time. You can't buy it at the store, try it on for size. Bring it back if it don't feel right, no love. It ain't like that. You can't put your money down, just roll the dice. I think you're gonna win it on some night, no love. It ain't like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone enjoyed it as much as I did. Well, we have come to the end, unfortunately, but I would like to thank each and everyone that took out their precious time to be with us here today. It has been a real pleasure, and I hope you have enjoyed it. May God bless you all. Remember to be kind to each other, and let's spread the hashtag Kind20 around the whole world. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you. Most enjoyable.
Thank you very much, Linda. Please do not disappear from here. I have a few questions to ask you. You've done a wonderful job with all these amazing singers you collected. The Corona choir, all they wanted is hugs. That was such an amazing choir, and they put it up so nicely. So thank you for that. And my God, the magical singer, I'm going to say the lady sitting right next to you, my sister's keeper. Who is she? She's amazing. Can you tell us, please?
Yeah. Oh. Some mistakes here, but this is Inga, our songwriter. And Inga, do you want to say who you are?
Sure. My name is Inga Maria. I'm 26 from Iceland, and I just love writing and performing music.
Lovely. And you certainly did a very good job there, Inga. It was amazing. And the gentleman next to you, sir, you sang an amazing with your guitar playing, typical Icelandic. It was, yeah, absolutely. Did a wonderful job. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, my name is Axel O. I'm actually Icelandic, but I moved to the States when I was very young. And I grew up in Texas and Oklahoma. That's why I sound like this. And I'm a country singer. I write music and just published a few songs this year. And yeah, pretty much the same. Music's what I do.
Good. Very, very good. Linda, I've got a question for you. How did you get connected with hashtag Kind20?
I did connect with Kind20 through Dr. Syamander Talwar. And it just came because we were talking together, and we found that we both wanted to make this world a little better place. So of course, when he asked me to be the ambassador for Iceland, of course I said yes. Of course I said yes.
So it was through Dr. Sham, is it? Wow, that's amazing. This is an amazing hashtag Kind20. And I was actually going to ask Dr. Talwar to actually give some feedback on what's been happening so far and the last couple of presentations that we've had. Dr. Talwar, may I request you to come online, please?
Yeah, I just think, first of all, I want to say thank you to hashtag Kind20 Team Iceland. Linda, amazing, absolutely amazing. We're so blessed that you have taken this baton of kindness to Iceland and spreading it around. Inga, amazing, absolutely amazing, exceptional. I know Victor's behind the scene there. Victor, if you can hear me, we love you, man. We love Sam Pierce. We love Sam Pierce so much. And obviously all the singers that have come on board, sir, you were amazing, absolutely amazing. I mean, yeah, Anna was just mesmerized. It reminded him of Chris Christopherson. So, you know, it's just amazing how you basically put a smile on our face. But hey, all I'm saying is why Iceland is very special. It is the land of fire and ice. I call it one of the, you know what we call India very spiritual. Iceland is equally spiritual. It's the land where fire comes from the ground and ice comes from the sky at the same time. And that does not happen unless it's heaven. So that's why I call Iceland an incredible special place, an incredible special country, an incredible special people. So we're very blessed to have Linda and the whole of Iceland behind #Kind20. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dr. Talwar, thank you very much. Anna, would you like to say a couple of words on that too, please?
Just that I visited Iceland once and it was an extraordinary country and the people are amazing, the energy is amazing, and Linda, fabulous. Thank you so much for being ambassadress and head of the team.
Goddess.
And goddess, yes, our goddess, our northern goddess.
Amazing, Linda. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, I wanted to say something about the Spectrum Choir that you had. Very colorful choir, mesmerizing song they were singing in the church background. Absolutely fascinating. You guys have done an amazing job in Iceland over there. So big bravo to you for #Kind20. Keep doing the good work that you're doing out there. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next guest that we would like to introduce is a well-known personality. His name is Nitin Palan, and may I say a global namaste and a Jai Sri Swaminarayan to Nitin Bhai Palan. As I said, a very popular personality who has been working with various community-based charities, projects, and serves as a trustee and interfaith coordinator at the BAPS charities, the Swaminarayan Temple. Started an organization of Diwali in London in the year of 2001, which has now continuous membership of 12 Hindu organizations in London and collectively in partnership with the Mayor of London. Celebrates Diwali at Trafalgar Square every year. And this annual one-day festival attracts over 35,000 people. With the number of stalls, the number of entertainment that we have there, it is a colorful event that has been organized, and behind that is our popular Mr. Nitin Bhai Palan. Created a portal to show the contribution of the Indian soldiers in the World War I. He organized various discussion groups and a bus that was converted into a museum, visiting many schools to share the education and contribution of the Indian soldiers. He worked with the British Royal Legion in launching Khadi Poppy in 2018, recognizing contribution of the Indian soldiers. Nitin Bhai Palan created a portal to show the contribution and concerns of Hindu community in the United Kingdom. He set up a Palan Foundation that helps to fund educational causes in the United Kingdom and in India. Besides sponsoring young people education, he has also organized Diwali celebrations, not just in Britain, but in the European Parliament over the last 5 years. I'm waiting for my invitation to that one, Mr. Palan. And he also serves as the patronage to the Religious Education Council of England and Wales and the National Army Museum. So without any further delay, would love to welcome our humble guest today, Mr. Nitin Palan, and a global namaste and a Jai Sri Swaminarayan to you.
A global hug from me.
Thank you.
Namaste, Jai Swaminarayan.
Jai Swaminarayan. I have a quick question for you before you start, Mr. Palan. What does kindness mean to you?
I think I learned the act of kindness from my spiritual master, watching him be the symbol of kindness. To be able to give without expectation. To be able to let others progress ahead of you without expectation. And to be able to ensure that everything, to recognize that you are not on your own, you are not an island. And that means everything around you has to progress, has to be joyful. has to be progressive. And if everything around you is full of love and kindness, then that should be your role. And this role of seva, which what it transfers into, I actually saw that demonstrated in a very different area, in a hospital in Rajkot that I would love to share with you as a live experience. Something that left me tearful 15 years ago, but I have never forgotten since then. So hospital in Rajkot in India, went in there to see how patients that didn't have money would be given food. So went into a small room, there's a couple there serving food to people sitting on the floor, obviously very poor, waiting for the next medical treatment, but they're waiting and they needed to be fed. I learned afterwards that there's a calendar of 3 years. There's such a big demand for people to want to serve. A couple, once every 3 years, is given a chance to make food at home and serve food to these poor people that didn't have the money. But the beauty was the next thing that I saw. I requested if I could serve the people myself, and they gave me the opportunity to do so. So here I am with a basket of chapatis, serving chapati one by one to every person sitting on the floor. First one, would you like a chapati? Yes, please. Would you like another one? No. Would you like a chapati? No. So as I went along, I could not understand why these very fickle-looking people, obviously they're hungry, they only asked for one chapati. I couldn't take this anymore, so an old lady, would you like a chapati? I said, Mataji, Mom, why would you not take another piece of bread? And she said, because there are others here too. And that made me realize that we spend all our life accumulating, wanting more, and instead of needs, we replace the word need with greed. So for the next 20 minutes, we got video presentation of 5 different organizations, starting with a group of community in India that prepares chapati, an extra 5 chapatis a day per family, that collectively goes out to be distributed to street people in India while they're waiting for COVID-19 to finish. Followed by a presentation from the Neaston Temple, how they serve the community from every background, hospitals, police stations, all people. Followed by, in the end, by ISKCON community, where you can see in practice how kindness does actually work. Kindness is the human nature. Please see it in work. Namaste.
Thank you. We look forward to watching this presentation, Nitin Bhai. And as you preach and you say the act of kindness, and you've said so much about it, obviously behind you is sitting your spiritual master, Mahanta Swami. Lovely picture of that. And that is the Swaminarayan Sampradaya. And they're so big in seva of humanity. And that's amazing. That's the greatest act of kindness. So thank you. We look forward to watching this presentation.
Thank you. Over to Cash.
Yeah, I believe he's ready to start the presentation here. Thank you.
Hello, this is admin here. We can't hear the voice, Keshbhai.
Kashbhai, if you want to increase the volume on this, because we can't hear anything.
When the rotis arrive, some arrive like this, with coins and notes placed quietly between the chapatis. Surat's people say this is the female touch. The story behind this
We seem to be going through some technical difficulties. Apologies.
Yeah, I think we are ready on it now.
Yeah.
More than 150,000 rotis are collected at this community hall in Surat every single day. It is a pure civil society initiative by Chaindo, an organization run by Bharat Shah and Ramji Chandak, local businessmen. Cars and trucks pull in every morning to drop off stacks, no, mountains of rotis. And volunteers at the center help make food packets from them. These packets will be given to migrant workers. Some here show master chef level skills at chopping and cutting.
इतना फास्ट कैसे काटना सीखा? सीख गया? हाँ, अपने आप? काटो?
When the rotis arrive, some arrive like this, with coins and notes placed quietly between the chapatis. Surat's people say this is the female touch. The story behind this roti bank starts in the small kitchens of thousands of women across buildings and homes in Surat.
At housing societies like this one across Surat, a simple community initiative is making a real difference. Homes are making 5 to 10 more rotis than they normally do. And then you have people who come and collect the rotis from housing societies like this one, from where they go into big centers from where they can be distributed to people who really need them. I'm standing here in a housing society in Surat with some of the women who are leading this initiative, and I want to just come here and talk to some of them. Didi, मैं आपसे पूछूंगी, पहले तो आप अपना नाम बताइए.
My name is Preeti Shukla.
Okay, Preeti, this idea, it's a very simple and a sweet idea. So how many more rotis is your home making?
I have 10 rotis for my home.
हाँ. तो 10 आप एक्स्ट्रा भी लाती हैं?
Yes.
अच्छा, और इस हाउसिंग सोसाइटी में सभी औरतें ये इनिशिएटिव ले रही हैं?
Yes.
तो ये आपने कैसे लेने का ये जो फैसला है, ये कैसे शुरू हुआ, कैसे आइडिया मिला?
ऐसे एक बार हॉस्पिटल में से छायड़ा में से आए थे, तो उन्होंने हमको बोला कि आपकी सोसाइटी में से दे सकते हैं. फिर महिला मंडल ने सबने फिक्स किया कि हम लोग सब देंगे, और एक ही जन के वहाँ सब हम कलेक्ट कर दे देते हैं. फिर वो लोग आकर कलेक्ट कर लेते हैं.
So many of you have been looking at images of our migrant workers walking the highways, walking the streets, and you've said, what can we do to help? Here is an example of what you can actually do. This is a good cross point between NGOs and the local administration and the power of the individual. कैसे आप लोग ये कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं सर?
हम सब रोटी बनाते हैं सुबह को और इनके घर पे सब जमा करते हैं.
किसके घर पे? ये मैम के घर पे सारी रोटियां जमा होती हैं. तो आपके एक दिन में आपके घर में कितनी रोटियां आ जाती है पूरे हाउसिंग सोसाइटी में?
400 तक तो हो ही जाती है.
400 तक आ जाती है. तो ये करके आपको एक फीलिंग होती है कि हम भी कुछ डिफरेंस कर रहे हैं. थोड़ा बताइए क्या सेंटिमेंट है इसके पीछे?
रोटी बना के देते हैं तो हमें अंदर से फीलिंग्स आती है कि समाज के लिए हम कुछ अच्छा कर रहे हैं.
So remember that yes, governments have to step in, but so do all of us at a time of crisis. दीदी आप बताओ कितना रोटियां एक्स्ट्रा बनती हैं?
10 रोटी.
10 रोटी. और कोई मतलब तकलीफ भी नहीं है क्योंकि रोटियां तो बन ही रही है घर के लिए.
और घर से ही ले जाते हैं तो घर बैठे ही अच्छा काम कर लेते हैं.
तो आपको क्या लगता है लोगों को क्या समझना या सीखना चाहिए इससे?
ये पैसे वक्त जो कोरोना चलता है उसमें सब हेल्प करनी चाहिए, खून दान करना चाहिए.
हमारा भी ड्यूटी बनता है.
हाँ, हमारी
दीदी आप क्या बोलेंगे? What is the message behind this initiative?
सेम यही कि जितना हमसे हो सकता है हम कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं.
और छोटी सी चीजें लेकिन फर्क बड़ा पड़ सकता है.
सही बात है. सही.
दीदी आप क्या बोलेंगी? ये रोटी बैंक एक तरह से बनाकर आप क्या संदेश देंगे?
ये ऐसी सिचुएशन में सब अब यूनिटी रखेंगे तो भी अच्छा रहेगा. और हमारे यहाँ से प्रीति शुक्ला ने जो किया है उसके लिए उनको भी धन्यवाद है. और हम लोग डेली उनके यहाँ दे देते हैं.
So Preeti, the last word to you on this, this is a time when people are in panic, and it is a time when either people can come together or there can be silly divisions. But you have shown the power of the individual. This is जो बहुत से लोग कहते हैं ना हम क्या कर सकते हैं, उनको आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं तो बोल रही हूँ हम मतलब गुजराती में जो बोल ले तो कहते हैं कि भाई काला माथानो मानी कई पण करी सके છે.
मतलब कि
जैसे ये 10 रोटी बनाना तो बिल्कुल आसान है.
So 10 roti banana aasan hai. It's a model that I think can be emulated across the country. If you're cooking, cook a little bit of extra food. Get a local NGO to coordinate with you and have it sent to a center, governmental or non-governmental, that is actually trying to feed people who really, really need this. Gayatri, if you want to add to this a larger sentiment.
Yes, I want to add so many things. एक तो एक एनजीओ है और अभी जब ये मुश्किल हुई तो हमारे सूरत सिटी में जैसे 10 लाख लोग ऐसे थे कि जिनको खाने की जरूरत थी और हम लोग वहीवट में थे, तो हमें भी एक प्रॉब्लम था कि सबको कैसे रोटी और सब्जी खिलाए, क्योंकि कोई भी मशीनरी इतना साथ बनाने में पॉसिबल ही नहीं था। और तभी हम लोगों ने पूरा सूरत सिटी में एनजीओ और ये सब बहनों का सपोर्ट मिला और आज ऐसा हुआ है कि सब बहनें अपने घर में रोटी बना रही है और आप अगर फील्ड में देखेंगे तो लोग ऐसे 5-6 रोटी हाथ में रख के उसमें सब्जी रख के इतना आनंद से खाते ना, तभी हमें इंटरनल फीलिंग मिलता है कि भाई चलो हम और कुछ तो नहीं कर पाते पर इतना तो हमें उनको खिलाया।
और मैं इसमें ये भी कहना चाहूंगी that women are leading the way, because women may have been carrying the primary responsibility of food at home, and at the time of a lockdown they have multiple responsibility because their children are also at home, their elderly are also at home. तो औरतों की जिंदगी में काम बड़ा है, कम नहीं हुआ है. So more salutes to all of these women behind me who are doing their bit for the city of Surat.
Here at the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir, the Neasden Temple, based in northwest London, with the inspiration of our Guru, His Holiness Mahant Swami Maharaj, many of our devotees and volunteers have turned to small acts of kindness to try to help other people. This mandir was opened by His Holiness, created by His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, and opened in 1995. Since then, it has inspired thousands and thousands of devotees to give their time, to give their energy, to give their talents in the service of God, in the service of the temple, and also in the service of society. His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, he taught us, in the joy of others lies our own. His was a life of selfless service, but he also taught us as his devotees, his disciples, that seeing how we can contribute to the happiness of others through many ways, be it physically, emotionally, spiritually, it will also turn out to be our greatest service to society. So with this motto, in the joy of others lies our own, our volunteers here at the Neasden Temple and many other temples around the UK and also our centers in Europe have been helping the COVID-19 pandemic relief work efforts. A summary you can see of the work that has been done so far. Many of our devotees and volunteers are reaching out. Naturally, we can't meet each other in person, but reaching out through the phone. All families in the communities where our devotees are based are reached out to, and they may be given messages of support, guidance, if help is required in the way of groceries or medicines or even meals. We try to provide that help as far as possible, obviously depending on how many volunteers are available locally. To date, in the UK and Europe, around 61 centers, we have 1,100 active volunteers who are able to contribute to this effort. And through their efforts, to date, 12,000 plus families have been served with over 34,000 hot meals. We're also reaching out to hospitals and key workplaces to ensure that the front line continues while many areas or many countries are under lockdown. Through doing this, we've managed to reach thousands and thousands of people. Also, electronically, online views, we have webcasts which allow us to not just stay at home, but also to pray at home. This has also provided a tremendous source of solace in this time of need. You can see that we've reached out to many organizations. Many of those are hospitals and also medical institutions, and also reaching out to the police or the fire brigade or the Brent Council, Transport for London. You can see some of the feedback that has been provided, but trying to just provide through small acts of kindness and trying to make people's life a little bit joyful, because we know what they have to go through day in and day out. We stay at home, but they have to go to work. So they can continue to ensure that our essential services carry on running. Just want to quickly go through our BAPS Connect and Care initiative, inspired by our spiritual leader, His Holiness Mahant Swami Maharaj, an initiative to stay connected with and also serve the community, particularly those who are elderly, those who are most vulnerable, including expectant mothers, and those who may be ill or in self-isolation. And this is managed through a dedicated network of volunteers who assist with shopping, errands, and deliveries. Just to see a few examples, what we call the tiffin service, we have almost 900 freshly cooked meals, which are currently home delivered to various homes, which includes the elderly and the vulnerable, by a pool of more than 100 volunteer drivers. On the front line, we have the NHS National Health Service, the doctors, the nurses, all the support workers at the hospital, including the pharmacists, the cleaners, the porters, many people involved to ensure that the health of the people in our country and other countries is improved. So they get the right treatment. So they are looked after. And providing just a little bit, it may be a lunch here and there, it may be a few groceries or a few provisions to staff up and down the country, working in various hospitals or healthcare institutions, providing assistance to the fire stations, selected ones where we have local volunteers. Again, they're keeping our frontline and our emergency services going, and also expressing their thanks to our volunteers for their help. Providing assistance to the police. They also regularly maintain their patrols around important places, including our temple as well. And we're glad to say that we are also able to support them in various ways by providing small acts of, it may be a small meal or it may be some snacks. Local faith groups have also been very useful and very active at this particular time. So trying to help each other out so that they can continue to serve their own faith communities. And in this way, not looking at religion, not looking at creed, not looking at background, try to help one another and support one another in this time of need. Food banks have been essential in providing much needed provisions to people around the community. So we try to do our little bit by providing rations, groceries to local food banks so they can continue to serve other people in the communities that they are based in. The bus drivers, these are people who keep our frontline services going to ensure that people get transport to places where they need to get to. So whether it's bus drivers or the Transport for London, the TfL staff running the tube services, we try our best to give a little bit to them in their time of need. This is a school that's fairly close to our temple here in Neasden, and the children got together, a beautiful painting that they did to say thank you for everyone's kindness and generosity for the community during these difficult. The Brent Council is just one council out of many in the country, which is working round the clock to ensure that people don't suffer. So again, so various workers working in different aspects and different fields in the council. We try to provide meals or snacks for them as well from time to time. You can see that they were also blown away by the kindness and generosity of our volunteers. The care homes, we know that there's a major issue at the care homes due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. So providing to the care home workers, also some of the residents themselves of the care homes, they also appreciate the special meals as well. And that's also proved to be a great gesture on behalf of our volunteers. The armed forces, you can see the British Army have been active in setting up mobile testing units around the country. And some of our volunteers have also been providing them with lunches to ensure that they also continue their great work. We have small centers in Europe as well, on the continent, in Lisbon and in Paris. Our volunteers have also been providing and reaching out to those in need and providing essential provisions. The key workers have been working day and night. Many of those are from our community. So a special video tribute to these key workers serving together in the joy of others, based on the motto of His Holiness Pramukh Sai Maharaj, to say a thank you to all these workers for continuing to work together to serve the nation. They appreciation from a local MP and also from the Lord Mayor of Birmingham, Mr. Mohammed Azim, for our volunteers and their kindness and their seva, their selfless service. Naturally, we want to say thank you to all our volunteers, but this would not be possible if we did not have support from literally thousands of donors who have been continuing to support the Coronavirus Relief Fund initiated by BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, based here at the Neasden Temple. So people have been donating online and also with Just Giving. And this has enabled us to continue our work through the volunteers to feed thousands and thousands of people. And a thank you, not just to the NHS, but all these institutions, all the front line. And you can see even our young boys and girls, they got together and they worked out, what can we do? They may not be able to donate money. They may not be able to donate or be able to partake of their time because they're too young. But they created these cards. Boys and girls as young as 3 or 4 years old have been creating these cards. I think there's been about 400 cards already. And these are thanking the NHS, thanking our care workers, thanking the front line for their help. So we are very grateful to everyone who has supported us in these efforts. Further information, we have been keeping people informed, educated as well, through our website, through special videos, through special webcasts. And you can also get further information from our website, neasdentemple.org, or also through social media such as Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook.
भारतीय समुदाय के लोग एक साथ इस संकट में एक दूसरे और जरूरतमंदों की मदद कर रहे हैं। देखिए बीबीसी संवाददाता गगन सभरवाल की रिपोर्ट।
लोग हमें मेलिंग करते हैं, व्हाट्सएप करते हैं, ईमेल करके हम उनको उनके लिए शॉपिंग करके उनके घर छोड़ देते हैं। 2 मीटर बाहर घर से वो पैसे ऑनलाइन या पैसे एनवलप में डाल के दे देते हैं हमारे वॉलंटियर्स को। कुछ लोग हैं जो घर पे लोनली फील होने लगे हैं, ऑलरेडी डिप्रेस्ड, एंशियस, तो उनके लिए हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हमारा एक फोन सर्विस है, काफी वॉलंटियर्स है जो उनको रिंग करके लोगों को उनको थोड़ा कंपनी रखते हैं, उनको थोड़ा जॉयफुल रखते हैं। जो हमारे बुजुर्ग, हमारे एल्डरली और साथ ही साथ जो हमारे ओवरसीज स्टूडेंट्स हैं, लॉट ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स स्पेशली फ्रॉम इंडिया, उनकी हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि स्टूडेंट्स की सबसे जो बड़ी मुश्किल है वो है कि उनकी जो जॉब्स थी, जो इवनिंग जॉब्स, जो वीकेंड जॉब्स, वो उनकी जॉब चली गई है। सो उन स्टूडेंट्स के लिए हम जो फ्री फूड, उनके जो डेली आइटम्स, जो भी उनकी जरूरत है वो पूरी कर रहे हैं।
स्टूडेंट्स के तो अनगिनत कॉल और हम सब उनको खाना से लेके उनके लिए व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं रहने का। किन्हीं लोगों को जो किसी एरिया के हैं उनको संपर्क करें, वो स्टैंड बाय है गाड़ी लेके, जहाँ उस एरिया में कोई कॉल आती है तो हम उन्हें पहुंचाते हैं।
यहाँ पर एहसान की कोई भावना नहीं है, यहाँ एक अपनेपन की भावना है उन सभी लोगों के लिए, क्योंकि ये समय और परिस्थिति की मार है।
As devotees of ISKCON, our tradition is focused on uplifting human society out of suffering and helping us to connect to the Supreme, the ultimate shelter, the source of everything. We're all distressed to see the world so deeply impacted by the turmoil caused by COVID-19. We offer our gratitude to those on the front line for protecting both neighbors and strangers. We offer our deepest appreciation to the tens of thousands of doctors, nurses, and other medical professionals who have put aside their own safety to protect those in need. It is said that the most difficult of times can bring out the best in people. In order to play an active role in support of our community and our frontline workers, we decided that our Food for Life initiative would provide an excellent opportunity to show care and love through the distribution of free plant-based meals.
It's so nice to see food being loaded up, delicious, home-cooked food, freshly prepared, loaded up, to be given to needy, vulnerable, and key workers in the healthcare sector. I'd just like to thank you very much for bringing these meals for our key workers, frontline staff. A nice warm meal, keep them going to help all the patients daily. Thank you very much.
We started by reaching out to the isolated, elderly, and vulnerable, and now we have increased tenfold to providing for over 15 hospitals across 3 health boards, delivering to 300 homes daily, over 20 GP surgeries, working with local councils, charities, PCOs, and to date, I've distributed over 15,000 meals. To make all this happen, we have a fantastic team of selfless volunteers. Our dedicated kitchen team the cooks and the packers, our delivery team, and those that are managing and organizing behind the scenes. Hello, my name's Damien. I'm from St. Peter's Parish over in Ross. Some families who are very, very, very grateful, delivering 6 meals to one family today. I just come back.
I've met a lot of really grateful people that are really happy that you've been able to deliver them food. I really, really, really appreciate actually having this opportunity because it's come at quite a difficult time. And especially the cooks, they've made amazing food and it is so delicious.
Yeah, I mean, get involved. Doesn't matter if you're part of the Peak Race Recovery. I'm not personally. But was just able to get involved and help out, and I think it's just important that we all just do what we can. Now, despite all of our economic and technological advancements, we have been forced to slow down. Times like these can bring us together to understand our vulnerabilities and our dependence on each other, on our planet, and on God. While our hearts break, seeing the suffering all around us, the forced lockdown is revealing something deep. Our rivers are cleaner. Our air is easier to breathe. We can hear birds again singing in our cities. And Mother Earth is beginning to heal us. It is also an opportunity to question our choices. Realize that we need to act in a more environmentally responsible way. It is now confirmed that our pace of life is choking our planet. Now we slow down. Nature has begun to regenerate. And scientific evidence has shown that our abuse of the planet and of animals in particular, including a meat-centered diet, not only contributes to pollution through agriculture, heart disease, cancers, but is a significant causal factor of global pandemics. It is a time to consider more viable and healthier options, including a plant-based diet. Now is not the time, by the way, nor is it ever, to succumb to fear and strike out against those who are different or more vulnerable. Or those of other faiths, nationalities, or ethnicities. Viruses do not discriminate between people. Neither should we. God gave this world to all of us, so now let us learn to share it as equals. The ancient yoga textbook Bhagavad Gita says one should see all beings as equals, humans and animals. Gandhi said there's enough for man's need, but not for man's greed. On behalf of the Food for Life team, I would like to make a humble request from the heart that we need your support to maintain, fund, and increase our effort in reaching all those that need our help. How can you help? You can sponsor a meal, give a donation, you can give some of your valuable time. Or whatever way you can think, please don't hesitate to contact us. Together we're stronger. In these strange times, although surrounded by a mountain of darkness, together we can build a tunnel of hope and light. Thank you for watching. Hare Krishna.
We're here at Stammer Monday today to take all this food and help us by Kenton Monday and Wolves on Monday. We're going to be providing all these foods to vulnerable and NHS staff. So we've got here today Jana Sak and Batana. So we're going to be going all different areas, different drivers, dropping off food to different types of people. Some that have just finished a shift from NHS, some that are vulnerable and can't step outside the house. So it's something that Stanmore Monday started and Kenton Monday and Wolves on Monday that have helped out today and every other day of the week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Isn't that wonderful? I could spend 15 hours, 24 hours showing you examples of acts of kindness, and this is just a sample of it. So thank you, Cash, for making it happen. Thank you to all these people that actually believe kindness is not something that happens once a week, once a month, once a year. It's actually a way of life. We all need to make kindness into a way of life. Power of kindness will change the world. But we want to evolve. We don't want to have revolution. We want evolution of human nature. Last word from my beautiful wife, Kamu. She has something to say.
Guys, just on that, what I would like to say, let's get rid of COVID-19 and replace it with kindness 20.
Okay, let's have kindness 20. Get rid of COVID-19. Namaste.
Yes, namaste.
Nitin Bhai, thank you, and Kamuben, thank you very much for this amazing presentation. A slight apology to all the viewers with the slight technical hitch that we had at the beginning, but it was well worth the wait, wasn't it? It was amazing. What an act of kindness. And I can certainly say this is where religious faith groups, and particularly the Swaminarayan Sampradaya BAPS, have got this Manav Seva. Serving the mankind is such a big motto of Pramukh Swami and Mahant Swami, and you are, as devotees, doing just serving his mission. And by doing that, the great act of kindness is taking place. And look at the number of people being fed. The 5 or 10 rotis causes a revolution, and it certainly has. And this act of kindness is spreading everywhere. And it's through foundations and people like yourselves, Nitin Bhai, who's organizing all this to make sure that this can happen. Now, before we finish our presentation here, there were a couple of things I thought were amazing. The number of great volunteers you have, the tiffin service, and at the time of Corona crisis, you have become Karuna crisis, the mercy that everybody's showing. The karuna that people have for humankind. And also the corona crisis has led to corona, meaning get going and get doing. So this is the act that we have seen from these videos, and a huge inspiration that we've had from what you've shown us. So a massive thank you from Healing Our Earth to yourself, to your foundation, to your BAPS, everybody. It's amazing. Now, before we leave, I would like you to share your message with us. Is there something that you would like to tell all the viewers globally right now? And then we'll end this presentation.
I think Shamida wants to say something. Shamida ji?
Yeah, I just want to say, Nitin Bhai, that all I'm going to say is we're blessed to know you, Nitin Bhai. Kamuben, we're really blessed. Nitin Bhai and myself and Anna, we know each other since 2013 when we first met. And it's been an incredible journey, how we've had a roller coaster rides, I think we can say that, but how we've come together and shoulder to shoulder, moving Kind 20, hashtag Kind 20 together as brothers and sisters, friends, families, as one family, I would say. Hashtag Kind 20 is moving as one family. There's no leaders here, and there's no people, there's no workers. We're working together, shoulder to shoulder, and that's how humanity needs to grow, shoulder to shoulder, walking forward, so we can have a much, much peaceful, harmonious, and pleasant future for our children and coming generations. So Nitin Bhai, we love you, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nitin, thank you so much, because you have so much you can offer the world with what BAPS and, are role models really for seva and service to mankind, and other communities need to learn this. Kamu, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Shamida Bhai.
I think just because we were able to demonstrate doesn't mean that it's not happening elsewhere. My friend next is going to be talking about the Jewish community. Every community is doing this. Kindness is the human nature. It's hidden. Let's bring it out. And I said, let's evolve, not revolve. So kindness Shakti. We're going to be there next year forever, forever.
Thank you very much, Nitin Bhai, Kamuben Palan. A massive thank you from all of us at Healing Our Earth and #Kind20. Thank you very much. Now, moving on to my slots coming to an end, and the lady who takes over from me is none other than our Simran Ahuja, and we give her the title BBT, Beauty, Brains, and Talent. And there she is, our next host, who is Simran Ahuja, titled as Miss World, Miss India, 2013, recently had a debut film with Bollywood, and it was called Zindagi Tumse. She's an international celebrity anchor, having been associated with prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare Awards, Oscars, and loads other presentations that she's been involved in. She's the recipient of a very prestigious award given by the Indian government, and it's called the Dada Saheb Phalke Award for her anchor par excellence. Qualified in Masters in Finance and in a doctorate in the nature cure and alternate medicine. She's conducted workshops globally, from Zurich to Rome to Singapore to Sri Lanka and India and other places in this world. She's been the cultural ambassador of the folk dance, having 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and America. And without further ado, I'd love to welcome Simran Ahuja. Simran, welcome on board.
Thank you so much. And that was very, very kind of you, Lalitji. And I must say that I'm completely blessed to be here. A global namaste to all the lovely souls from across the world. And we are talking about kindness, not just talking about it, but the acts of kindness. So I want to thank Lalit, you from all my heart for the lovely abbreviation, that beautiful word you've given me. And truly, truly thankful to you for all the love and warmth that you share. And I've been enjoying all your sessions on this most wondrous platform on this earth, Healing Our Earth. Well, to our lovely people, as they always say, Seva tan man dhan se karna. So we have to really believe in serving all our lovely souls across the world with our physical body. So we could see the help in all the videos that we've had, the acts of kindness, including Nitin Palan, the last video that we had, and the last speaker that we had with us. And that is doing physical seva in any way possible. And then we have Seva Tan Man, that is seva of the mind. Through prayer, through meditation, we really feel that divine love within us. And the third is Dhan Se. Whatever possible, even if it is a little money, if we have anything extra, if we can help to serve humanity, it will be of great help. And this seva, Tan Man Dhan, will bring us and take us towards the seva of the soul, which is the most important seva, which is a seva of the divine love, to feel that love and warmth, kindness within us. So Lalit, I'm going to truly thank you for being here with us. And it was truly an amazing session that we had with you. So I'm going to have you once again towards the end, and thank you. We'll move ahead with the speakers. But before we move ahead, I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking our entire crew of Healing Our Earth. And I must say that the fact that we are taking this act of kindness across the world with #Kind20, we truly appreciate it from all our heart. So thank you very much to our technical director, Malesh. A very, very special thank you to you. We just love the entire technical crew who's here with us. Thank you very much to our co-director, Nishit. From our media, we have with us Kesh, Anita, and Varsha. Thank you. It's all about the media, and it's all about being aware and trying to really pass on the message. So it's only done through the social media. So thank you, guys. And of course, our hosts for today. Thank you very much to Dr. Milind Shah, Dr. Lalit Soda, and truly excited to also thank our executive producer. A very special thanks to you, Mr. Nitin Palan. It's time for us to move ahead, and we have with us, with the act of kindness, with us is Mr. Edwin Shuker from Baghdad in Iraq. So Edwin, I'm truly excited and delighted to invite you here. And please allow me to introduce yourself before we have your act of kindness here on #Kind20. Edwin Shukar is an international businessman, a social action activist, a philanthropist with a wide range of educational, communal, and charitable involvement. Edwin regularly delivers presentations on Middle Eastern topics at the prestigious venues, including the British House of Commons, the European Parliament, and the United Nations. He's elected Vice President of the Board of Deputies of the British Jews and the trustee of Mitzvah Day of the Unity of Faiths Foundation. It's absolutely our honor and our privilege to have with us Mr. Edwin Shukar, and we kindly invite you and request you to kindly share your act of kindness. Hi, Edwin. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm blessed.
A wholehearty welcome to you and a global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you, and it's a privilege to be invited by the Healing on Earth team in this global #Kind20 online session.
So tell us, how is everything treating you around you, and how are the kinds, the acts of kindness around you? Please do let us know, and we'll move ahead with your session.
Thank you. So I was first introduced to the Unity of Faith Foundation at the 2011-2012 festivals. I had no idea what to expect when I was invited. Suddenly was on stage, and I see 20,000 people from every faith and every shape and every color staring at us. And I just couldn't believe it. But what I else couldn't believe was the way we, the faith leaders, the community leaders, how we reacted to that massive crowd, that love that was emanating from the park. But we all seem almost at one, forgot about our garb, our dress, our hats, all different. We all came ready, and we just felt in that instant as all humans, human connecting with humanity. And that was what struck me at the way the tough work. It always seems to be a response to a need. It never seems to be sitting down and strategize, what shall we do next year? What shall we do in 5 years? Suddenly a need arises, and the need and the response is there. I watched with awe their campaign on the football, on the sports. And, when this crisis happened, when this challenge, the global challenge happened, I just felt, and I knew that a phone call is about to come from Adnan and Sham. I just knew that a need was crying, and their response will be there. And it almost immediately, as we sat, people from all sorts of faiths and all sorts of achievements, we sat on this Zoom meeting, and the ideas just were sounding true. They had a ring on them. They boom, boom, boom. Within 20 minutes, the whole thing was completely done and dusted. And we knew exactly what we want. We wanted acts of kindness, and we wanted this to come from every corner of the world. And we wanted that not to be owned by anybody, not by us, not by the trustees, not by, it actually belonged to the world. And therefore, there was no way such a campaign would fail. It's, you do the kindness, and you just leave it to the divine to sort out who, what, and where. So I just wanted to say something about my own life. Early on when I was younger, I let God into my heart, not as a concept, but as a caring, loving God. And I know I see him on my daily life. I want to emulate what he does. I want to move in his shadow. There's a beautiful expression in Hebrew, B'Tselem Elohim, in the shadow of God. And you know, when you do that, when we are lucky enough to catch ourselves and to see where the shadow is and to follow it, when we are that lucky, it is the sheer happiness of it that leads you on and makes you perform even better and even with a bigger heart. For it leads you to the next step and the next step with clarity and with truth. I personally, I'm the recipient of much kindness. And I arrived to this country, to this hospitable and kind country, when I was 16 years old. I arrived here as a refugee. I sought asylum here and was granted. And to cut a long story short, how we rebuilt our lives, I watched my son graduate from Cambridge University a few years ago, knowing that I owe a debt to the world, to the divinity, to the country, to the citizens of this country. And therefore, the last few years, as you know, as you said, I was a businessman, I was doing all my project and all that, but I decided it is time to serve. It is time to pay back. And so I immersed myself into the community, and believe me, it is pure service. You get nothing out of being a community leader other than that. Certainly no praise or gain out of it. So I served, and there were two things that I want to bring to here from this life that I started, as I said, as a refugee, and I reached today as a servant of the community, a servant of this global campaign. The first one was a lesson I learned early on when I was studying spirituality. So as we were arriving to this school of thought in the morning, we were accosted by beggars. They would be sitting outside in the front, and we would be all having this holier than thou face as we walk in from our prayers, for our learning, for our meditation. And these beggars would sort of really were quite annoying, you know, sort of grabbing and pleading and all sorts of things. So we went and made a complaint to the head of the seminary. And we said, could you not do something about these people? They just, in the morning, we were just coming in with this holy and fresh look, and then they are just outside. And he looked at us and he said something I would never forget. He said, go back tomorrow, look at each one of them in their eyes, and thank the Lord, thank the Almighty that you are in a position of being a giver rather than a receiver. So these people's job is there to show you the way, to show you how you can emulate the Almighty by giving and not receiving. And so that, in a way, changed much of my life. And the second thing was when my late father passed away. So when he passed away, hundreds of people turned to the funeral. And we were standing there, and for hours, seemed to be hours, as each one of this person came to us to console us. And each one would say an act of kindness that my father has done, silently, discreetly, without saying anything. And so it hit me there and then that when we finally depart this earth, when we finally go, we will leave nothing else other than these acts of kindness and this good name that people will remember with us. They will not remember our flashy new Mercedes, and they will not remember our holidays in the Bahamas. They will remember a small act of kindness. And if I tell you how small, the smallest thing that stays with people saying 30, 40 years ago, your father done that. And so I tell you that what we will be leaving after this crisis is over, what we will remember will be the incredible acts of kindness we each have done, and we have looked at these heroes, and not just the national health people, the taxi drivers and the bus drivers and the people serving at Waitrose. Each one of them know that they are facing danger and facing risk, and they were there. These are the acts of kindness that we will remember and will endure with us to tell our children and grandchildren. What is happening around us probably has not happened for hundreds of years. I cannot see in any history book that the whole world came to close down, that every plane is sitting in its garage, that China and Russia and America, enemies and friends and small towns and big ones and mighty people and rich and poor, absolutely everyone else at the same thing. And we all, one of the main lessons we're going to learn is that in birth, in health, and in death, we are all human, no matter what we dress and how we dress and who we are. I will be introducing I could, of course, as you can see, I could carry on talking for the rest of my time. But as an act of kindness to all the people who are listening, I'm going to spare you that. I'm going to call on two of my favorite teachers to actually take some of the half hour away. I'm going to introduce my inspiration, Laura Marks, OBE, in a minute. So I hope the host is getting ready to put the camera on her. And in the meantime, just to tell you, this is a doer. This is a person who, when I introduced her to the act of kindness, and she said, what does a message saying, I want to do act of kindness do? What does it do? Because all her life, she just done and done and done. So I'm a trustee of the Unity of Faith, and I'm so privileged and proud of that. But I'm also trustee years ago with her organization, Mitzvah Day. And Mitzvah Day, she will tell us what it is, but she is not just Mitzvah Day, the founder and the creator and the soul. She also is anything that came to serve. Laura Marks is behind it. She has one of formidable organization called Nisa Nashim, where Muslim women and Jewish women meet, but in hundreds and hundreds of places all over the country. They have groups and they meet nationally and globally and city-wise. And she's also the chair of Holocaust Memorial Trust, a government-funded and government-based organization. So I hope she will be as inspiring. You'll find her as inspiring to you as she is to me. Laura, down to you. Please take.
Thank you. And I've gone
Thank
blank.
you very much, Edwin. And thank you for your act of kindness. Edwin, I'm going to ask you, we are spreading lots of love everywhere. And we always say, as you said, it's always the acts of kindness which will remain with us post the pandemic. I'm going to ask you, how do we ask people to spread love in the entire world? Because all we need, be it family, city, country, or the world at large, we need love. And it's always love and compassion, which really go hand in hand with kindness. How can we spread love across the world, dear Edwin?
Simra, can I come back to close the day, and I will answer you. I want you to hear from Laura, and I want you to hear from my other teacher as well. And then I'll come and close and answer that question.
Thank you.
Laura Marks, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, shalom, salam, and of course, namaste. Thank you for inviting me to this inspiring #Kind20 event, linking us together virtually and spiritually around the globe. And Edwin, thank you so much for your lovely, kind introduction and for all the work that you do. And particularly for your friendship. It means a great deal to me. Thank you. What a great treat to have a whole day to consider kindness. Yet, what a disaster that the pandemic has forced us to confront this issue of global importance. One of Judaism's central texts, the Talmud, establishes kindness as one of the pillars of human behavior. The world, it said, rests upon three things: Torah, the books of Moses, Avodah, prayer, and Gemilut Chasadim, acts of loving kindness. Whilst giving money to charity is a Jewish requirement, acts of kindness, we are taught, is different. These are distinctive. They are considered an even greater mitzvah or good deed because kindness, unlike acts of charity, giving money, can be done not only with money, but also with one's whole person. Gemilut Chasadim, acts of kindness, can be given to the rich, as well as to the poor, to the living, and even to the dead. The benefit of this type of giving, Jewish teaching offers, depends not just on the act itself, but the extent and the intention of kindness within it. Whether we have a dharmic or of an Abrahamic faith, or indeed of no faith at all, whether we talk about tzedakah, mitzvah, or indeed seva, we speak the same language. In fact, my first visit to a temple in Britain years ago was for a day of seva, a day to celebrate acts of kindness, our similarities shining through. Funnily enough, the event started about an hour late, just as it would do in a synagogue, what we call Jewish mean time, the same thing. Judaism is a religion of ritual and action. In fact, it's said that doing precedes understanding, and only by action can we truly perform our religious duties. So nearly 15 years ago, we launched a day of action based on kindness here in the UK, which is now running in 30 countries worldwide, called, as Edwin said, Mitzvah Day. A mitzvah literally is a commandment, but it's used to mean a good deed. Do a mitzvah, go visit your grandma, is something you might typically say. A mitzvah is an act of kindness. It's being good to somebody else. Mitzvah Day, which is in November, is about action based on the shared religious principles of caring for our environment, justice for all, and of course, acts of kindness. On Mitzvah Day, which is in December, we go out together as people from all faiths and backgrounds to improve our environment, like cleaning up a park or recycling goods and delivering them to people who can use them, or to work for justice for all, which might be giving food to a food bank or doing all sorts of things to try to level out the inequalities in the world. And of course, also pure acts of kindness, going and visiting older people, going and visiting people who are lonely or sad or in need of some care. And so in all three cases, we turn these values, which we all share, into acts of doing. On Mitzvah Day, over the last few years, 40,000 people have come together from all different faiths and backgrounds to work for local charities and at the same time, and crucially, to meet one another, to make new friends, and to marvel at our similarities rather than our differences. We operate by running Mitzvah Days all around the UK and around the countries where it operates, each led by a synagogue, a school, a youth movement, a student group, whoever it might be, who bring people together to say, you know what, guys, we're all from different faiths and backgrounds, but what we do agree on is the need to come together to do something together for the common good. Faith leaders from across the spectrums, politicians and celebrities all come together in what we believe is the largest faith-based day of social action. But the point about it is that we're doing it all together, side by side. Jonathan Sacks, the past chief rabbi, coined a phrase, side by side interfaith. Side by side interfaith is different from face to face, where you sit down together and say, let's talk about things, which sometimes works, but usually leads to two conversations and then let's talk Israel-Palestine. And instead, it's about people doing things side by side together. And by doing things together, by doing things that we agree on together, particularly these acts of kindness, we come together and we see that we're so similar and our similarities far outweigh our differences. I'm delighted also, and I noticed Nitin mentioning and showing slides about Seva Day, to say how delighted we were a few years after we launched Mitzvah Day to be involved in and support the development of Seva Day, and how over the years we've worked together, again, on very similar agendas about bringing people together through social action. So Nitin, thank you for raising that, and thank you for being such an inspirational leader there as well. The pandemic, of course, has encouraged us all to consider kindness now, not just on Mitzvah Day, every day, everywhere, and why we need hashtag Kind20, or what we've been calling hashtag Every Mitzvah Matters. What I've heard today has been inspirational. 150,000 rotis being baked every day bowled me over. I've seen firsthand the activities at Nitin's Temple in Neasden and at Peter's Mosque in central London, where we've had all sorts of social action events, including Mitzvah Day, and where we've worked together hand in hand, side by side. There's incredible work going on, and just listening today has been inspiring in terms of the sorts of things we're doing, but most inspiring actually in terms of the similarities between us. We can all do something. What's really struck me is we can't all make 1,500, 150,000 rotis. I wouldn't even begin to know where to start with that or how to coordinate something on that sort of scale. But we can all do something. We can do something small. We can make a difference. We can cook a meal for a neighbor. We can take an item to a food bank. We can recycle our old clothes and give them to a charity. During this pandemic, like for all the faith groups that we've been hearing about today, there's been an astonishing level of giving and volunteering. Listening, I've been delighted to just hear how similar we are in the work that's going on, supporting health workers, care workers, transport workers, and others, and how these small acts of kindness are transformative, not just for the people who receive them, for us, the people who do them. It makes a difference to our lives. Kind20 is stronger when we do it together. Moving forwards, let's combine our efforts. Let's address some of the divisions maybe that exist between the faith groups, such as the traditional mistrust between Jews and Muslims, because together we can offer more and better and stronger acts of kindness. During COVID-19, every mitzvah matters, big or small, even if we can't leave our own homes. So last week, this is the final thing I'll tell you about. Last week, we ran a cook-in online with Maureen Lipman, the esteemed British actress. And she showed us all how to make bean and barley soup, a very traditional Jewish, but much shared dish that you can give to somebody who just needs a little bit of soup, but more importantly, a little bit of love and care. We did it online, at home, safe, but very real indeed. So whether we call it a good deed, seva, tzedakah, or good, solid, old-fashioned kindness, every mitzvah matters. We're so similar. We have so much to benefit from kindness. Let's turn COVID-19 into hashtag Kind20. And thank you for letting me take part and talk about how Mitzvah Day fits into this Kind20 campaign. We're all in it. Every mitzvah matters, regardless of what we call it. So thank you, shalom, salam, Eid Mubarak, of course, and namaste.
Thank you, Laura, as always. I want now to introduce my second guest, my teacher, Avi. When I am lost, I call on him and say, Avi, I'm lost. And when this thing came along, this microbe that nobody could see, that devastated all of us, I called and I said, Avi, what is going on? And he said, what do you call this? I said, I called it virus. He said, do you know what I call it? I said, no. He said, I call it teacher. Avi, please enlighten us.
So first, thank you to Mrs. Laura and Edwin, everyone, all the speakers. I have that certainty that each one of the speakers try to bring the kindness, love, human dignity, and a message that we are all together. And I have no doubt about that because we are one. I would like to explain first that what we do, we teach Kabbalah, and Kabbalah is a spiritual wisdom, one of the stream wisdom that exists from so many others. And the Kabbalah Center, we have many study group, many centers. And I participate, Rosh Hashanah event is the new year of the Jewish, the Kabbalist in September 19. I went to New York, and we had 2,700 people gathering from different centers. Every local center have his own celebration, but we like also sometimes to do international event. And my teacher, Karen Berg, she said in her one of the lectures that 2020 will be a window of time that something will happen that will shake the world, but will shake humankind. He will shake the people in the way that people have to ask questions. The main question is why? Because we are in a robotic mood. We work, we travel, we fly, we give lectures, seminars. We all are very busy people. And everybody have his own work and career and talent and community. But no matter how much we are spiritual, and I am 30 years teaching Kabbalah and learning every day from everyone in the process of life. Life is a school. And this is why for me, Corona is not pandemic more than a teacher. And unfortunately, I lost 3 weeks ago my best friend from Corona here in England, and another 2 people from Germany, friends, good friends. And it's not about the coronavirus. Many people are in a reacting mood. They focus about the event, but nobody asks why it's happened. Why the universe created? Why I am here? Why the virus came? Why? And if it's not a virus, it will come something else, because the universe is not only speaking to us, is screaming. And the universe did a pause to all humanity. It's not the first time that we have pandemic and we have earthquake and nature disasters. It's the first time that in our century, in our generation, the light of the Creator says, time out. Time out. Think. Stop for a moment. Go to yourself. Go inside yourself. The Kabbalist principles explain that we have all inside. We came to this life with full of blessings and opportunities. And this is why when I'm speaking to you, I don't believe that anyone think that it's something new he never heard in his life. Why? Because you have all the answers, all the blessings, all the solutions in you. And a spiritual teacher work is awakening the existence of the blessings and the fulfillment that in every individual. Kabbalah says that we are 7 billion souls, beautiful souls, that we came from the endless world to this universe to be different in a purpose. Because if we will be the same, there is no chance to do the spiritual work. So we created to be different than each other, because that is an opportunity for us to exchange what we say, Or Chasadim, light of mercy. The light of the Creator, or all kind of mercy and compassion, that many religions speak about that, what we name is Or Chasadim. That energy is part of our soul, it's part of our energy, and this energy we need to reveal. So for us, from our perspective, kindness or generosity or human dignity, it's not about education or religion or tradition or law. It's a law, you have to make it. I don't have to, maybe I don't want to. Kabbalah explains that the universe works with cause and effect. And because the work is cause and effect, the universe will not allow any more people that will behave not with kindness and generosity. The corona is a window of time that shifts from one dimension to another dimension. I just last Wednesday spoke 1.5 hour seminar and workshop in Israel, and we had a few thousand people in a Zoom. And I shared with them and I said, listen, I consider myself as a spiritual person, but I realize how many things I can learn. I'm 9 weeks at home. I'm going maybe twice a week, 1 hour to Regent's Park, because I live not far. And I said to myself, 1 second, the universe put me also in quarantine. And the universe is asking me a question. You are busy, you fly 3 times a month, and you are giving seminars, and you have so many people and responsibility, but are you stopping for a moment and asking also yourself questions? Are you doing enough for your wife, for your children, for people? Are you doing enough for yourself? Are you looking inside yourself and find the answers? Sometimes we can be spiritual, but we are going to a robotic mood and we are not even aware that we are just busy to run for the next and the next and the next, but we don't stop for a moment to say, hello, 1 second. How much pain I feel for you, for anyone? How much pain I feel for the animals, for the environment? You know, the environment, opening champagne, they are celebrating that we are stuck at home and they are free. What is the last time in the 18 years that I'm here in England that I can breathe in London properly? Oh, I can breathe in London? Mission impossible. No cars, no. Suddenly, I realized those things that I take for granted, I need to more appreciate. The small things, as Edwin mentioned before, as Laura mentioned before, and as I'm sure you, but I'm sorry I just came 4 o'clock, so I'm sure other people also mentioned before. Kindness is act of activating your responsibility and your duty to your soul. I'm not doing a favor to anyone. I have a contract with the light of the Creator before I came to this life. And according to this contract, I need to behave like the Creator. Many people believe in God. You know, you have 7 billion people. You know how many people believe in God? From 7 billion people, at least 6 billion people believe in God. So why we don't behave like God if we believe in God? How come a husband can say to his wife, my dear wife, I love you so much. You know, you're the best in my life. But you know what? I don't believe in you so much. I don't trust you so much. What kind of love? We say to the Creator every day, we pray hours a day. We pray. If it's in a mosque or in a synagogue or in a church or in a temple or everywhere. 6 billion people pray every day. But what we do, we don't trust the Creator. We don't behave like the Creator. Kindness is not act of morality, not because I have good education or good school or no, forget about that. Kindness, it's a privilege. As Edwin mentioned, it's a privilege. One day, when I will check out from this universe, my soul will go through the tunnel and up, go to the light. And the light will ask me a question. Avi, did you manifest your potential on earth? Did you follow the contract? Did you follow the commitment that you took? It's not God make decision for us. We have a free will. We came and we, like very similar to the concept of karma, we choose our destiny and journey before we came here. Nobody forced you for anything. We choose to become a beacon of light. We choose to become the Creator. We choose to become love and mercy and compassion. We choose to feel the pain for each other. It's like the finger. If there is a pain in a finger, it affects the ears. If a Muslim child or Christian child or Jewish child have a pain, that is affecting me. There's quantum physics. Every action in one place of the world affecting. I'm as a Jewish and I'm rabbi and Kabbalist. I have more Muslim friends than Jewish friends. And when I speak to them about the Quran, they're telling me if you just don't have that cover in your head as a Jewish symbol, we are sure that you are Muslim. Because you give so lovely examples about the Prophet and the Holy Quran. But why I'm in that place? Because the only way you can do your spiritual work is by allowing other people to do the spiritual work. We are more than brothers and sisters. We are soulmates. We came for a same mission. We came to reveal the light of mercy, of kindness. And I just want to say my last, thank you very much for this Zoom conference. Thank you very much for the foundation. I'm not familiar with that, but I truly appreciate when Edwin told me, Avi, can you come speak? Because of course, I will fly to the moon if I can to help and to give more kindness. Because it's my duty to my soul. It's my opportunity. I should thank you 1 trillion times for giving me this 10, 12 minutes to share with you, to tell you that I'm with you. We are one. We are part of the light, the global light. We are part of this world. And you know what? From 2020 and 2021, a Kabbalists give and predict things that will happen in the future, maybe another opportunity. But there is something definitely, the world is not going back as before. If you want to join the new world, the new consciousness, the new reality, you have to act with kindness and human dignity. As a president, as prime minister, as a king, as a queen, as the head of business, as CEO, as the head of a religious organization, no matter where you are in the world and what position, the light of the Creator took the energy from the leaders and give it to the people now. So the people will take the energy now and will work with themselves to be better people than they came to. I have to be a better person than I am. That's my mission. So thank you very much. I wish you lots of light and blessing for you and your families. And I wish that one day we will wake up and go up to understand the message of the Creator for all of us, that there's no other way, only the way of unity and teamwork we can win the game. Because if one person didn't finish the work, humanity cannot check out, cannot finish the job. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, dear Ravi, and thank you for spreading love and light across the world. As we always say, yes, faith can really move mountains. And the fact that you mentioned to us that it's always the act of kindness is for our own self, not for anyone else. Though we are serving the society or humanity at large, but finally, it is serving our soul. That's the soulful presence of our existence as human birth here in the world on earth. So I want to truly thank you, Avi, and I want to also take this opportunity of thanking Laura. Laura, Eid Mubarak ho aapko, and thank you for sharing your kind act with everyone across the world. And you've been really, really amazing here on the show. I'm truly, truly thankful to you for being here with us on Healing on Earth. And I'm going to come back with my question, which I'm truly excited and thrilled to ask Edwin. So Edwin, please tell us, how can we spread love in the world?
You know, if you just watch what happened in the last 2-3 weeks since that concept of the act of kindness came on being. Today is the launch, but we already have, before the launch, 20,000 people following that hashtag. And I tell you, when the launch is there today, and if we follow the very simple rule, send it to 3 people, don't keep it to yourself. And each one of those will send it to another 3 people, put it on your network. And I want to tell you that if you think the virus is moving very quickly and going across the globe, you ain't seen nothing yet. You watch this virus called act of kindness, and you watch where it's going to be, and you watch when it actually will beat that meter and be that 5.5 million and be that 50 million. And that is how love is spread. It's not, it's like light. It's like the kind of light of a candle. It's not limited. It is totally unlimited. That's how it's going to be spread.
Beautiful. So truly, truly amazing. And it feels extremely beautiful when you spoke about this light. Let us spread love and light across the globe, across the world, to truly make this world a better place to live in. And as Edwin said, the world will never be the same again. So let us truly get into it and be absolutely selfless when we serve the humanity. Because as it's always said, serving the humanity is serving God or that higher divine reality. Thank you, Edwin. I'm going to truly once again, Edwin Shukar.
Can I have my 30-second message?
Yes.
Okay. So kindness. Kindness for me is giving unconditionally with no expectations. Kindness for me is emulating the Almighty. Kindness is the antidote for social isolation and fear. Kindness brings light and love into our fractured world and heal it. Kindness means at least as much to the giver as it does to the recipient. Ralph Waldo Emerson writes, "You cannot do a kindness too soon, for you never know how soon it will be too late." So let us not wait. Let us turn COVID-19 into #Kind20. And thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Edwin Shukar, for the lovely #Kind20 message. Let us truly turn COVID-19 into #Kind20, the act of kindness. Once again, we're truly, truly thankful to all three of you, Avi, Laura, and Edwin, and to our lovely souls across the world. It is time for us to really get into action every single way possible. I'm also very, very delighted to talk about our next session. But before that, let me also mention to all of you that let us all come together and make our new world this kind of place. Let the new world seem completely different post the pandemic. So join us and acknowledge and inspire all these beautiful souls who are doing these acts of kindness with #Kind20. Also, to celebrate the World Environment Day on 5th of June, we're going to have a great session on the coming Sunday, the 31st of May, that is Healthy Mind, Healthy Planet, which is a global online summit. So it's going to be the same time from 11 a.m. until 6 p.m., the British summer time. And the summit will include speakers, singers, and musicians from 6 continents. It's going to be absolutely magnificent and mega event, which is in cooperation with the Brahma Kumaris. So to log in and to have more information, do log into our website, www.healingourearth.com. And now it's time for us to introduce Mr. Jatinder, very popularly known as Jai Chima. Jai is leading the #Kind20 campaign in India. He's a leading energy lawyer at India's largest and law firm. He's a trustee at various NGOs in India. Currently, he serves as an advisor on the board of several educational institutions. Jai is a member of National Council of Sri Satya Sai Organizations India. Sri Satya Sai Seva Organization India is the largest voluntary organization in India. And we are also very delighted to introduce Deepak Malhotra, who also will present #Kind20. Deepak is qualified Bachelor's of Engineering in Electronics and Telecommunication and LLB. He's an advocate at Punjab and Haryana High Court, the Government of India Central Government Council, UT Standing Council. Deepak is secretary to the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, in Chandigarh. And he's socially very active and does dynamic social and philanthropic work. He's also a media expert and a part of BJP social media team. Now, since Jai Chima is busy doing his acts of kindness, we have a lovely video coming your way. Please take a look at our video.
Namaskar, Sat Shri Akal, hello, Vanakkam, Shalom. The prevailing situation has come as an opportunity for humanity to reflect and introspect. While we are witnessing pain and suffering, there is an epistle for humanity. If we look amidst all the disease, humanity has risen to serve. As Satya Sai Baba says, hands that serve are holier than the lips that pray. Let us now witness some various acts of kindness across India. Generosity and acts of our medical fraternity, our doctors, our nurses, our police force, our central and state government, armed forces, Air India, naval ships, cleaning staff for our household has been at the front line of our fight against COVID-19, risking their own lives in the face of providing service. Salute to also all the COVID warriors who laid down their lives in the service of the people of India. A solemn moment to remember them all and pay homage. Please listen to Dr. Ganesh Mani sharing his thoughts on Kind 20.
Hello, this is Dr. Ganesh Mani, cardiac surgeon, chairman of CTVS at Max Hospital, Saket. Having done over 20,000 cardiac surgeries in India, you finally realize that ultimately it is the humanity that one has that stays with you till the end of life. All our lives we have looked at maintaining a positive balance in our balance sheet. COVID-19 has indeed given us a tight slap, which has brought us back to reality. Let us take this pandemic as a blessing in disguise and reignite our humane approach and transform COVID-19 into a Kind 20. I quote from Upanishad, Yesham na vidya na tapo na danam, jnanam na sheelam na guno na dharma, te mrityu loke bhuvibhara bhuta, manushya loke na mrigascharanti. To illustrate in English, those who are devoid of education, spirituality, generosity, wisdom, skill, cordiality, or religious principles are like a dead weight on this planet and are equal to animals in the garb of man. So friends, let us reignite ourselves and bring kindness back into the society, and let us change this COVID-19 into a Kind 20. Dhanyavad, Namaskar, Sai Ram.
Let us now look at some acts of kindness by ordinary humans, the self-help groups, the temples, the gurudwaras, the socio-spiritual organizations, the NGOs. Let us see what these two women self-help groups have been undertaking, Anon in Delhi and MBCT in Punjab.
Hi, this is Aarti Girdhar. I am president and founder of Anon Global Foundation. The real lesson that we have learned today in Corona time is to be empathetic, because all of us are not born with that silver spoon. Anon, during this troubled time, is able to bring in 100 plus volunteer families to prepare the food for the needy migrant and underprivileged people. It was made possible by best use of technology and social media platform to get people together to help those families that are in misery and in the need of food. Since lockdown, Team Anon has been distributing 2,000 food packets each day. Hence, we believe in Kind 20 by making people not to suffer from the hunger. Keeping a positive outlook from Corona-19 to Kind 20 is the way ahead, because everyone needs food much before the healthcare. Thank you.
न जाने कौन सी विपदा आ पड़ी सारे जहान में, लोग बंद हैं घरों में और इंद्रधनुष दिख रहे हैं आसमान में। लॉकडाउन किया इस आपदा से बचने को, मगर कुछ लोग तरसे खाने को।
हाथों में भर के चला बिजलियां,
मजदूरों की मजदूरी बंद हुई, दिहाड़ी गई कामगारों की, भटक रहे प्रवासी भी, टूट गई अब सब ख्वाहिशें भी। ऐसे घने अंधकार में आशा का एक दीप जलाया कुछ स्वयं सेवकों ने, प्राकृतिक आपदा से ग्रसित परिवारों को हर कोने में खाना पहुंचाने।
बहता चला तू, उड़ता चला तू, जैसे उड़े आंधियां, मंजर है नया।
ये खबर तो आसपास के इलाकों में आग फैलाकर चली। लोग जुड़ते गए और तैयार किए अपने अपने घरों में फूड पैकेट। आज मिलजुल कर इन सब ने
मंजर है नया, मंजर नया, मंजर है नया, के उड़ रही है बेधड़क सी आंधियां।
इस टीम ने 200 फूड पैकेट से शुरुआत की और आज इनकी टीम के साथ 70 स्वयंसेवक 2000 से अधिक फूड पैकेट प्रतिदिन बनाते और बांटते हैं। संभव किया इन सब के परिवारों ने, इनके कदम से कदम मिलाकर, और चले इनका साथ निभाने। दादा दादी, नाना नानी को याद आ गए अपने गुजरे जमाने, और बच्चों को आनंदित मन से आगे बढ़कर चले परोपकार सिखाने। लो देखो, हो गई अगली पीढ़ी भी तैयार प्राकृतिक आपदा से जूझने। टीवी, फोन, कंप्यूटर भी हैरान रह गए। सब एक हो गए इस घड़ी में मदद का हाथ बटाने।
मंजर है नया, मंजर नया, मंजर है नया।
है अगर विश्वास तो मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन। शर्त ये है कि बिना रुके चलना पड़ेगा। जिस जगह भी हो अंधेरे की हुकूमत, उस जगह दीप सा जलना पड़ेगा। उस जगह दीप सा जलना पड़ेगा। जहां फूड पैकेट से शुरुआत हुई और अब ये चले लोगों को मास्क बंटवाने। कारगर कर दिखाया ये आरती गिरधर, प्रेसिडेंट एनोन ग्लोबल फाउंडेशन की प्रेरक शक्ति ने। न सुबह देखी न शाम, पहुंची झोपड़पट्टी में, किया मुआयना और कर दिया ऐलान। शत शत नमन इन सभी स्वयंसेवकों को जो चले मदद की ज्योत जलाने। हिम्मत इनसे पाई और सहायता के लगे और भी सपने सजाने।
Hello, I am Hema Panesar from Meher Baba Charitable Trust. For us, kindness means seva. Seva, service to the community by making difference in their life and bringing happiness. We must show kindness. In this global pandemic, our rural women artisans are showing their kindness by producing PP kits and face masks to serve their community, which also makes a source of income for their family. Let's join us to show kindness. Join us to turn COVID-19 to Kind 20.
COVID-19 to Kind 20.
Now, moments to rejoice, some music from the music world. While there have been human stories of service to the humanity and local communities, there are also a large body of contribution by artists, vocalists, musicians and their troops, putting together the complete manifest and creation of new music to uplift the spirits of humanity in unison. Moment to enjoy Shrimati Sunanda Sharma, vocalist, Hindustani classical music from the Banaras Gharana.
Mata Kalika
माता कालिका तू कल्याणी, माता कालिका तू कल्याणी, चंडिका जगत जननी भवानी, चंडिका जगत जननी भवानी, माता कालिका तू कल्याणी, माता कालिका। कामरूप ज्वाला मुखियांबे, कामरूप ज्वाला मुखियांबे, दया कर दयानी दयानी दयानी, दया कर दयानी दया, दया कर दयानी दयानी दयानी, माता कालिका तू कल्याणी, माता कालिका, माता कालिका, माता कालिका तू कल्याणी। This composition is a prayer to invoke Ma Kali, Ma Durga to come and bless mankind so that they come out of this crisis happily. Kindness may mean different things to different people based on circumstances. Providing food to a hungry may be an act of kindness for some, but as a musician, providing solace to a depressed through music is the way of showing kindness. The music fraternity is actively involved in serving mankind by healing the soul through music. Let's turn COVID-19 into Kind 20.
Finally, throughout this period, there has been prayer on every lips. The heart-rending prayers are being offered in each home across India, rather across globe, and more importantly, in the silence of the human heart, praying for the advent of a new era for the human race. So we conclude with the prayer offering from a famous and legendary Punjabi singer, Jasbir Jassi, from his home, praying for the welfare of humankind. Now let's listen to Jasbir Jassi.
करता पुरख निर्भय अकाल मूरत अजूनी सैभं गुर प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है पी सच नानक होसी पी सच। सत श्री अकाल जी, मैं हूं जसबीर जस्सी और मैं आपको इस कोविड-19 जो ये ईयर आया है 2020, मैं आपको सबको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि पॉजिटिविटी के साथ इसको हम लोग बिल्कुल इतना अच्छा कर दें, इतना पॉजिटिव कर दें कि कोविड-19 जिसका नाम कोरोना वायरस है उसका पता ही ना चले। हमारे पास बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, हमारे पास गुरबानी है, हमारे पास योगा है, हमारे पास वेद हैं, हमारे पास बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज़ हैं, इतना लिटरेचर है, इतनी पॉजिटिविटी है कि हमें इससे डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इसको बस इस ईयर को पॉजिटिव बना के हम लोगों ने काइंड 20 में लेके जाना है। सो आप सबको रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप पॉजिटिव रहिए, बी पॉजिटिव। थैंक यू सो मच। सत श्री अकाल।
And let me end with the words of William Shakespeare. Lord, that lends me life, lend me a heart replete with thankfulness. Thank you. Namaskar. Love from India.
Namaskar. I am Deepak Malhotra from Chandigarh, India. By profession, I am an advocate. Today, we are here in a conversation on healing our earth. Share our act of kindnesses to people of the world. Kindness has so much power that if you want to lift yourself up, lift someone else. It doesn't cost anything to be kind and feel amazing. Here in India, many organizations, NGOs, many sections of the societies, people of every religion are doing act of kindness every day to help the needy one. Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, is working day and night in this corona pandemic time to fight this coronavirus. And apart from that, he is also encouraging the people of our country and especially this frontline corona warrior. Kindness is the language which any deaf can hear and any blind can see. By the slideshow, I will try to explain what Chandigarh BJP unit has done during this period to help the needy people. In Chandigarh, we have distributed nearly 30 lakhs of food packets till date. We have distributed nearly 2 lakhs of masks, face masks to the people of Chandigarh, and we are planning to distribute 5 lakhs of masks. Our BJP workers have donated 400 units of blood to various hospitals. Similarly, we have donated approximately 20,000 bottles of sanitizers to these corona warriors, such as police officials, health workers, media persons who are working day and night to cover, and the cleaning workers or the sanitization workers which are doing their duty at this time of corona pandemic. Then we have, by showing respect, people of the Chandigarh have taken part in a signature campaign whereby 28,000 families have given signatures in respect to the corona warriors. We have given the copies of these signature booklets to the advisor of Chandigarh, to head of departments of PGI, then to the higher authorities of police officials, to show the respect what people of Chandigarh has given to them. Now I will try to explain through the slideshow what Chandigarh unit has done to help the needy one. जब से चंडीगढ़ में कोरोना 19 की वजह से लॉकडाउन की अनाउंसमेंट हुई है, तब से बीजेपी चंडीगढ़ ने ये डिसाइड किया था, क्योंकि जो लोग हैं लॉकडाउन की वजह से जहाँ पर थे वहीं पर स्टक हो गए हैं, तो उनको खाना प्रोवाइड किया जाए। क्योंकि सबसे पहली चीज़ जो लॉकडाउन के बाद ये आई थी कि उनके पास कोई साधन उपलब्ध नहीं रह गया था, क्योंकि सारी शॉप्स बंद हो गई थी। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये डिसाइड किया कि वो अपने ही किचन्स चलाएगा। इस कड़ी के लिए उन्होंने, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लगभग चंडीगढ़ में 50 किचन्स स्टार्ट की और इन किचन्स में लगभग 75,000 फूड पैकेट्स डेली बनने लगे और इन फूड पैकेट्स को चंडीगढ़ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के हेल्प से जो लोगों तक डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करवाया गया। और इस कड़ी को पूरा करने के लिए समाज के हर वर्ग के लोग, समाज के सभी रिलीजन के लोग आगे आकर उन्होंने सूखा राशन दिया, उन्होंने आकर हमारे को पैसों की सहायता की। इस घड़ी में इस तरह से हमारी जो समाज ने मदद की, उस मदद की वजह से हम ये किचन्स को चला पाए और अब तक हम लगभग 30 लाख के आसपास चंडीगढ़ में फूड पैकेट्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर चुके हैं। इसी तरह से हमने लगभग 10,000 के आसपास सूखा राशन भी बांट दिया है, जो कि 10,000 फैमिलीज़ के एक महीने की ज़रूरत को पूरा करता है। आई एम प्लेइंग दैट वीडियो हेयर टू शो all of you that how emotional the video is.
नन्ही सी हंसी भोली सी खुशी फूलों सी वो बाहें भूल गए, जब देश ने दी आवाज हमें हम घर की राहें भूल गए। हम सोए नहीं कई रातों से जाने वतन सौ चांद बुझे, हमें नींद उसी दिन आएगी जब देखेंगे आबाद तुझे। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू।
Not only what BJP is doing on the field, BJP has also started a helpline number where we used to get approximately 600 calls per day, and through that number people used to call us which they need help for food or for medicines, and through BJP workers all over Chandigarh we used to solve their problems. Similarly, on social media also, we used to get so many calls for the needy people for their help. One of my friend, Mr. Tejinder Bagga, who is Delhi's BJP spokesperson, he is very active on social media. He just used the medium of social media so effectively that from two to three requests of help, he used to solve approximately 200 to 300 problems of the people who are needy, and he used to sleep only for 1.5 to 2 hours for the first 10 days. I had contacted him and requested him to send me a video message so that I can showcase all of you what he has done. He was not well, but I was lucky to get an audio message from him.
लॉकडाउन के दूसरे ही दिन से 2, 4, 5 रिक्वेस्ट आई जिसमें लोगों ने कहा कि खाने की दिक्कत हो रही है, राशन की दिक्कत हो रही है। तो मुझे लगा कि ऐसे 2, 4, 5 लोग हैं जिनकी तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट आई है, उनके लिए कुछ इंतज़ाम कर देते हैं। तो हमने अपने किसी पार्टी के युवा मोर्चा के कार्यकर्ताओं से बात करके उनका खाने का इंतज़ाम कर दिया। लेकिन उस समय मुझे भी अनुमान नहीं था कि ये जो रिक्वेस्ट है 2, 4, 5 कुछ दिनों के अंदर 300, 400, 500 रिक्वेस्ट डेली आनी चालू हो जाएगी, कि मेरा जवाब देना भी मुश्किल हो जाएगा इतने लोगों को। तो ऐसा हुआ और पहला 10 दिन तो ऐसा रहा कि मैं 2 घंटे ही दिन में सो पाता था, 21-22 घंटे जाग के, उसमें भी मैं मैक्सिमम 150, 200, 250 पी पाता था। जिन भी लोगों की रिक्वेस्ट आती कि इनके घर पे खाना नहीं है, राशन की दिक्कत है, तो जो भी मेरे ध्यान में उस समय अपने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता संपर्क में थे, उनसे मैं मदद लेता। कई कई ऐसे इलाके होते जहां ध्यान में नहीं आता कि इस समय कौन सा कार्यकर्ता जो मदद कर सकता है, तो वहां हम राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के जो सेवा भारती द्वारा किचन जलाए जा रहे हैं उनकी मदद लेते। पतंजलि योगपीठ की मुंबई में जो किचन है उनकी हमने बहुत मदद ली, आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग की मदद ली। ऐसे ही बहुत से ऐसे मित्र हैं हमारे, एक सुधीर जी मित्र हैं, उनकी मदद ली, वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी की मदद ली। तो इन सब लोगों की मदद से करीब हम 200-250 परिवारों तक डेली राशन पहुंचाने लगे। और बहुत सी घटनाएं तो ऐसी थी कि जिसमें ऐसा लगा कि मतलब बिल्कुल आंखें भर आई। एक घटना जिसका मैं जिक्र करना चाहूँगा, वो घटना थी कि एक विदेश में एक व्यक्ति ने ट्वीट किया कि उनके दोस्त हैं, हस्बैंड वाइफ है, दोनों को कोरोना पॉजिटिव हुआ है और उनका 5 साल का बच्चा है, कोई संभालने वाला नहीं है और वो बच्चा इस समय गाड़ी में किसी हेल्थ केयर जो हॉस्पिटल का स्टाफ है उसके साथ अकेला बैठा है। और अगले 15 दिन उस बच्चे को कहाँ रखा जाए कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा। तो एक मतलब दिल में कई ख्याल थे, अगर माँ बाप में से किसी को कुछ हो गया तो उस बच्चे को कौन संभालेगा। और उस बच्चे की इस समय क्या सिचुएशन होगी, 4 साल के 5 साल के बच्चे को तो पता भी नहीं कि मेरे माँ बाप कहाँ है। तो मैंने फिर एक अपनी दोस्त थी 3 बच्चे जो अहमदाबाद रहती थी उसको कॉल किया और उससे पूछा कि अब रख सकते, तो वो तैयार हो गई। लेकिन भगवान की कृपा रही कि उनके एक रिलेटिव को पास मिल गया और वो 200-250 किलोमीटर जामनगर से आए और वो वहाँ पे बच्चे को अपने पास ले गए। इस तरह की घटना और हुई। एक हमारी खो खो की इंडिया की नेशनल प्लेयर है नासरीन, उनके बारे में है कि उनके घर में खाने को कुछ नहीं था। अब चाहते तो हम भी राशन भिजवा सकते थे, लेकिन मुझे लगा कि जो हमारी हॉकी की प्लेयर है जिसने हमारे देश की शान बढ़ाई है, जो मेडल जीत के लाई है, उसको अगर हम राशन देते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि उनका सम्मान नहीं होगा और वो किसी के आगे हाथ फैलाए तो बड़ी शर्म की बात होगी। तो मैंने अपनी तरफ से उनको 21,000 रुपये भेजे ताकि हमारी उस बहन को किसी के आगे हाथ ना फैलाने पड़े। इस तरह की कई घटनाएं जो बिल्कुल दिल को छू जाने वाली थी। हमें इन 2 महीने 1.5 महीने के जो कार्यकाल रहा उसमें हमने देखा। तो जिस तरीके से पूरे देश ने यूनाइट होके सब लोगों की मदद की और कर रहा है, मेरा सभी से निवेदन है कि कोरोना ख़त्म हो जाए लेकिन इसको बंद मत करिए। अगर देश का हर व्यक्ति ये प्रण ले ले कि रोज़ कम से कम 2 ऐसे परिवार जो या 5 लोग या 2 परिवार जितनी जिसकी कैपेसिटी है, अगर मैं रोज़ जब खाना बनाता हूँ 2 लोगों का एक्स्ट्रा खाना बना लूँगा, 4 लोगों का एक्स्ट्रा खाना बना लूँगा, रोटी सब्जी उनकी अलग से निकाल दूँगा। और अगर हर व्यक्ति प्रण ले ले तो इस देश के अंदर कोई भूखा नहीं सोएगा। इसी संदेश के साथ मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं आपके इस कार्यक्रम के लिए। और आखिर में मैं एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि कन्वर्ट COVID-19 into #Kind20.
It feels nice that every great soul is doing their act of kindness and helping the needy. In the end, I will say, in this time of corona pandemic, there is a need to show kindness more than ever. Kindness is never wasted. Be kind to others. Your act of kindness might become someone's memory of a lifetime. If you want to lift yourself up, lift someone else up. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Such a beautiful message, and we truly thank Jai Chima and Deepak Malhotra for your act of kindness. And it was very, very touchy when you said that let nobody sleep hungry, providing every essential thing to every soul. And this is what #Kind20 is telling us and inspiring us to go ahead and be our best versions. I'm going to invite Dr. Talwar or Anna to say something, please.
I just thought that was an incredible segment by the #Kind20 India team, where they showed how, not just the celebrities, what we saw earlier segment, and the vast amount of work that's taking place with people, but also how they're looking after animals and stray dogs, because at this time animals need the support as well as human beings. And also in this segment, it shows how so much incredible work is taking place for 1.4 billion people, but all getting together, and hence why they've seen how they've managed to basically contain the virus in India. And hats off to the Indian government, and hats off to the people of India. So that's why it's really important to basically to congratulate everyone in India, and every one of you, all the Indians, for a fantastic way of how to show the world how to control with such a population. So congratulations there. I'd like to now bring back my friend and our trustee, Edwin Shukar. Edwin, we just want to say we're completely blessed to have you amongst us, amongst this task force. It's incredibly important that everybody has the same mindset, that we work shoulder to shoulder for the youth of our future, the youth of our country, the youth of our nation, the youth of our planet. And people like you, who are community leaders, especially from the Jewish community, it's incredibly important to understand that before we do Hindu, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, we're human beings first, and we love you for that. We absolutely love you for that. So if you'd like to say a few last words, I think that'd be wonderful.
Quite honestly, I said what I wanted to say, but I would like to read something that somebody else has said. So it's the Dalai Lama who said famous words that there is no need for temples, no need for complicated philosophies. My brain and my heart are my temples. My philosophy is kindness. Now, he said that way before all the temples and synagogues and philosophies closed down. But that is the reality of what we have today.
Exactly.
It did not happen in space that all these houses of traditional worship and all our traditional garb and our way of thinking suddenly stopped for no reason, probably for the first time ever. I cannot ever read in history that all houses of worship in the whole world has closed. And to add to that, all casinos in the world have closed as well. It's like Avi said, is a reset. The divine has said enough. A new world will come. And I tell you what, this new world comes and why you two are right in response to that need, are doing what you are doing and inspiring us to higher version. Because what really happened, Sham, is the system, all the systems across the whole world just broke down in one go, in one shot. The organized religions, the governments, the powerful and the mighty, the United States of America. I sit on $7 trillion, but you know what? They're all gone in 3 weeks. And what happened is the power that these systems, and every system, as they say, power corrupts, and absolute power absolutely corrupt. What happened to that power then? It actually moved to me and to you and to Abdul and to Sheila and to all the people sitting here, to even that child that you show, that 5-year-old that you show in your preview, that one that wants to make a cookie for his neighbor.
Yeah. Pudding.
That is where power is now. And that is what you captured. But in our acts of kindness, we reclaim the world. And we reclaim, we no longer looking for governments and organized places to come and save us. We know they failed. We know they didn't even have masks to give us. But we also know now that nobody can stop me from doing an act of kindness right now, and to move in the shadow of the Almighty right now, and to knock on my neighbor that I've never spoken to this minute. So what can I say? The right theme, the right time, by the right people.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Eddie. Thank you so much. Simran.
Thank you. That was absolutely a very, very special message for all of us. And I'm going to have Dr. Talwar and Anna back, but I'm very much excited to invite a radio presenter, community artist, and playful creative, Samia Tosio. Can we please have you here, Samia? Hi, Samia. Nice to see you. How are you doing, Samia?
I am doing great, very gratefully. I'm feeling good. We're very blessed, and lockdown has presented us with an incredible amount of positive opportunities. And one of those opportunities has led me to be here today speaking to you.
Thank you. Samia, I'm going to ask you, why do you think a global campaign like #Kind20 is absolutely a boon and so important to the planet?
It's a message of healing and love that will come through this campaign. And I feel strongly that that is what we need now, because we are seeking to rise above the fear. And for those of us who have open hearts and who are like-hearted and have that connection through spirit, we need to shine that light and be that beacon for other people and reach the hearts of those who need it the most.
It's time for all of us to have a shining light and be our best at this point of time. I'm also going to ask you, Samia, how do you think we could share love and light to the world? I mean, you've spoken a beautiful message. Any one kind of act you like to tell everyone so that we could get involved?
Oh, you are asking a $1 million question. Let's say the simplest thing anyone can do to show kindness to their fellow human being is a warm smile. How are you? And actually genuinely mean it and be interested and stick around for the answer and to empathize and listen. And acts of kindness, oh, so many. Creative, how long is a piece of string?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to request you to stay back with us, and I'm going to invite Dr. Talwar or Anna to kindly have a word with her, please.
Sure.
Samia, hi.
Hi, Anna.
Thank you so much for coming on board today.
You're very, very welcome. Thank you so much for inviting me.
I'd love you to tell us a little bit about your history, your family background, your history.
Certainly. I was born in a very exotic place here in the UK in Bromley to a Palestinian father from Jaffa and a German-Italian mother. I've been living here in the UK since 1970. I spent a couple of years living in Hong Kong, which was an interesting detour. Lots happened there that actually shaped much of my subsequent journey. I went through a wound, and as Rumi says, wounds are where the light gets in. And I came out of that, and the journey continued on. And really, it was one of those experiences that really opened my heart to the spiritual journey and path, and the desire to serve humanity to the best of my own personal ability. You know, the gifts that we each individually are given as creative beings. We all have a gift, we have a place, we have a time, and certainly this lockdown has very clearly shown me and many people, thankfully, who I know and have yet to meet, that the time really is now.
Samia, hi.
Hi.
Samia, just to tell the viewers and everyone listening, Samia's got an incredible radio show called Go With The Flow. And it's very, very, it's not coincidental how Anna got onto the radio show. Linda, our ambassador from Iceland, was contacted by a colleague of Samia's to go on his particular show. But when Linda mentioned about the campaign itself, he said, hold on, this is something that Samia would like to do on the Go With The Flow show. Hence why, yeah. So I think it's incredible how the universe works, how everything, how the energies of 2020, we've had the pandemic, and how everything has shifted towards positivity in such an incredible rapid rate. And I think now, and we haven't met each other yet. We've only spoke on the phone, but there was a connection. There was an incredible connection, and Anna felt that connection. That, hey, we should bring Samia on this because, first of all, I remember Anna saying after speaking to you, Samia should be an ambassador for Kind 20. She stands for that. This is what Samia stands for. This is what the radio station stands for. And then when we asked you to just come on and say a few words and what your radio station stands for, hey, Samia, what Samia stands for, I think the world and the global audience here now, I don't know, I think we're 80,000 people should know about this. So Samia, thank you for coming on board with hashtag Kind 20, and may basically you spread the word like the virus itself, so we have more cases of kindness and cases of COVID-19.
And we will also have a web app next week, hopefully it will be there, where every act of kindness will be able to be registered, and we'll be able to see which countries bring forward more acts of kindness to smother our Mother Earth with love.
Inshallah. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing that you're all doing, and I'm so honored and delighted to be part of it. And when I started out as a community artist 12 years ago, I had to come up with a tagline, and very early on in that community arts journey, I saw the value of playful creativity and my playful creative approach to life and to people. I have a very loving heart and I'm very non-judgmental. And my tagline then was to inspire and share through creative communication. And the journey is coming sort of full circle, and the spiral of life continues on. But what a time to be alive, genuinely. And yes, let's see more cases of kindness than COVID-19 by the end of the year. Here's to the evolution and not the revolution.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Thank you, Samia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste, and thank you, Samia, Dr. Talwar, and Anna. That was extremely touchy. And it's time for us to move to someone who's from USA, and this is her act for Kind 20. Please allow me to introduce Dr. Sheila Dobie. She was born in England and moved to the United States 20 years ago. She is, well, I must say, a whole health dentist, a humanitarian, and an entrepreneur, along with being a very known television host. Dr. Dobie is a recipient of Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award and has been featured in numerous articles for her outstanding professional and social work. Also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice. Dr. Dobie also takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in their local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dobie was a past president and dental health chair of Southern Alameda County Dental Society. Her current passion is working with Heal Circle IG. And here we have her for hashtag Kind 20. Now, what is very, very important, I'd like to really make a special note is that Dr. Sheila Dobie was invited to meet President Obama over a private dinner. And we are having here on Healing Our Earth right now, Dr. Sheila Dobie.
Well, thank you for such a kind introduction, Simran. That was so great of you. It's such a pleasure to be here with Healing Our Earth and hashtag Kind 20. It's been amazing. With our team's been up since like 4 in the morning, watching all the great stuff that's been on there. I'm just so happy to be part of this amazing movement.
Thank you so much for your session.
Thank you. So yeah, we've got a presentation ready for you, and hope you enjoy. Been kind of learning how to get all tech savvy recently, just with all this changes in everything. So here goes, and I'm gonna do a screen share. Everything's just been really good out here. We've been trying to really impact the world, make a difference, and being part of Kind 20 has just been such an amazing movement. So here's our presentation.
I now take great pleasure in introducing our #Kind20 USA team. We have Harinder Bath, Dr. Wendy Dougal, and Rachel Tawar, and of course me, Dr. Sheila Devi. Healthcare workers are the real heroes of our time. Let's take a look at a day in the life of Dr. Dougal. Let's see what she's up to and how does she deal with things such as preventing anxiety and stress. Hi, I'd like to introduce to you one of our very own #Kind20 team members, Dr. Vandana Dougal. Dr. Vandana Dougal is a physician at John Muir in California, USA. Hi, Vandana, how are you doing today? Good, how are you, Sheila? I'm great. I'm just so excited to kind of have this conversation with you and just really understand how it is in the life of a physician that's on the front line of COVID. Can you just share with us, how do you start your morning? And you know, it must be very stressful. There might be some anxiety. There might be stress. What do you do to make sure that your day goes smoothly, Doctor?
So this was a prayer that was actually taught by my brother, who's actually leading the whole #Kind20 program. And in that prayer, you're basically just grateful and, you know, just throwing it out to the universe. And the way it goes, it's like you're saying, I'm so happy and grateful now that the universe is bringing to me all good people, good news, today, tomorrow, every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So it's just a short and sweet prayer that you just, you know, is throwing it out to the universe to bring all good things all the time and every time to everyone and anyone you know around you, basically. And that's how I start my day, by reciting that prayer, and then I get out of bed, and then I just do my normal routine, and if I have time, then I will do a meditation. It could be a 5 or 10 minute meditation, or if it, you know, if I have more time, then I will do like the Kirti Kriya meditation too. I have been starting to do that too. And then after that, then it's all about, you know, trying to protect my family, and so I will actually make a smoothie with lots of nutritional ingredients, with, you know, lots of fruits and vegetables, mostly just to kind of help with immune boosting and to protect my family, because that's also one of my fears too, right? It's like, am I a carrier? Am I bringing this home? So rather, I know that I'm trying to help and protect my patients too, but I'm also trying to protect my family in the process. And so that is always in the back of my head.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing. How important do you think that gratitude is in healing and having that positive influence in your life?
It means a lot. Being grateful for everything that you have in your life. You know, gratitude, I mean, I'm sure there's studies that have shown that when you're grateful, maybe it's something in the universe that happens, but it also triggers a positive energy within yourself. And that can actually boost your immune system too. So, you know, when you have a sense of gratitude towards other people, there is a satisfaction within inside you as well. And as a result of that, you know, you just create positive energy, and maybe that's what creates, helps to boost your immune system because it uplifts you.
So I think it is important, and it's true, studies have shown that gratitude really does help us heal and feel better. So something that I do, and I encourage my patients to do, is to have a gratitude journal and every day write a few things that they're very grateful for. In this very difficult time, if we are grateful for the things that we just notice around us, it just makes us feel a lot better. I mean, for example, running water, or just food, or having someone that we can speak to on the phone, and just sharing some kind of companionship and love with. And how do you feel supported Dr. Vandana?
So I feel immensely supported through, I'm very grateful again for all my family, friends, my patients, just for the community. I mean, they've shown immense support to all healthcare workers, you know, be it in the form of sending food or making amazing face shield masks. And I have a few that were made by one of my friend's son. He's only 16 years old, so bless him. He made this beautiful face shield mask and he came and delivered it to our work, which was lovely. We even had like a car company that actually delivered some face masks to us made out of car parts, and I thought that was quite creative. But I've had flowers, you know, picked from patients' gardens and dropped, you know, by their son to me, and it's just beautiful. And I've had people just making just masks and just sending it to us. So I'm so grateful for all that positivity. And I think that's what helps us to get through the day, is just, you know, just the love that we get from the community and from everyone. That's what makes us do what we do, and that's what helps us have a great day, you know.
Wow, thank you. That's so great, because I think a lot of people want to know what can they do to help out. And one thing that you do, you really go above and beyond as a doctor. You actually have written some letters to your patients. And can you share with us a little bit about what you've done for your elderly patients?
Yeah, so I have something just here. I have my little note cards, and I like to actually just write little notes to my patients. Mostly to my senior elderly patients who have been on their own, and they don't have anybody, you know, they're completely desolated from their families. They're very isolated from the world, only because of COVID right now. And you see a lot of the nursing homes aren't allowing any of the families to visit them too. So I get patient calls like once a week, especially for my 90-year-olds who are just lonely. So I started writing little notes to them, and it's just mailed out once a week, just so something they look forward to. The first time when I received a call after I had sent this, and I got a call from one of my patients, she was in tears. She was just crying, like, you know, no one's ever sent me a card in like she's 50, and she's 92 years old, so in 50 years. So she was very touched, you know, just with the words of just positive affirmations, just to know that, you know, we're all here, we're there for you, you're not alone.
That's just amazing. And that's something that we can all do, right? We can reach out to the elders in the community and just give them a phone.
Sheila, if you can hear me, can you stop the video, please? Sheila,
yes, I can.
Hear me? Yeah, Sheila, I think the video is not buffered very well over there. We need to make it very clear because it's frozen frames. Do you want to play this from this point again? From this point, if you replay it, see if it's buffered correctly, please, because it's freezing frame.
Got it. What kind of ideas do you have that a general person who's out there could do?
So my kids, I've got.
Does that help?
No, it's still frozen. It needs to be buffered correctly so that at least it can open up very clearly. It's a frozen frame.
So I actually told the teacher, and then she thought it was a great idea. And so all the class kids actually made it a project to draw cards out just with positive affirmations for the senior homes, and then we just dropped them off there, and I think it was very appreciated by them.
So finally, Dr. Dougal, I know you're busy, you're in the middle of like frontline COVID, so I don't want to take too much of your time. Can you share with us a little bit about why you feel that #Kind20 is such an important movement and why you're involved in it?
I believe in spreading positivity, right? And this is one way of doing that. So kindness, like we all know, in that people have spoken about, is a hug, is a smile, is just calling somebody to see how they're doing. It's basically just to make sure that, you know, our fellow human beings are well, right? So I think part of being human is also being kind, and that's why we have been called humankind. So I say, I just love the positivity, and you know, there's just so much negativity with the whole COVID. There's so much fear and anxiety. So this is a great way of just overcoming this, right? Just if we focus on the positive, we will be able to get through this.
Absolutely. So what is it you'd like to do, Dr. Dougal? What would you like to change? You would like to change COVID-19 into?
#Kind20.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Dougal. Get back there, and thank you for just making such an impact in the world and teaching us some great tips and things that we can do to help human kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
So we have a special treat for you. We have Cheryl Angela. Cheryl Angela is a healing musician, and she works with a lot of Hollywood celebrities. So Cheryl's going to share with us a little bit of insight about how music can be healing. So Cheryl, how are you doing today?
Great, Sheila. How are you?
I'm great. And I'm so excited to hear a little bit more about how music can actually help like relieve anxiety and stress. Can you share a bit about how that happens?
Yeah, so music has always been, I think, an avenue of joy and transformation, and it speaks to our emotions. So music's it finds resonance with us at an emotional level. So we can use music to entrain our emotional state. So, it's one of the greatest transformations. I think probably everybody's had some experience with that. And so if you're feeling a lot of stress and anxiety, which is going on right now on the planet, there's a lot of energy of that, and we tend to, even if we're not feeling it, we're picking it up from everywhere and it's affecting us. We can use calming music, relaxing music, and get present with our breathing as we listen to the music and allow the music to take us deeper into just being aware of our breath. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It's just simply observing your breathing in and out while you're listening to the music, and listen to the music more and more intently, like you're trying to hear the nuances in the music, because that will also bring you into the present moment. By coming into the present moment, we lose the hold, or the fear loses the hold on us that it's having on us, because fear is always from the past or the future. We're either fearing one of these things. So when we're in the present, we just, that tends to disappear.
Yeah, I feel like it's great because music actually gets you in the present state, because a lot of people are fearful about the future and what the future holds. And you're going to be sharing a beautiful piece that you composed on your amazing instrument. Can you tell us a little bit about the instrument that you play, the harp?
Yeah, so I play the harp, and everybody tends to think of it as an angelic instrument.
Can you guys hear me?
The harp I play.
Hello, it seems that we are having some technical difficulties, right?
Sheila, yes. Thank you for stopping the video. Harinder, if you can set the video at your computer from this lady in red, we will come back to you when you're ready. You can signal us. Meanwhile, Sheila, you can tell us, what does Kind20 mean to you, while Harinder is trying to find out if she can load it from the red lady, okay? So
perfect. Let me just log in here.
Yes.
So can you see me?
We can see you loud and clear and hear you too.
Perfect. Well, we weren't planning on that. We had this beautiful video arranged for us, but we have been having some weird power issues. Like last night we had a little power cut, so I'm not sure if we're having some connection issues. But yeah, let's have a live chat, and you guys can get to know the Team USA live, I guess. So do you have any questions for me, Neil? Can you hear me?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
So Neil, can I have a conversation with Sheila? All right. So Sheila, tell us, Harinder is here? Perfect. So Harinder, we are waiting for you to let us know.
Yeah, just give me a few minutes.
Sure, sweetheart.
It's looking very wonderful there, Simran. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm from Mumbai in India, and Sheila, I'm really amazed by everything you and everyone from USA spoke. So please tell us, what does #Kind20 mean to you?
For me, I think it's really being there for other people. It's very difficult in this time to kind of be grounded yourself. You can end up kind of getting lost in emotion. You can end up watching a lot of news and your own kind of anxiety and depression. But kindness to me is really stepping out and seeing what you can do in the world, even if it's a simple thing like kind of giving your neighbor a call or just checking up on friends and family. For me personally, I've been really kind of trying to get involved in my patients, especially my elderly patients, those above 70, making sure they have toilet paper. We had a toilet paper shortage in the United States. So just simple things like, you know, making sure they had toilet paper. That was something that I went out and I gave my patients, my elderly patients, toilet paper. So kindness is just, for me, it's just about showing up in the world, especially around now. There's just so much just sadness, you know, there's poverty, there's just people that are just having a really difficult time. And this is the time that we can step together and as humans and just help each other out. I've been up since 4 o'clock and watching a lot of these videos that have been playing and seeing how many people are just really helping each other out. It's just been so amazing. So even though COVID-19 is been a terrible thing, but so much beauty has come from it. And so much greatness and kindness, and it's refreshing to see that the world is really stepping up, especially things like hashtag Kind20 that's just gone so viral so fast, and Healing Our Earth, and you know, special thanks to Neil to put this together. I mean, when else have we all these countries got together and everyone's like looking for a cure, everyone's helping each other out, all these charities are forming. I mean, this is what life's about. So that's what kindness means to me, Simran.
Thank you. Thank you. We are ready with the video, I guess.
I guess it's still buffering, so we can chat a little bit more. So yeah, I was really impressed today with all the videos that we were watching. It was so great to see so many just wonderful content. Hopefully our video is going to be working, and if it doesn't, we're going to make sure that it's available on the website on Healing Our Earth and hashtag Kind20, so that you can view it. It just a lot of footage of all the great work that's been happening in the United States, helping the elderly, helping the people that are having a tough time with food. A lot of people don't realize, even though we're in the United States, you know, we have a big hunger problem. So there's many elderly people that aren't getting food. There's a lot of children and people going hungry. So a lot of our volunteers, especially the hashtag Kind20 and healcircle.org, we've kind of got together and we've been delivering free meals around the Bay Area and around. We're kind of now expanding. There's so many great services now just helping feed people. So it's been good, and a lot of things have had to move very fast because you know, a lot of people have been losing their jobs and just kind of adapting to that new norm. How's the video doing? Is it up there yet? Well, unfortunately, I can't sing and I can't dance, so I guess I'll just keep talking. But let me tell you a little bit about just being involved with hashtag Kind20 and why it's a wonderful movement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's bring Vandana in, because you see Vandana has got something going while Harinder is trying to sort out the video. So if you go to Vandana, namaste, and can we
Namaste.
Yes, we can have your story of what Kind20 means and all the activities you guys have been doing in USA, which we are excited. So we will play the video even if we run over time, no problem. Harinder, at your pace, aram se, just do it. Don't worry. Go ahead, Vandana.
So namaste, global world. Namaste. Thank you for having us here, and thank you, hashtag Kind20, for having us on. And I'm so grateful to be on this wonderful team. And it's given us an opportunity to show the kindness that we have in the USA. The little things that I like to share about kindness is, how do I share kindness in my home? How do I share kindness in my patients, with my patients, and how do I share kindness with my community, right? So initially, I'm sure in the video they showed like kindness to myself is making sure that I am well so that I can do a good job for my patients and for my family, making sure I might boost my immune system, making sure that I make a healthy, nutritious smoothie for my family. And then I like to put prayers and mantras on just to create a positive environment for all of us. And that really helps me get through the day. And I'm sure it helps my family too. And it does help with the anxiety and the stress that we're all dealing with. Just being, just with the whole Corona situation. As for when I get to work, I feel immense gratitude with just the people around me. I have beautiful patients. The community has really come along and they are showing so much love and support in the form of making homemade masks, face shields, coming and dropping food. I have patients who have actually come and give flowers, and I think that's just so beautiful. It just kind of enhances the human spirit when you see things like that. And it actually helps you to get through your day because we're all connected, we are all connected with each other. The way that I love to show gratitude to the world or my community, to my patients, is to make sure that everyone is well. I like to write little cards for my patients, and I write them once a week, especially for my elderly patients who are basically desolated from their families, isolated from the world. And I just write positive affirmations just to let them know that, we are here for you. You are not alone. And I think they really appreciate that. I've had patients who've called me crying with, just words of gratitude, saying, oh my gosh, Dr. Dougal, this was so thoughtful. I've never received a card or a letter in like 50 years. So it just makes, it's again, just the human connection. Like on Mother's Day, I was blessed to be pampered by my family. And I felt that we needed to, pamper all those mothers who are alone. So me and my family, we decided to go out and deliver flowers to my patients. And I just did this without notifying them, and they were just surprised and again, overwhelmed with that response. So again, it's just showing human kindness, human love, showing positivity, because after all, we are human, and being human is also being kind. And I think that's why we are called humankind, is to be positive, to be grateful. So just show the kindness, show the love, go out in your community. It starts in your home, and then just spread it out. That's all I can say. Spread love, spread kindness, and let's make COVID-19 into #Kind20. That is my 2 cents. Just keep sharing love and positivity.
Thank you, Vanna. That was really so well said. That is why we say humankind, which we had completely forgotten altogether. Yeah. So we have Sheila. You want to say something?
No, I mean, Dr. Vandana, she just does so much in the community. She's such a wonderful physician. She's a mother and a sister and a daughter, and she's just really kind of gone above and beyond with her patients. She does so much for making sure that people aren't feeling lonely, and it's so great to be part of this community, Simran. It's just really great. I'm so glad that someone like you has just joined us too, and it's so great because now we're just like on this big movement. It's very exciting.
So, Simran, if I can say something, please. I just want to bring people to just to make them aware. I mean, the campaign itself, because we spoke about how we got there and some of the things Anna said, but I think it's really important that the #Kind20 campaign. I mean, the #Kind20 campaign it's a global movement, for social empathy and worldwide kindness. We all know it's born from the coronavirus world crisis, and it has been created, and it was created for, and it is created for a unifying platform to turn despair and insecurity into positivity and hope. And, you know, I think hashtag Kind20 is supported by, I mean, it's been supported by the people, and it's very clear that, you know, the people out there are the ones that are coming forward. And hence why we've seen the support that we have from the growth of the Facebook page to the Instagram page in just days. And we haven't even launched yet. I mean, you know, and I think what Kind20 will do, yeah.
Kind20 will identify, create, and deliver a compelling and emotionally driven, unique narrative. And we invite the citizens of our world to post a video, photo, music or arts video expressing to them what kindness means, and nominate at least 3 people to do the same.
Now imagine, you know, if one person passes it on to just 3 others, and they then pass on to three more, it will eventually create a continuum where our world would be full of, you know, kindness, hope, positivity. This could also include acts of kindness experienced, seen, or personal commitment of change.
And the first ever global kindness web app is being created on the hashtag Kind20
Which
website,
is really important.
Which is so important. It focuses on rarely seen positive statistics. Each post will register immediately. Additionally, mayors of global cities are being requested to feature a digital counter showcasing the number of hashtag Kind20 posts to inspire people further and keep kindness in their agenda. Positive optimism. So by the year end, we are confident there'll be more cases of kindness than cases of COVID-19.
And the hashtag Kind20 count is also offering a global love to each person who has lost a loved one. You know, we encourage the media to feature relevant posts in our daily count as part of a new positive agenda. And I think that's really, really important, that people see a positive out of this than a negative, because we're all saying is we need to get to the 31st of December.
Yes, Harinder, are you ready?
If I just finish with this, if we get to 31st of December with more cases of kindness and cases of COVID-19, and then we walk into 2021 with hope and optimism.
Also, if everyone can think about, if we heal the earth, Mother Earth, that's healing ourselves. And it's really important that we understand that.
Anna, if I can come in, we are going to attempt to play the video. Harinder seems to be ready. She has had a nice, wonderful glass of wine and she is ready to go and rock it. So over to you, Harinder. Let's see if we can attempt the video. Don't worry about the time. We are all the family here. The Kind20 carries on and on. Let's bring on the kindness.
Can you share a bit about how that happens?
Harinder, go ahead, play the video. Thank you.
Oh, what happened?
It's always been, I think, an avenue of joy and transformation, and you know, it speaks to our emotions. So music's it finds resonance
Neil, can you hear?
at an emotional level.
We can hear, one moment.
We can use music to entrain our emotional state. So, you know, it's one of the greatest transformations.
Harinder, you need to actually start the video first.
And so if you're feeling a lot of stress and anxiety, which is...
Yes. You need to put your, if you don't put your video on your own video, then you can't share screen, please.
Okay, I did put it on video. Can you see it now or no?
Yeah, we can't see. Wait 1 minute. Let me spotlight on you. We have an issue over here. So you stay there and don't run away. And Anna and Shamender, keep your Kind20 smile on. You are our face at the moment. Admin, if you are looking at that, Harinder has muted and we need to unmute, and now she needs to play. So before we can spotlight her. Harinder, you are on a spotlight now. I can see you now.
Right now on screen. A lot of energy of that, and we tend
Can you see the video?
Screen.
If we're not
screen and play the video.
Everywhere, and it's affecting us. We can use calming music.
Harinder, you're playing the video at your end, but you're not sharing the screen.
Okay, one second.
Your pretty face.
Yeah, 1 second. I have to. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Oh wait.
Don't worry. Don't panic. It's all familiar. This is the Kind20 family. Samia agrees with me. Vandana agrees. There we are.
We're just going to rewind it a little bit here. So give me 1 second.
You're welcome. It's all yours.
Here we go. Ready?
He works with a lot of Hollywood celebrities. So Cheryl's going to share with us a little bit of insight about how music can be healing. So Cheryl, how are you doing today?
Great, Sheila. How are you?
I'm great. And I'm so excited to hear a little bit more about how music can actually help like relieve anxiety and stress. Can you share a bit about how that happens?
Yeah, so music has always been, I think, an avenue of joy and transformation, and it speaks to our emotions. So it finds resonance with us at an emotional level. So we can use music to entrain our emotional state. So, it's one of the greatest transformations. I think probably everybody's had some experience with that. And so if you're feeling a lot of stress and anxiety, which is going on right now on the planet, there's a lot of energy of that. And we tend to, even if we're not feeling it, we're picking it up from everywhere and it's affecting us. We can use calming music, relaxing music, and get present with our breathing as we listen to the music and allow the music to take us deeper into just being aware of our breath. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It's just simply observing your breathing in and out while you're listening to the music, and listen to the music more and more intently, like you're trying to hear the nuances in the music, because that will also bring you into the present moment. By coming into the present moment, we lose the hold, or the fear loses the hold on us that it's having on us, because fear is always from the past or the future. We're either fearing one of these things. So when we're in the present, we just, that tends to disappear.
Yeah, I feel like it's great because music actually gets you in the present state, because a lot of people are fearful about the future and what the future holds. And you're going to be sharing a beautiful piece that you composed on your amazing instrument. Can you tell us a little bit about the instrument that you play, the harp?
Yeah, so I play the harp, and everybody tends to think of it as an angelic instrument. The harp I play, it's a Celtic harp. It's the largest size Celtic harp you can play. It's got 38 strings, so it's not that much smaller than a concert harp in terms of the range that it has on it. Hey, bro. Harp really is very healing. It's been seen throughout all time as a healing instrument. It's got incredible overtones. If I pluck one string on my harp, all the strings vibrate, which you can't do that on another instrument.
I'll do it.
There's just certain things you can do on a harp that doesn't happen on another instrument. And it's just a very soothing sound. It's just a very calming, soothing, loving sound. In therapeutic harp, we often call it a cradle of sound. It's like it's cradling the person in like this blanket of sound that brings some comfort and peace. Yeah.
Wow. So I'm really looking forward to this piece that you're going to be playing, and more from you later on our YouTube channel, #Kind20, and we're going to have a whole episode where we're going to talk about the healing of music, and you're going to be sharing much more of your beautiful music with us. So thank you so much, Cheryl, and here is her beautiful piece.
Thank you, Sheila.
How I show kindness is through education, educating my friends, my family, and my patients about how to lead a happy, healthy, and vibrant life. It's difficult times right now. There's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of depression, and there's a lot of stress. But there are a lot of things that can help us get through this. There's a lot of techniques, and there's a lot of things that we need to learn to kind of support each other to get through. One thing is, for example, diet. A lot of people aren't eating right. And diet is so important. We need a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables to support our body, to build up our immune system. We also need to be drinking lots of water to flush out toxins. We need to stop eating so much processed food. I know it's delicious and it's everywhere, and especially when we're stressed out, that's what we do. We grab something that has sugar in it. But sugar is really bad for us. Sugar is really bad for our brains. It leads to more anxiety and depression. It's really bad for our bodies. It leads to disease and other issues. But it's also hard to give up. But don't worry, we've created a YouTube channel called #Kind20. We're going to have leading health experts, motivational speakers, and just a wide array of topics, basically to get us healthier, happier, and to be part of a community so that we can make this world a better place. We can turn COVID-19 into Kind20. Please join me on #Kind20 YouTube channel.
Love to see you there, and I'll see you soon.
Hi, here I am with Harinder Bath. She's one of our team members on the hashtag Kind20 team. How are you doing today, Harinder?
Hi, Sheila. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm excited. I'm just excited to be part of the Heal Our Earth project and the hashtag Kind20 movement. And you were one of those that was there right at the beginning with the Kind20. Can you just tell us how you got started?
Sure. Kind20 was started by Dr. Talwar from England. And his sister Wendy here, and I am very fond of both of them and consider them part of my extended family. So he actually called me and said, you know, he's launching this campaign and he would love for us to get involved, and it's just to highlight kindness, acts of kindness around the world. So it was a no-brainer to get involved. It's a fantastic idea.
It's so amazing how fast this has grown, right? It's just been a couple of weeks and it's just global.
It is. And, you know, as you know, you're a part of the team. We are now adding, you know, ambassadors, and it's just, and this is going to be such a beautiful project and beautiful campaign and very exciting, you know, to keep this going. So I'm really, really looking forward to all the excitement and all the different acts of kindness we can highlight from around the planet.
Got it. So in addition to all your great work that you're doing with hashtag Kind20, you've also been out in the community doing a lot of great work out there. Can you tell us what's happening out there in the community?
You know, we recently got involved with a project, a nonprofit organization called freemeals.org. It's started by a friend, Reena Jadhav, and I was actually introduced to Free Meals through Dr. Dougal, who you're also interviewing on this show. And, you know, Free Meals has been serving the underserved community around the Bay Area, and we got involved in it. I've gotten my kids involved in it, and we've been delivering meals, and it is just such an amazing feeling to be a part of that.
Yeah, Free Meals has been something that I've been involved with also, and Reena's just really done a wonderful job of getting out there in the community and making a difference. People don't realize how hunger is really widespread, even in countries such as the United States of America, where a lot of people are going to bed without eating. Share with us a story that you shared with me earlier that touched my heart about a lovely old lady called Joyce.
I would love to share that. So Joyce is 90 years old, and I first delivered a meal to her in early April. And, you know, I met her then, and when I took the meal over, I thought, you know, she's a senior, she's living by herself. So I wanted to just, you know, take some flowers for her. So I got a bouquet of flowers from the local flower shop and took it to her. And she was so overwhelmed and so humbled. And she told me that she had not received flowers in over 10 years. And she was just a sweet, kind soul. And I just really enjoyed kind of interacting with her, and she was, you know, happy to have someone to just chat with, and you know, so that was a good feeling.
So there's so many people out there that are having loneliness issues, especially the elderly. So I would encourage our viewers, if you have an opportunity to reach out there and kind of touch the heart of somebody that's elder, that's such a great service for them. So Harinder, you've been doing even grocery shopping and picking up their medications, right?
We have been, and you know, and that's really important because, you know, from childhood, it's been ingrained in us to have respect for the elders and to make sure that, you know, we're there for them. And you know, my parents have passed. My in-laws are here still, and you know, they're blessed to have, you know, family around them, grandkids around them. But there's many seniors who don't, and Joyce just happens to be one of many that I've met. And so to me, it was very important to kind of, you know, spend some time with her to reassure her that there's somebody there who actually cares about her as well. So we've actually adopted Joyce as someone that we will be taking care of for however long she needs us. And as a part of that, we, you know, take care of her free meals every week. And then I also am there just a phone call away. And, you know, she has called me sometimes just to chit chat. And also we've picked up her groceries and just gone over and helped her with, whatever she needs, just, whether it's just to just stand there and talk to her during the pandemic, far away, 6 feet away, but, at least being able to talk to me and my kids and seeing some human, getting some human interaction. And that has really, I think, done wonders for Joyce because she is glowing, and you'll see that in the video.
So speaking of the video, let's go ahead and watch that wonderful video that you shot of Joyce.
Here with my kids, Nimrat and Ekam, to see Joyce. We have brought her groceries, and she's just going to say a couple words. Go ahead, Joyce.
My name is Joyce Bogart. I'm 90 years old, and for months we weren't supposed to go outside at all, so I was totally stranded. Sweetie is a sweetheart, and I've gotten over this time to really be very fond of her. She's kind of part of my family at this point.
We are delighted to adopt Joyce, and I'm blessed that I met you through Wendy, Dr. Dougal, and through our Free Meals organization, which is run by our founder, Reena Jadhav. So she is one of the reasons I actually met you, because I volunteered to drop free meals for them to the people that they're supporting. And you happen to be one of them.
Oh, great. I'm so happy for that. And I talked to Dr. Dougal today, and I told her how wonderful you were and how I appreciated you. And I say thanks, and I say it fondly. I'm so appreciative, really appreciate it and love it. It's nice to be part of such a family and to get all the free meals from the different organizations. And they do all my shopping for me. I wasn't able to go out. So they shopped at Rayleigh's and Rayleigh's Pharmacy and Trader Joe's. And if they had an opportunity, they'd go by Valley Health to pick up some supplements for me.
I did. I picked it up for you.
Yes. So glad you adopted me.
You would not have starved. I promise you that. We will not let that happen.
If it hadn't been for you, I would have.
Well,
your organization. I appreciate it.
We will make sure that that doesn't happen. We are going to take care of you for as long as you need us.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I thank you so much. You're fantastic. And your helpers. I love my adopted grandchildren.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Thank you for sharing such a wonderful video with us. It really shows us the impact that you're making in this person's life. I mean, I think you literally saved her life. She wouldn't have had any food. And it's so great to see how you just become part of her family. And when we love each other and we take care of each other, we just end up just having so much greatness within ourselves. And I think it really makes a difference in our lives. And I encourage our viewers to go out there and see how you can help out in your community and spread the love and spread the kindness. So Harinder, is there any other stories that you'd like to share with us?
I would love to, and I couldn't agree with you more. There is so much work to be done. And, freemeals.org has given, so many of our friends and the volunteer team a platform to actually go out and help. Because, I'll tell you about another story. I went to deliver a free meal through freemeals.org to another gentleman here, another senior in our community. And when my kids and I took the meal over to him, he was slow to get to the door. And, when we gave him his meal, he was, again, just very, very appreciative and very grateful, and was just showering us with so many blessings, and the entire Free Meals team. And, and I asked him how he's doing and if there's anything else we can do for him. And he said to me, this meal is going to last me 3-4 days. And he was on his own. His wife is very sick and was living with his daughter. And he said, I have been eating cereal for breakfast, lunch, and for dinner. And that was shocking to think that in this country, in this day and age, that some senior would have to eat just cereal. So obviously he wasn't getting a nutritious meal until Free Meals came along. So, that's the kind of impact Free Meals and many other organizations such as that are making. So yes, it's very important for people to go outside and help and get involved.
Great. Wow, thank you for the great work that you're doing, Harinder. One other thing is that I've noticed is you're taking all your children and getting them involved in volunteering. How important do you think it is to have your kids involved?
Oh, I think it's extremely important to get them involved from a very young age. You know, my little ones are 11 and 12 years old, and you know, I have older kids too who've also gone and delivered free meals. But with the younger ones, I take them along with me because I want them to get the exposure to what is really happening around, you know, around our community and out in the world. Because they are very blessed. I mean, you know, many times they just sit here and play video games and everything is just given to them. So they may not have the, you know, the appreciation of the kind of life that they're blessed with. And I think we owe it to them to teach them to be able to give back to the community and to be of service to others who are, you know, less fortunate. So they are really, really enjoying going out there. In fact, I've had many of my friends and, you know, family call and say, are you crazy taking your kids out during the pandemic and whatnot? But, you know, we are maintaining a safe distance. We are making sure that we have gloves on and masks on. And when we go out, and the kids are really enjoying it. They really have made this their own project. And, you know, they actually ask me every day, Mom, are we going and dropping off food today? So just, I mean, just imagine, you know, they could be sitting home playing video games, but instead, they want to be outside dropping off meals. And I think, you know, I am teaching them the right thing.
I think that's great because not only are they learning how to be better human beings, but they're also more bonding with you too, right?
Absolutely. And it's so, you know, wonderful to see that they are interested in kind of the work that, you know, I am now immersing myself into. And, you know, and I'm hoping, you know, that they will do the same starting now. And they will continue doing it throughout their life.
Great. There has been so many wonderful acts of kindness out there in the community, people getting together and just helping each other out. So Harinder, what else have you been seeing out there?
You know, you're absolutely right, Sheila. Along with, you know, just free meals, there's been so many other acts of kindness that we've noticed around the community. And I wanted to make sure that we highlighted some of that in our segment today. One of those is a friend of ours who has been stitching masks for, you know, quite some time now. Actually, you know, I believe very early on when quarantine went into place, she took it upon herself to stitch masks and send them out to frontline workers when she realized that, you know, there was a shortage of masks and, you know, and other equipment, of course. And she has stitched over 3,000 masks, and I went and had a conversation with her, and I wanted to share that with all our viewers because she has done some great work, and she's an absolutely fantastic human being.
I am honored to introduce Tina Guy. Tina is from Pleasanton, California, and she embodies kindness in so many different forms. And one of the most recent forms of kindness that she has displayed is stitching masks for frontline workers. So I would love to find out from Tina what has inspired this most recent act of kindness.
See, when all this started and people staying home and the frontliners working, and I heard that they are not getting enough supplies of the safety, their masks and rest of the things. So I've always had passion of stitching. So I thought, okay, this is one thing I can do to help. There was a group of people started and I just wanted to join them, but then eventually I did it myself and I became sole myself. I wanted to do, start stitching on my own. So I didn't want to get any materials from outside, maybe contaminated. All the stuff that I use, elastic or ribbons or any material, and thread, everything that I need. So I went through my closet, my living closet, and I found new flat sheets, which I never use. I only use the fitted sheets. So I thought this is the best material, and they're from home. And I took them out and I started making masks with them. Started with 2-ply and then came to know that they need more than 2-ply. So started with 3-plies and got thicker sheets out and started filling them with a thicker material. And in the beginning, we were very short of elastic. So making strings and extra material and all that. So I thought, okay, let me try with the ribbons. And I made ribbons with the ribbons, and they worked out because people started preferring them. And in fact, the medical staff said that because they wear it all day, and the elastic started hurting them behind the ear. And making at home, you don't know the size, so sometimes loose, sometimes tight. So ribbon, they can tie according to their own size. So that's how it started. And I went on, and I've already made about more than 3,000 masks.
Oh, wow.
And they have started with Florida doctors, my daughter's friends, doctors. They wanted them in Florida. So I made and FedEx them. I have given for the first responders. It's gone to the police, it's gone to the fire department, it's gone to senior citizens' home, it's gone to homeless, they've gone to special kids and their caretakers. And also some restaurants have taken them, Costco is wearing them. And also then there are hospitals on other side of the bay. I mean, some of them further away from Yuba City, and nobody could come and pick them up, and I couldn't drop them. I'm not going out, I'm 60 plus, so I'm not supposed to be going out of the house. And so I FedEx them.
So Tina, I wanted to ask you how long it takes you to stitch one mask.
When I started, it took me about 18 to 20 minutes, one mask. But today I can just close my eyes and stitch, and it takes me 6 minutes to make one mask.
Wonderful, thank you. I understand you've also been now making them for friends. I'm also picking them up.
Yes.
And I know many friends around the Bay Area, especially in the Ruby Hill community and around East Bay, that are wearing your masks.
Yes.
And this is completely funded by you. You're not, and I understand this is the third machine that you're now working on. The other two?
Are gone. This is the fourth one.
Oh, wow.
Yesterday
Okay.
I broke the third one as well. And I don't know how many needles I've already broken, because I guess, out and starts giving trouble. But yes, people have been very kind to me. I mean, although whatever sheets I had, but then Ruby Hill friends, they started giving me sheets from their own home. So they started bringing them in, and some of them, some I order now on Amazon, and some of them have ordered and send them to my house. So,
You have been amazing, and you said that people have been very kind to you. You are a living embodiment of kindness and compassion, and we are blessed that you live amongst us. So thank you for all that you do.
So here is a video from Rena herself. Rena is an amazing friend of ours, and she's really made such a difference in the community. She's going to show you how to get involved with freemeals.org.
Hi there, I'm Rena Jadhav. I'm the founder of freemeals.org, a nonprofit on a mission to feeding families in need. I personally believe that service is the ultimate form of kindness. Yet this pandemic has been very unkind to so many in our community, from seniors who don't have access to food, to foster kids, to single moms struggling to pay their bills, much less put food on the table, to those who are sick, debilitated, immunocompromised. There are so many in our community that don't have access to a hot, nutritious meal today. We at freemeals.org decided that we were going to make sure that everybody had access to food. This is how it works. You donate on freemeals.org, and every cent that you donate goes to buying meals from local restaurants. We partner with local restaurants to craft a nutritious meal that's $25 for a family of 4. Families can choose which meal they want and when, and our team of volunteers contacts the restaurants, places the orders, and makes sure that the food is delivered hot and nutritious. In addition to that, we also follow up with the family to make sure that their experience was positive. We have fed over 1,200 families in just 6 weeks, and the thank you notes are coming in. You can take a look at freemeals.org to read the thank you notes and the stories of the families, from the 92-year-old who was scared and unable to access food, to the 13-year-old teenager and how just a little hot meal brought a smile to their faces. As a lot of them say, it's not just about the hot meal, but it's about the fact that somebody cares, that there's someone looking out for them. Your donation makes a massive difference that you cannot even imagine during this pandemic. We also know mental health is a big issue, and reassuring people that there is some support is going a long way in helping alleviate anxiety and mental health issues as well. So just $25 from you can mean a world of kindness in someone's life. I hope you'll join me, Reena Jadhav, as we make sure that no one sleeps hungry tonight. Let's change COVID-19, #Kind20. I look forward to seeing you on freemeals.org.
I hope that was a great insight of what we've been up to in the United States at #Kind20 Team USA. I do want to give you 3 useful tips. Number 1, make sure that you're practicing gratitude. Gratitude is really important. Studies have shown if you just write down 3 things every single day that you're grateful for, it can actually help positively rewire your brain so that you have a better outlook and are more positive. The second thing is make sure you're exercising. Exercising really helps. It boosts up the happy hormones and makes you feel better. And sometimes I know it's difficult. You may be in the lockdown quarantine to exercise, but you can easily do that in a small amount of space. All you have to do is just make sure you're either jogging on the floor or dancing or even doing some kind of laughter club. You can look that up and find out what that's about. Number 3, practice kindness. When you practice kindness, it actually makes you feel better. So go out there, find out what you can do. Maybe just call a neighbor, check in on someone, or even volunteer in an organization or donate. There's so many ways that you can give back. So hopefully these 3 things will help you lead a happy, healthy, and vibrant life.
Thank you very much. I'm so touched by such amazing, touching stuff. Yes, Harinder, over to you. Yes, Harinder, you wanted to say something?
Oh, hi. Yeah, hi, Simran. Thank you for hosting us. This is an absolute beautiful thing that I think, Shami is doing, as well as Anna, of course. And we're really blessed to be a part of it. And we are looking forward to, spreading all sorts of kindness throughout the world and highlighting it. And this was just our small little segment, but we have a lot more coming in the future months.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Sheila Dobby, and I'm going to invite Dr. Talwar and Anna to thank the entire USA.
We'd just like to thank, Harinder. Harinder, thank you for leading the team in USA and building the team. We haven't even scratched the surface yet in USA, and so much is happening. Sheila, thank you very much. And Sheila's going to be looking after the Kind20 channel, which is going to be great as well. That's going to be great, and that's going to bring all types of acts of kindness amongst people and what they're doing, the service. And Vandana, thank you. I think it's important because I think Vandana is my sister, and